Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 6 of What If I Was Reborn in the world of One Piece as a civilian with the One Punch Man system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 151, Big Mom Sweet Commander. Congratulations, host. You've achieved the reputation milestone. Make the Sea Chaos reward, 3,000 world source points. Just as Byakuya was joyfully collecting toll fees, he heard the system notification. Make the Sea Chaos, 3,000 world source points? This was the second time Byakuya had received a reward for increasing his reputation. The last time was for his merciless slaughter of pirates in the East Blue. But now, he was confused. He had defeated Drought Jack and forced toll fees on the Big Mom pirates, one of the Yonko crews. Such bold actions, yet this only counted as breaking into the scene? These reputation requirements are way too high. After some thought, Byakuya realized there were two possible reasons for this. Either, despite charging tolls from the Big Mom pirates and catching the attention of everyone on the seas, people still doubted his ability to handle Big Mom's wrath. His reputation seemed significant but was not entirely solid, reaching only the level of Make the Sea Chaos. Byakuya preferred the second explanation, but deep down, he had to accept the first one. Otherwise, he might face some mysterious, irresistible force that could erase him from the pirate world and end the story abruptly. In Tado Land, on Cake Island. Brother Katakuri, do you think if we keep hiding this from Mama, she won't get mad? A tall woman with extraordinarily long legs and a spiral-sheathed sword on her back spoke anxiously to the man beside her, who had crimson short hair. Katakuri pondered momentarily and replied, "We don't have a choice. The Marine's actions this time are too strange. There's a rumor spreading across the sea that this might be a precursor to an attack on us. If Mama finds out about the Marine's provocation, she'll strike back. If this is a trap set by the Marines, charging into battle recklessly will cost many of our brothers and sisters their lives. So, we must be cautious." "But," Smoothie said with concern, "if this goes on, Mama will eventually find out. With the tea party just around the corner, Mama values it most. If the Marines mess with the party's timing, Mama will go crazy." Katakuri took a deep breath. "We'll delay as long as we can. Inform all our siblings, and after the tea party, they should prepare for a potential fight with the Marines. What about the ships carrying the desserts that the Marines intercepted? The Marines are demanding 1,000,000 berries per ship. That's not much. Just pay them. The most important thing is not to delay the tea party. If we upset Mama, those responsible for organizing the event will suffer greatly." Just thinking about their mother's cruel punishments made even Katakuri, the second strongest fighter in the Big Mom pirates, and her son shudder. That was why he had kept this information from her. Their mother didn't care about her children's lives, and the punishments for mistakes were severe. However, Katakuri didn't agree with Mama's methods. He didn't want his siblings to suffer, so even if he faced her terrifying wrath, he would rather risk it than let Mama start a war with the Marines unprepared, leading to needless deaths. "Let Snack take the money and negotiate with the Marines to get our ships back," Katakuri ordered. "Understood, I'll notify Snack," Smoothie replied, worriedly nodding. She knew that if their deception was uncovered, Mama would punish Katakuri severely. Although, due to his importance in the crew, he might not lose his life, deceiving Mama would at least cost him 10 years of his lifespan. That was a punishment no ordinary person could endure. Yet, she understood Katakuri's desire to protect his siblings, so she could only hope everything would be resolved smoothly without Mama finding out. What? The Big Mom pirates are supposed to have 3 sweet commanders, not 4 of them. When did a 4th one appear? Byakuya muttered, thinking deeply as he listened to Fergus on the phone. Could it be that even in the world of pirates, the rule of having 4 kings has turned into a situation where there are 5? Does that mean the Marines' 3 admirals should be 4? Fergus's voice pulled Byakuya out of his thoughts. "Vice Admiral Byakuya, Snack brought money to ransom the desert ships we seized, but he requested to speak to you personally." "All right, I'll be right there," Byakuya replied and headed out swiftly. He was curious to see who this so-called fourth suite commander was. On the other side, a medium-sized pirate ship flying the Big Mom Pirates flag faced off with Fergus's marine warship. The atmosphere was tense and strange. A fierce battle ensues when pirates and marines meet, but both sides maintain an unexpected peace. Even more surprising was that the pirates, the supposed evil side, were bringing money to ransom their goods from the righteous marines. It felt like their roles had been reversed. Byakuya didn't make them wait long, arriving at Ferguson's side quickly. Fergus pointed out, "Vice Admiral Byakuya, that man over there is Charlotte Snack, one of the suite commanders, with a bounty of 600 million berries." Byakuya looked over and saw the so-called fourth suite commander. Snack was an extremely obese man with a long nose and black hair tied into a topknot with a hairpin. He wore a wool coat, a red and white striped scarf, and armor on his arms. His head was quite small compared to his body. In Byakuya's mind, information about Snack began to emerge. In the anime, when the senior officers of the Big Mom Pirates were introduced, they were referred to as the Suite 3 Generals. However, before that, the Big Mom Pirates did indeed have the Suite 4 Generals. However, Snack, the fourth member, was significantly weaker than the other three, having been consecutively defeated by the Supernovas, Kid, and Urge. As a result, Snack was expelled, and the Suite 4 Generals were reduced to the Suite 3 Generals. Since Kid and Urge hadn't set sail yet, Snack had retained his position as the fourth general for the time being. Byakuya suddenly realized, "So the so-called fourth general is just you, a weakling? I've been overthinking this." Fergus's face turned dark. How could Lord Byakuya speak so charmingly? Calling someone a weakling to their face was practically begging for a fight. Sure enough, Snack's face darkened instantly upon hearing Byakuya's words. He drew the long sword from his back and angrily shouted, "I don't care what the Marines are planning, but a Marine Vice Admiral insulting me to my face, isn't that going too far?" Byakuya nonchalantly dug into his ear and said dismissively, "With your pitiful strength, isn't it only right that you're humiliated? Now, hand over the money. Bullying a weakling like you isn't even fun." Seeing how arrogant Vice Admiral Byakuya was, even in the face of a high-ranking officer from one of the Yonko's pirate crews, the soldiers of G5 couldn't help but feel immense pride. Snack pointed his sword at Byakuya, fuming. "Don't be too arrogant. Do you think our Big Mom Pirates are afraid of the Marines?" Byakuya raised an eyebrow slightly and said coolly, "I don't like people pointing swords at me." With a finger pointed into the air, a ripple of light red armament hockey spread outward, shooting towards Snack's face. Snack had no time to react to Byakuya's attack. He never imagined a Marine Vice Admiral could be this powerful. Just as he thought he was about to be seriously injured, a sudden numbness surged through his sword hand, and blood gushed from the torn skin on his palm. Boom! The long sword Snack had been pointing at Byakuya shattered into fragments under the impact of the armament hockey, scattering into dust in the air. Byakuya spoke coldly, "Since you brought the money, I'll let you off now. Hand it over quietly. If you dare challenge me again, you can wait for Big Mom herself to come ransom you with your bounty." Everyone present was stunned by Byakuya's overwhelming strength and hockey, except Fergus, who knew Byakuya well. He was more impressed by how naturally Byakuya, as a Marine, conducted business like a pirate. It was as if he was a pirate in his very soul. Ferguson felt relieved that Byakuya had chosen to join the Marines. With Byakuya's power and cunning, the Marines might have faced ruin if he had been a pirate. After witnessing Byakuya's power firsthand, Snack grew quiet. Shocked, he thought, this guy is no ordinary Marine Vice Admiral. He might even have the strength of an admiral. Looks like Brother Katakuri's worries were justified. The Marines were prepared, sending someone with admiral-level power to provoke the Big Mom Pirates. This is all part of the Marines' trap. I must report this to Brother Katakuri so we can prepare for what's coming. After Snack handed over the ransom for the seized ships, Byakuya didn't go back on his word. He had Fergus release all 80 transport ships immediately. Business is business, Byakuya thought. Trust is important, especially in this kind of no-investment deal. If I don't keep my word, how can I keep up appearances in the future? Seeing that Byakuya had released the ships as promised, Snack finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least this guy wasn't using his strength to break the deal or capture him and throw him into Impel Down. But this left Snack with a lingering question. If the Marines aren't planning to act right now, why are they doing all this? Could it be just for a few million berries and toll fees? That doesn't make sense. The Marines can't be that desperate for money. Snack considered it and concluded that there must be a deeper plan. Perhaps the Marines didn't think capturing just him was worth the effort. Maybe they were playing the long game, trying to catch bigger fish. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Snack decided that once he got back, he would warn all his siblings to be on guard and stay within Tado Land for a while to avoid being captured by the Marines. A few days after the transaction, the soldiers of G5 continued collecting tolls even more brazenly than before, showing no fear. They might have even seized Marine ships to charge tolls if not for their Marine uniforms, which reminded them of their roles. Meanwhile, one of the Yonko crews, the Big Mom Pirates, made no move against the Marines' provocations. Not only did they obediently pay the tolls, but all crew members refrained from leaving Tado Land during this period to avoid being captured by the Marines. Chapter 152, Calculation. It seemed as if the Big Mom Pirates were being extra cautious to avoid detection by the Marines, which stunned everyone across the seas. What kind of Marine base could hold a Yonko pirate crew in check? As a result, the reputation of G5 base and its commander, Byakuya, spread wildly across the oceans. Some cunning individuals even fabricated a story around the situation, saying that Byakuya, the commander of G5 base, was one of Big Mom's many sons. According to the rumor, he had gone undercover as a high-ranking Marine spy many years ago. Now, to prepare for her son, Big Mom pretended to be intimidated by G5 base. This charade was meant to highlight Byakuya's immense power. The story claimed that the entire scheme was to allow Byakuya to rise to an even higher rank within the Marines and eventually provide more benefits to the Big Mom Pirates. Once this tale spread, it gained widespread acceptance, as many believed it was the only way to explain how a single Marine base could subdue a Yonko pirate crew. Even the soldiers of G5 started to think the story made sense. When Byakuya first heard this rumor, his initial reaction was, could this be Virgo's doing? He suspected Virgo, the traitor, had swapped out his ties to the Don Quixote family with Byakuya's supposed ties to the Big Mom Pirates, smearing Byakuya's name. This is like the same script with different actors, Byakuya thought, absolutely shameless. However, Byakuya didn't care. Let the rumors spread, the more, the better. After all, any kind of fame was still fame. In Byakuya's view, even a bad reputation was still a reputation. Not long after, Byakuya heard the familiar sound of his system notification. Congratulations, host, for achieving the renowned accomplishment, momentary fame. Reward, 10,000 world energy points. Byakuya nearly burst out laughing when he saw the notification. If Virgo was behind this rumor, he wanted to thank him in person for helping him earn 10,000 points for world energy. As the saying goes, one man's joy is another man's sorrow. While Byakuya was rejoicing over his easy rewards, not far away, Doflamingo was fretting over how to explain himself to Kaido. There was less than a week left until their agreed delivery date. Of course, Doflamingo hadn't been sitting around idly during this time. He had mobilized the entire Don Quixote family and their underworld connections to scour the world for Zoan-type devil fruits. Even if it meant paying several times the market price, Doflamingo was determined to acquire them. After relentless effort, Doflamingo had managed to gather 4 Zoan-type devil fruits. One of them was a rare ancient Zoan, the short-necked crocodile form. This rare fruit alone had cost him nearly 500 million berries. Including the other 3 regular Zoan fruits, Doflamingo had spent 1 billion berries. He was going all out to ensure that Kaido would spare his life. Doflamingo hoped this would be enough to calm Kaido's fury. After much hesitation, he finally decided to call Kaido. "Hey, have those 100 smile fruits been prepared so soon? Let's arrange a place to meet, and I'll send King to make the trade with you, Kaido's slightly drunken voice echoed from the other side of the line. Doflamingo paused, bit the bullet and replied, I'm sorry, Lord Kaido. The batch of smiles you requested was ready, but an unexpected incident occurred during transport, so we can't proceed with the trade. What? Kaido's voice immediately became filled with rage. Even the Den Mushi in front of Doflamingo seemed to tremble in fear, as though it sensed the overwhelming terror on the other end. Doflamingo, are you looking to die? You've dared to deceive me twice now. Do you think your status as one of the 7 warlords makes you untouchable? Looks like I need to show you the strength of the beast's pirates. The killing intent in Kaido's voice seemed to seep through the Den Mushi, sending chills down Doflamingo's spine. He quickly pleaded, Lord Kaido, I didn't mean to deceive you. Please, let me explain. Explain my ass. Kaido roared. You better wait in Dressrosa for death. I'm coming with my men to finish you off right now. Hearing the sincerity in Kaido's threat, Doflamingo feared Kaido would hang up and come straight to kill him. Panicked, he spoke as quickly as he could. Lord Kaido, to make up for your loss, I've personally collected 4 Zoan-type devil fruits, one of which is an extremely rare ancient Zoan, the Tyrannosaurus rex form. An ancient Zoan, Tyrannosaurus rex form? Kaido's interest was piqued. 100 smile fruits could indeed create 100 formidable subordinates, but none of that compared to the potential of a single ancient Zoan fruit. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that, as long as the user wasn't utterly incompetent, an ancient Zoan devil fruit could elevate someone to a senior officer within the beast's pirates. Even if it wasn't enough to promote someone to the level of one of the top 3 executives, this devil fruit could still elevate someone to the rank of the Flying Six, a position much more valuable than 100 smile fruits. Such rare devil fruits were not easy to come by, even for Kaido himself. Doflamingo had managed to get his hands on one. Kaido asked again, Are you willing to give me all 4 devil fruits? Hearing Kaido's calmer tone, Doflamingo finally felt relieved. Of course, these 4 devil fruits are my offering to you as an apology, Lord Kaido, he replied. Kaido wasn't entirely devoid of manners. Since Doflamingo had gone to such lengths, he decided not to act as aggressively as before. Very well, Kaido warned, these 4 devil fruits will make up for the 100 smiles. But in 3 months, I still expect 100 more smiles. And don't let there be any problems this time. Unless, of course, you find another ancient Zoan-type devil fruit within that time. Although Kaido had let him off this time and extended the deadline by 3 months, Doflamingo knew full well that Caesar's fate was still uncertain. Forget 3 months, he couldn't even create a single smile in 3 years at this rate. As for finding another ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, Doflamingo didn't even dare to consider it. He considered himself lucky to have found one in such a short time. The thought of finding another? It was more realistic to try to make more smiles. Recalling his earlier thoughts, Doflamingo hesitantly probed, Lord Kaido, we might not be able to trade smiles anymore. What do you mean? Kaido's voice was still cold, though less threatening now, likely because he already had the rare devil fruit as collateral. Doflamingo's eyes flashed with cunning. Let me explain, Lord Kaido. It's all because of that Marine G5 base. You mean the G5 base that dared to collect protection money from Big Mom's crew? Yes, exactly. It's all because of that Marine G5 base. Kaido didn't usually keep up with the news, but the whole situation between Marine G5 and his old acquaintance, Big Mom, had been making waves across the seas, so he had heard about it. Isn't the base commander of G5 supposed to be Big Mom's son, a spy she planted in the Marines? Kaido asked, curious. Doflamingo nearly cursed it out loud when he heard Kaido say that. Byakuya, Big Mom's son? What nonsense! I know exactly who Byakuya is. He's Sengoku's nephew. How could he possibly be Big Mom's son? Unless you're saying Sengoku and Big Mom are somehow related? I don't know what to tell you if that's the case. Maybe you should go see a doctor for that brain of yours. One is a Marine Fleet Admiral, and the other is one of the Yonko. If they were relatives, their family would be terrifying. Do you think everyone now has a last name like Monkey D? Doflamingo didn't know which idiot had spread such a ridiculous rumor. Did they think this could take down Byakuya, someone with deep connections in the Marines? What a bunch of morons! The person spreading this nonsense should also get their head checked. Meanwhile, far away in the G5 base, Virgo suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. Puzzled, he muttered, "What's going on? With my strength, could I be catching a cold?" As he pondered, Virgo frowned and thought, could it be that Byakuya has found out I'm the one who spread the rumor? No, that can't be. I didn't personally spread it, I just wrote the story. There's no way he could trace it back to me. After considering it, Virgo decided to keep a low profile around Byakuya for the next few days to avoid raising any suspicions. Chapter 153, Upgrade. After finalizing his plan, Doflamingo explained to Kaido, the 100 smile fruits were already produced. On the way from the production site to Dressrosa, they were confiscated by the G5 base under the pretext of collecting a toll. Isn't it just 1,000,000 berries? You could have paid them off and moved on, Kaido remarked dismissively. While the G5 base commander was known to be money-hungry, he had a reputation for being reliable in business. Once he collected payment, he wouldn't cause further trouble. Even Kaido had heard of this. Doflamingo, acting troubled, replied, "That's usually the case, but the G5 base commander is Marine Vice Admiral Byakuya. That guy has a personal vendetta against me. When he saw that the cargo was mine, he insisted on inspecting it. During the inspection, he discovered the smile fruits inside. Since Byakuya disrupted our last deal, he knows I produce smile fruits to trade with you. So, he confiscated the entire ship. Paying him off didn't help. The worst part is that only Caesar knows how to produce the smile fruits, and he was on that ship, too. Byakuya took him as well." "What did you just say?" Kaido thundered, enraged. While an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit was certainly more valuable than 100 smiles, the smile fruits were still important. After all, natural devil fruits were scarce, but smiles weren't limited by supply. Given enough time, Kaido could create an entire army of devil fruit users. From a long-term perspective, having a steady supply of smiles was crucial for Kaido's ambitions. Now, hearing that Doflamingo had allowed the only person capable of producing them, Caesar, to fall into Marine hands was unacceptable. Seizing the moment, Doflamingo continued, adding fuel to the fire. "Caesar is a wanted criminal by the world government. If the Marines discover his identity, he could be sent to Impel Down." Kaido wasn't stupid. He could hear the implications in Doflamingo's words. "What are you suggesting?" he asked in a low voice. "Lord Kaido, Byakuya probably hasn't realized that Caesar is on board yet. If we can retrieve the ship and Caesar before he does, smile production can continue as planned." "You want me to attack the Marine G5 base?" Kaido snapped, "Do you take me for a fool, Doflamingo?" "I refused. You've tried to get me to ambush Byakuya before. Now you're telling me he has seized the smile fruits and Caesar. Are you deliberately setting this up just to force me to kill Byakuya?" Doflamingo, sweating nervously on the other end of the line, panicked. Kaido wasn't wrong. Doflamingo had once thought about doing just that, hoping to provoke a conflict between Kaido and Byakuya. But now, he no longer had the leverage to play that game. Caesar's whereabouts were unknown, and Doflamingo didn't even know if he was alive or dead. He had lost his only bargaining chip to keep the beast pirates in check. Under these circumstances, he couldn't afford to tell the truth. If he did, Kaido would likely kill him on the spot. So, instead, he decided to shift all the blame onto Byakuya. Kaido understood the importance of Caesar and wouldn't risk exposing him by sending someone to investigate. If Kaido wanted to continue receiving smiles, his only option was to agree to the plan and attack the G5 base to retrieve Caesar. What happened after that could be dealt with later. Even if Kaido figured out the truth and came after Doflamingo later, it would be after Byakuya died. In the worst-case scenario, Doflamingo could hide and impel down. He doubted Kaido would storm the prison just to kill him. In a voice dripping with temptation, Doflamingo said, "Lord Kaido, if you retrieve Caesar, then the Smile production technology will belong solely to the Beast's pirates. You wouldn't have to trade with me anymore." The proposal took Kaido aback. Indeed, even if this was Doflamingo's way of manipulating him into killing Byakuya, it was a well-thought-out scheme. If Kaido managed to take Caesar back, he wouldn't have to spend 10 billion berries every 3 months buying 100 smiles from Doflamingo. With the Beast's pirates' vast resources, they could collect the necessary materials for smile production much faster than Doflamingo ever could. This would significantly speed up the creation of Kaido's Beast army. Considering the long-term gains, Kaido realized that attacking the Marine G5 base, even at the risk of angering the Marines, might be worth it. Thus, he agreed to Doflamingo's plan. Since Doflamingo had an insider among the G5 base's upper ranks, Kaido entrusted the operation to him. All Doflamingo needed to do was provide the time and location for the attack. Kaido had no reason to suspect Doflamingo would double-cross him now. However, Kaido had no idea that Doflamingo was playing a risky yet cost-free game. After hanging up the phone, Doflamingo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he thought. Only he could turn a certain death scenario into a golden opportunity to eliminate my enemy. One day, I'll prove who the true king is to the world. Even the celestial dragons who look down on me will be beneath my feet. Meanwhile, Byakuya remained unaware that Doflamingo and the Beast's pirates had reached an agreement to attack him. Instead, he was lounging on the top deck of the Polar Knight, sunbathing and feeling quite relaxed. With the toll fees collected from passing ships raking in millions of berries daily, he couldn't help but admire his genius for solving the branch's financial problems so easily. Collecting tolls from the Yonko's crews, who else could have thought of such a brilliant idea? Only me, Byakuya thought smugly as he opened his system panel. Host, Byakuya. Template, One Punch Man, Saitama. Fusion level, 40%. World energy, 113,000. Fusion level from 40% to 41% requires 3,200 world energy. Special skills, Kin's Engine, Telekinesis, Max, Armament Hockey LV8, Special Skill, Ryuo, Observation Hockey LV8, Swordsmanship, Max, Infinite Recovery, Passive. Summon, Testicles Ninja Sonic, 1,000 points, already summoned. Byakuya had accumulated a substantial amount of world source power, reaching 6 figures. This resulted from altering 2 or 3 plot points and defeating tens of thousands of fishmen. He had been saving this power to summon certain characters to clear himself of suspicions at crucial moments. However, now that he had so much, Byakuya decided to spend some of it and increase his fusion rate. Summoning characters from the One Punch Man world wasn't too costly, so he used 41,000 points to raise his fusion rate to 50%. As the strengthening energy surged through his body, Byakuya felt a boundless power growing within him. Only now did he feel he had acquired half of Saitama's strength. At the same time, the system's notification sound chimed again. Congratulations, host. Fusion rate has reached 50%. You may now randomly draw a special ability from a powerful figure in the One Punch Man world. Drawing complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ability of S-Class Hero Terrible Tornado, Telekinesis. Byakuya was momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected to receive telekinesis again. Previously, he had most wanted to draw Tornado's telekinesis ability but got Jiryugenship's telekinesis instead. While both were forms of telekinesis, their power was vastly different. Tornado's ability was overall stronger. However, Jiryugenship's telekinesis had its unique features, making both abilities valuable in their own right. Now that he had both, Byakuya wondered how the system would handle it. Would the two powers merge, or would they be considered separate skills? Just as he was pondering, the system chimed again. Ding! Due to the host's mastery of the special skill, telekinesis, which is already at max level, Tornado's telekinesis cannot automatically merge. What? Don't tell me the system will just cancel this reward. Byakuya thought anxiously. But the system quickly reassured him. You have encountered a rare event. 2 options are now available for you to choose from. 2 options? The system was showing a bit of flexibility this time. Option 1, you may choose one of the 2 telekinesis abilities. The one you abandon will be forgotten, and the one you keep will remain at max level. Byakuya didn't even need to look at the first option. Losing either ability would be a waste, considering all the hard-earned world source power he had used to increase his fusion rate. So, he immediately focused on the second option. Option 2, if the host wishes to retain both types of telekinesis, you may spend 10,000 points of world source power to fuse them. The fused telekinesis will combine the strengths of both abilities and become even more powerful. After reading the second option, Byakuya didn't hesitate and quickly chose it. What's a little world source power? I've got plenty of it. Fusion complete. Special skill, extreme telekinesis, max level. Looking at his newly upgraded skill in the system panel, Byakuya nodded in satisfaction. Though he hadn't yet tested the power of extreme telekinesis, he imagined it might be impressive. He was very pleased with the outcome of this fusion rate upgrade. The next day, the den mushi that Byakuya kept close to him suddenly rang. It was a special line between him and Rob Lucci. Whenever it rang, it meant a situation required Byakuya's decision. Byakuya answered the call. Hello, is there a problem? Byakuya asked. Byakuya-sama, there's no issue on our end, Lucci replied. However, Morgan's just called, asking if the night organization intends to attend Big Mom's upcoming tea party. What? An invitation to Big Mom's tea party? Byakuya wasn't entirely surprised that Big Mom had reached out to the night organization through Morgan's. After all, Morgan's was the World Economy newspaper president and was certainly on Big Mom's guest list. Given how mysterious the night organization was, with very few knowing anything about it, it made sense that Big Mom would find it difficult to contact them directly. Using someone like Morgan's made things easier. Lucci continued, Morgan's mentioned that the Vinsmoke family will also attend Big Mom's tea party. It seems he has some insider information. The last time the night organization acted, they got into a minor skirmish with the Vinsmoke family in the North Blue while searching for someone named Law. It wasn't a large conflict, and the news hadn't spread widely. Only a handful of people knew about it, and Morgan's was one of them. That's why he had informed Lucci, hoping to curry favor with the night organization, as he wanted more juicy stories from them in the future. So, the Vinsmokes are attending too, Byakuya mused. He knew about Lucci and Enel's small confrontation with the Vinsmokes while searching for Law, but he hadn't given it much thought. The Vinsmoke family was insignificant to him, and wiping them out would be easy. The only key figure related to the main plot was Sanji, who had already left his family and worked at a restaurant in East Blue. After Morgan's reminder, however, Byakuya began to connect the dots in the story. Could it be that the Vinsmoke family feels threatened by the night organization and seeks an alliance with Big Mom to protect themselves? Have I unwittingly advanced the storyline? Byakuya wondered. Will Sanji still be the groom in this marriage? Byakuya's curiosity was piqued, and he suddenly felt a strong urge to attend the tea party and see for himself. Maybe this event could even net him more world source power. Tell Morgans that the night organization will attend the tea party, Byakuya instructed. Lucci, however, expressed concern. Byakuya-sama, what if the Vinsmokes and Big Mom conspire against us during the tea party? Lucci's worries were reasonable. It wasn't out of the question for such a plot to occur. Chapter 154, Invitation. Byakuya didn't mind at all about the potential trap. If Big Mom decided to take action, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to test the power of his extreme telekinesis. Using an Emperor of the Sea as practice would justify the 10,000 points of world source power he spent. Don't worry. It's just an Emperor of the Sea. If they dare to attack, they won't even have a tea party to continue, Byakuya said calmly. Hearing this, Rob Lucci's worries instantly faded. After all, there was nothing to be overly concerned about with Byakuya around. How long will moving Skypiea near the Marine G5 base take? Byakuya asked. Since Skypiea floated 3,000 meters above the clouds, 10,000 meters from the ground, Byakuya wasn't worried about anyone discovering it above the G5 base. It'll take about another week, Lucci replied. Still that long? Byakuya frowned slightly. Sensing his dissatisfaction, Lucci quickly explained, Enel is doing his best, but the weather in the New World is extremely unpredictable, and it takes extra time when encountering bad weather. It won't affect the tea party, will it? Byakuya asked. No, the tea party is in 20 days, so we'll make it on time, Lucci reassured him. Good. Keep up the pace, Byakuya said, then hung up the phone. Lucci sighed in relief, glad Byakuya wasn't angry. He immediately contacted Morgans to finalize the time and location to receive the tea party invitation. After confirming the night organization's attendance, Morgans promptly informed Big Mom. At that moment, no one could predict what would happen at the tea party in 20 days. But both Byakuya, Big Mom, the Vinsmoke family, and Morgans were eagerly awaiting the event. A week later, just as Lucci estimated, Enel had finally moved Skypiea above the Marine G5 base after tirelessly working day and night. Rumor had it that Enel lost 10 pounds in the process. He looked gaunt with deep circles under his eyes, as if he had been overindulging. That day, Byakuya announced at the G5 base that he would train on a nearby deserted island, leaving all affairs with Virgo and Fergus. To prevent unexpected events beyond their control, Byakuya also gave Ferguson a den mushi that could contact him directly in emergencies. After making all the necessary arrangements, Byakuya left the G5 base. He circled the sea for a while, picked up Sonic and Caesar, lurking near the G5 base, and suddenly accelerated into the sky, heading for Skypiea 10,000 meters above the ground. As soon as Byakuya left, Virgo quickly informed Doflamingo. Both men were nearly bursting with excitement. With the Beast's pirates willing to assist, all they lacked was an opportunity to catch Byakuya alone. Doflamingo knew that Byakuya had a strong background and was highly valued by the Marines. If the Beast's pirates attacked Byakuya, the Marines would respond swiftly, possibly sending an admiral-level force to rescue him. This could ruin their plan to kill Byakuya. To avoid this, they needed to lure him to an isolated place, slowing the spread of information. Even if the Marines learned of the attack and dispatched reinforcements, the delay would mean Byakuya wouldn't last under the Beast's pirates' fierce assault and would die at Kaido's hands. They had been racking their brains on how to trick Byakuya into going to a deserted place alone, but to their delight, Byakuya had handed them the perfect opportunity. They needed to quickly locate the island where Byakuya was training and contact the Beast's pirates. Together, the Beast's pirates and the Don Quixote family would ambush Byakuya, overwhelming him with their combined strength and eliminating him before any unexpected problems arose. So, Virgo and Doflamingo frantically searched the islands around the G5 base to track down Byakuya. Unfortunately, all their efforts were in vain. They were searching in the wrong place, and there was no chance of success. After all, Byakuya was currently on Skypiea, 10,000 meters above the ground, while they scoured the islands below. Even if Doflamingo searched until his death, he would never find Byakuya this way. By now, Byakuya had arrived on Skypiea with Sonic and Caesar. Looking around at the unique scenery and the sea of white clouds, Caesar weakly muttered, "So, this is Skypiea?" As a well-read mad scientist, Caesar had come across information about Skypiea in books before. Byakuya removed his mask and smiled. "This will be your new laboratory for producing artificial devil fruits." When Caesar saw Byakuya's young and familiar face, he suddenly recalled a photo Doflamingo had shown him after their last failed transaction. Caesar exclaimed in shock, "You're a Marine Rear Admiral." No one in the world would have guessed that the mysterious leader of the Night Organization was a Marine officer. Byakuya chuckled and nodded. "Sorry to correct you, but I've been promoted. I'm now a Marine Vice Admiral. My name is Byakuya." Caesar's heart sank when Byakuya introduced himself with such a calm smile. He knew very well that once Byakuya revealed both his identity and face, it meant one of two things. Caesar would either die or he would never be able to escape the control of the Knight organization. Since Byakuya hadn't used observation haki to hide his presence when he arrived, Enel's mantra, observation haki, quickly sensed him. Enel, Lucci, Robin, and Law, who had recently joined the organization, soon gathered before Byakuya. Upon seeing Robin, Byakuya suddenly remembered storing a poneglyph from Fishman Island in his system space. This was the perfect time to take it out for Robin to study and document, after which he could reclaim it. This would net him an additional 3,000 points of world source power. Robin's eyes widened, filled with indescribable excitement as she laid eyes on the poneglyph. She immediately immersed herself in studying it, completely ignoring Byakuya. Seeing how focused she was, Byakuya didn't interrupt her. Instead, he introduced Sonic to the group. This is Robin, the historian of our organization. After greeting Byakuya, Lucci, and the others turned their attention to Sonic and Caesar. Byakuya continued his introductions. This is Sound Speed Ninja Sonic, the first member to join the Knight organization. His strength is considerable. When I first established the Knight organization, Sonic already worked for me. You should all get to know each other. Close call. I almost said the nickname out loud. Joking privately is one thing, but in front of others, Byakuya had to be careful. Even though Sonic's loyalty was 100% and his feelings wouldn't change due to a nickname, Byakuya still refrained from joking around in front of the group. Hearing that Sonic had been with Byakuya since the start of the Knight organization, everyone stepped forward to introduce themselves, showing great respect. Sonic, as always, displayed the same arrogant attitude in the anime. His eyes carried a hint of disdain, somewhat resembling Enel when he once called himself a god. He barely nodded in acknowledgement of their greetings, showing none of the respect he had for Byakuya. However, Lucci and Law didn't mind. For someone as strong as Sonic and one of the earliest members to follow Byakuya, it was normal to have a bit of an attitude. After all, which powerhouse in this vast sea didn't have a temper? But Enel wasn't pleased with Sonic's attitude. Though he didn't dare act out in front of Byakuya, he thought, is being one of Byakuya's first followers worth being so arrogant? Enel decided he'd find a chance to test Sonic's strength and see if his arrogance was justified. Byakuya noticed Enel's displeasure but didn't intervene. He wasn't trying to turn Lucci and the others into obedient little sheep. He was fine with some healthy competition as long as they followed his orders, didn't fight among themselves, and didn't sabotage each other during missions. After all, strong people have the right to be proud. If you don't like it, knock him down a peg and ensure he never acts that way around you again. However, if Enel challenged Sonic now, he'd probably get beaten. Sonic's current strength was comparable to that of a Marine Elite Vice Admiral, while Enel's power was a bit weaker, more on par with a regular Vice Admiral. There was a gap between them, but not too large. However, Byakuya was planning to take the members of the Knight organization to Big Mom's tea party, and he didn't expect it to go smoothly. If a conflict arose with the Big Mom pirates, Byakuya couldn't rely solely on his strength, while the other members were significantly weaker. If that were the case, the Knight organization wouldn't be able to instill fear in the powers of the sea. To solve this, Byakuya planned to use world power to upgrade Sonic's strength to an admiral level before attending the tea party. That would widen the gap between Sonic and Enel even further. Unfortunately, this upgrade ability could only be used on characters Byakuya had summoned, and for his plans, he couldn't summon people recklessly into the One Piece world. He had to use this power wisely. Otherwise, he would bring in 4 or 5 admiral-level figures to show off. After introducing Sonic, Byakuya grabbed Caesar and introduced him to Lucci. This guy has the gas fruit, a Logia-type ability. He's not particularly strong, but he's a genius in science. I'm leaving him on Sky Island to produce artificial devil fruits. So, if he needs anything, try to accommodate it as long as it's not outrageous. But be cautious. This guy's not honest, and escaping would be easy for him with his Logia ability. Lucci nodded seriously. Don't worry, Lord Byakuya. I'll make sure he doesn't leave Sky Island. Caesar, on the other hand, smiled ingratiatingly. Lord Byakuya, I would never try to escape. I'm even considering joining the Knight organization. Though he said this, Caesar had already planned his escape. There was no way he'd spend his life on Sky Island making artificial devil fruits. Once he got away, he'd hide somewhere safe and reveal Byakuya's identity as the leader of the Knight organization. That would cause Byakuya endless trouble, leaving him no time to hunt down Caesar, who would be hiding. Byakuya glanced at Caesar with disdain. You won't run away? Who would believe that? Without Caesar's inability to be restrained by Seastone while making artificial devil fruits, Byakuya would have now stuffed him full of Seastone. At that moment, Law stepped forward and said, Lord Byakuya, I might have a way to keep Caesar from even thinking about escaping Sky Island. Hearing this, Byakuya suddenly realized, oh, right. With Law here, who needs Seastone? I could just have him remove Caesar's heart. Eager to prove his worth, Law wasn't acting out of pride. After all, the Knight organization had saved him from the Vinsmoke family's clutches. During his time on Sky Island, Lucci had been teaching him how to use armament and observation hockey. Everyone in the organization treated him well, giving him a sense of camaraderie he hadn't felt in a long time. Byakuya smiled at Law and said, I almost forgot about your fruit's ability. All right, I'll leave Caesar to you. Leave it to me. Law replied confidently. Caesar, however, was unimpressed. I've escaped from a marine prison and Big Mom's pirates. My ability to flee is unmatched. Am I going to be held in check by some kid? What a joke! But a moment later, Caesar wasn't laughing anymore. Law extended his hand and whispered, Room. A semi-transparent dome appeared around Caesar, and Law's sword, Kikoku, was unsheathed. Right before Caesar's eyes, Law extracted his heart from his body. It floated within a small, square space, still beating. Caesar stared in shock at the gaping hole in his chest and his heart floating in midair. This is my heart? Why doesn't it hurt? Caesar asked in disbelief. It doesn't hurt? Byakuya took the heart from Law and squeezed it lightly. Caesar let out a blood-curdling scream. At that moment, Lucci and Enel realized why Byakuya had brought Law into the Knight organization. His power was truly incredible. Chapter 155, Improvement. With only a week left until the tea party, Byakuya had finalized who would attend with him. From his perspective, the likelihood of a fight breaking out during the tea party was quite high. Therefore, those attending had to be strong and capable of defending themselves. Based on the current members of the Knight organization, Lucci, Enel, and Sonic were definite choices. However, Byakuya also wanted to bring Law along. Although Law's current strength was lacking, Byakuya knew that with a little time and proper guidance, Law's deep-seated hatred for Doflamingo would continue to drive him to improve. Taking Law to witness one of the four emperors standing at the peak of the sea wouldn't be a bad thing for him. After thinking about it for a while, Byakuya decided to also bring Bruno. After all, Bruno's devil fruit ability was quite useful and might come in handy. Just as Byakuya decided, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar outside. Lightning streaked across the sky, casting dark clouds over half of Skypiea. This is Enel's ability. Could there be an intruder on Skypiea? Byakuya muttered to himself. It can't be this much of a coincidence, right? I just moved Skypiea here, and we've already been discovered? Sensing the intensity of the battle, Byakuya rushed to the scene only to find Enel and Sonic locked in combat. From the looks of it, they had been fighting for a while, and the battle was nearing its end as both prepared to unleash their most powerful moves. Seeing Byakuya arrive, Lucci slightly bowed and said, I didn't expect you to be disturbed, Byakuya-sama. Byakuya smiled wryly. With such a commotion, it's hard not to be. In the sky, lightning and explosions lit up the clouds, creating a spectacle visible to nearly everyone on the island. Worried that Byakuya might misunderstand, Lucci quickly explained, "They're just sparring to gauge each other's strength. There's no bad blood between them." "I understand," Byakuya replied as he watched the two fighting figures. He asked, "Lucci, who do you think is stronger?" Lucci thought momentarily before replying, "In terms of raw power, Sonic should have the edge. But because Enel is a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, and Sonic's armament haki isn't particularly strong, he poses little danger to Enel. So, during the fight, they seem evenly matched." Byakuya nodded, impressed. As expected of the strongest individual in CP9's 800-year history, Lucci's analysis was spot on. Sonic hadn't been familiar with haki for long, and he could code his ninja blade with armament haki due to his innate strength. Meanwhile, Enel, after mastering armament haki, had seen a significant boost in his abilities, especially in the development of his devil fruit powers. It was clear that Enel's strength had more than doubled since Byakuya first encountered him. If Sonic were fighting someone with physical skills similar to Enel's but without his devil fruit abilities, the fight wouldn't be as difficult. As Byakuya and Lucci chatted, the battle in the sky peaked. Enel, brandishing his golden staff, was surrounded by arcs of lightning and declared loudly, "Though your strength is indeed impressive, you are no match for me." Sonic, holding his ninja blade in reverse across his chest, responded coldly, "Strength is determined by power, not by who talks tougher." Enel scoffed, lightning flashing in his eyes. "Take this move, and I'll acknowledge your strength." 100 million volts, Thunder God. In an instant, Enel unleashed 100 million volts of electricity. Countless lightning bolts enveloped his body, illuminating the sky as if it were daytime. Under this immense electrical power, Enel's body expanded dozens of times in size, his staff now appearing to be made entirely of lightning. The spectacle made him look like a god of thunder, causing awe and fear in all who witnessed it. Byakuya, watching from a distance, remarked with some surprise, "Not bad. I didn't expect Enel to develop his devil fruit powers to this extent in just a few months." Lucci, who was familiar with Enel, replied, "That guy's obsessed with training. He ignores everything else and just focuses on improving his strength. It seems like he's put in a lot of effort to try and surpass me," Byakuya mused. "At this rate, he might reach a tenth of my current power in a few more years." Lucci fell silent, thinking, "A tenth of your power in a few years? So, even if Enel trains his whole life, will he only reach that level?" It was a merciless assessment. Enel might have coughed up blood out of sheer frustration if he had heard it. But if Byakuya knew what Lucci was thinking, he'd probably tell him, "You still don't fully understand your boss. Once I reached full synchronization, I could split the earth in two with a single punch. Enel could train for 10,000 years and still never reach my level. After all, humans have limits." As Enel prepared to unleash his most powerful attack, Sonic, too, readied his ultimate technique. He sheathed his shorter ninja blade, leaving only the longer one strapped to his back. Gripping it with both hands, he murmured, "Ultimate art, 10 shadows burial." Sonic's figure began to blur before everyone's eyes. It seemed he was standing still, but subtle changes could be observed every moment. Just as Enel prepared to strike with his thunderous attack, 10 images of Sonic suddenly appeared, surrounding him. Even with his heightened mantra, observation haki, Enel couldn't pinpoint which of the figures was the real Sonic. But hesitation wasn't in Enel's nature. Unable to distinguish the real from the fake, he destroyed them all. "Ha!" he shouted, swinging his lightning staff at the closest shadow. Thunder roared as the staff struck, and the image shattered into nothingness. "A fake?" Enel muttered. Without hesitation, he continued swinging his staff at the remaining images of Sonic. Suddenly, a cold and eerie voice echoed from the sky, "Burial." Only 9 afterimages looked up at Enel simultaneously, raising their ninja swords. The purple figures intersected and charged toward him. With his quick reflexes, Enel unleashed a massive surge of endless lightning wrapped around his body. He was confident that this amount of electricity would reveal Sonic's real body. However, Enel didn't anticipate Sonic darting through the lightning like a slippery eel, evading the attacks. Even though 4 afterimages were lost in the process, Sonic still managed to get within striking distance of Enel. For Sonic, this close range was his ideal fighting distance. His ninja blade was now coated with the black hue of armament hockey. Like being stared down by a venomous snake, a sense of danger filled Enel's heart. He instinctively attempted to slip into his Logia form to dodge, but the pitch-black blade was already inches from his face. Could it be? Is he trying to kill me? A flash of fear crossed Enel's eyes. This was the second time his prideful self had felt the presence of death looming over him. As the blade was about to land, Byakuya's voice rang out, "Stop. Don't scare him." The moment the words left his mouth, Sonic's sword halted, hovering a mere centimeter from Enel's forehead. It was clear Sonic had never intended to kill Enel. If that were his true goal, there's no way he could have stopped such a powerful strike so suddenly. Sonic sheathed his sword and walked over to Byakuya, bowing respectfully, "Lord Byakuya." Pale and visibly shaken, Enel let the lightning around him dissipate and addressed Byakuya, "Lord Byakuya." Enel had entirely initiated the fight between Enel and Sonic. If Byakuya were to hold this against him, Enel knew he would be in serious trouble. But before Enel could speak up to explain, Sonic took the initiative, saying, "Lord Byakuya, I noticed that Enel is a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, and since I've never fought against a Logia before, I was eager to test my strength against him. I didn't expect to disturb you." Enel shot a surprised glance at Sonic. He hadn't expected Sonic to take the blame for the situation. Enel began to explain but was interrupted by Byakuya, who smiled and said, "I understand what's going on between you two. I don't mind that you're sparring. But I do have one condition: you're allowed to inflict serious injuries, but no killing blows. I have healing potions, so as long as no one dies, everything can be restored as it was." Byakuya paused before adding, "Also, when you two are out on missions together, I expect you to be partners who can trust each other with your backs." After saying that, Byakuya led Sonic away, leaving Enel standing there, feeling a new sense of belonging toward the organization. Watching Byakuya and Sonic leave, Enel felt emotions he had never experienced before, a deeper connection to the Knight organization. Seeing Enel's expression, Lucci patted him on the shoulder and smiled, "There's no shame in losing this time. As long as you keep training, you'll grow stronger. Besides, it's the only way we won't fall too far behind Lord Byakuya and end up just watching his back from a distance." The two exchanged glances, silently committing to train even harder. Back in the palace, Byakuya didn't waste time and got straight to the point with Sonic. "I have a way to increase your strength, but I'm not sure if it's good or bad for you. The process might also be painful, possibly unbearable. So, I wanted to ask for your consent first." Without any hesitation, Sonic replied, "I have no objections. If possible, Lord Byakuya, I'd like to begin immediately." Sonic was well aware of how difficult it would be to improve his current level of strength. Now that Byakuya was willing to use the world's essence to enhance his power, and the only cost was enduring some pain, Sonic felt it was an opportunity too good to pass up. Others could only dream of such a chance, and there was no way he would refuse. Seeing Sonic agree so quickly, Byakuya didn't delay. He opened the system interface. Elevating Sonic to the strength level of a Marine Admiral would cost 5,000 points of world essence. Although that didn't seem huge, Sonic's power would likely be at the lowest tier of Admiral-level strength after the enhancement. He would be slightly stronger than the weaker members of an Emperor's pirate crew, but not by much, meaning he could still face risks. However, for Byakuya, this was enough. "Do you wish to spend 5,000 world essence points to enhance Sonic's strength?" "Yes." Sonic felt a warm flow surge from deep within his body, spreading throughout and continuously strengthening his physical form. Contrary to Byakuya's warning about pain, Sonic felt no discomfort, just a warm, soothing sensation that made him feel extremely comfortable. But as the saying goes, all good things must end. The warmth vanished before Sonic could fully enjoy the sensation, leaving him wanting more, though he dared not say it aloud. Sonic stood up, stretched, and immediately noticed a significant boost in strength, speed, and reflexes. Everything had improved several times over. If Sonic were to fight Enel again now, Enel likely wouldn't have the chance to unleash a major attack. Sonic estimated he could defeat Enel in fewer than 10 moves, mainly due to Enel's Logia abilities. The drastic increase in strength left Sonic overjoyed and deeply grateful to Byakuya. However, Byakuya noticed that while Sonic's physical strength had been greatly enhanced, his mastery of armament and observation haki hadn't improved at all. This led Byakuya to realize that perhaps only he could use World Essence to enhance Haki's training levels. This revelation gave Byakuya a deeper understanding of the system. Byakuya reopened the system panel to check how much World Essence would be required to elevate Sonic's strength further. Since Sonic had reached Admiral-level strength, the system subdivided Admiral-level power into 5 tiers: beginner, low, mid, high, and peak. T/N, I honestly don't like this kind of tier. Sonic was currently at the beginner Admiral level. Byakuya then checked how much it would cost to raise Sonic from beginner to low Admiral. He gasped in disbelief. It would cost 10,000 World Essence points. Damn, this system is a total rip-off, Byakuya cursed internally. This guy's strength is something I could crush with a single punch, and yet it costs so much World Essence? What a black-hearted system. Byakuya's rant, fueled by his frustration with the system, wasn't concealed from Sonic, who was now fully aware of what Byakuya had said. The remark about crushing a bunch of low-level admirals with a single punch deeply wounded Sonic's pride. Sonic, now with beginner admiral strength, couldn't help but feel stung by Byakuya's words. Chapter 156, Big Mom Conspiracy. With his newfound strength vastly enhanced, Sonic's joy suddenly dissipated, replaced by a cold desolation. He staggered out of the palace, looked up at the sky, his gaze bleak and sorrowful, and muttered, "Am I really, this weak?" Moments later, he realized he wouldn't endure this weakness alone. After all, there were people on Skypiea who were weaker than him. He planned to find solace by building his happiness on others' suffering. With this dark resolve, Sonic set out to spar with anyone he could find, no longer just targeting Enel. Lucci and Law were now on his list as well. Enel and the others plunged into profound self-doubt for the next week, each questioning their strength. Meanwhile, Sonic returned to his usual, haughty self, occasionally sneering, this world still filled with weaklings. A week later, Byakuya and his group of 6 began their journey to Tato Land. Because Tato Land wasn't far from Skypiea, they arrived at its outer perimeter within a day. Tato Land comprised 34 islands, each governed by one of the 34 ministers under the Big Mom Pirates. At the center, like the brightest star surrounded by planets, was Cake Island, where Big Mom resided. Byakuya and his group's arrival wasn't early. There was already a long line at the entrance, with people showing their invitations from Big Mom for entry. Anyone without an invitation was treated as an intruder and instantly eliminated by Smoothie, one of the 4 sweet commanders. Watching Smoothie twist people's bodies like wet towels and squeeze them for juice, Byakuya felt a shiver of deep disgust. The power of her devil fruit was truly revolting. Producing his invitation, Byakuya and his group flew over the line, landing directly before Smoothie. Wait in line? Hell no, I'm one of those who slipped through 9 years of mandatory education. This cue-cutting behavior caused a stir, and someone shouted indignantly, "Why do you get to cut in line? Everyone else is waiting, you're no exception." Commander Smoothie, people like them deserve the same fate as those troublemakers, death. While some protested Byakuya's behavior, others recognized their attire and masks, whispering to their friends, "Shoo, they're from the Night Organization. They're not like us." Yet, another defiant soul, emboldened, sneered, "So what if they're from the Night Organization? Do they think they're above the Yonko? In Tato Land, everyone follows Big Mom's rules. No one's exempt, not even the Night Organization." He looked hopefully at Smoothie, expecting her to back him up. His intention was clear, he wanted to earn favor with the Big Mom pirates by belittling the Knight organization. Enel's brow furrowed, a flash of lightning crackling around him as he readied to strike, only to be held back by Lucci. Enel looked at Lucci in confusion, and Lucci silently gestured for patience, awaiting Byakuya's orders. Byakuya turned to the arrogant man, whose chest was puffed out with pride, and asked Smoothie, "Is this idiot one of your people?" Smoothie, aware that the Knight organization's power was not necessarily greater than that of Big Mom, knew Big Mom was particularly interested in their presence today. Her wrath would be enormous if this trivial issue deterred them from attending the tea party and ruined Big Mom's plans. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she shook her head firmly. "No, he's merely a guest at the tea party's outer gate." "Good," Byakuya replied, "then we're free to deal with him." Enel unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning at his command, hurtling toward the man. Terrified, he cried out, "Commander Smoothie, save me." Smoothie hesitated. She recognized him, a new pirate supernova recently emerging in the New World. His strength was decent, and he had expressed interest in aligning with Big Mom's crew, so Big Mom had invited him. The tea party was meant to formalize his alliance with the Big Mom pirates. If he were killed here by the Knight organization, it could discourage other supernovas from joining Big Mom's forces. She couldn't let him die here, not in Land. With her mind made up, Smoothie lifted her massive sword, stepping forward to intervene, only to be blocked by Lucci, who appeared in front of her. "That fool insulted the Knight organization and must pay for it," Lucci said coldly. "If you wish to interfere, we'd be more than willing to take you on." His tone made it clear that the Knight organization had no respect for Smoothie or the Big Mom pirates. "You!" Rage overtook Smoothie, though the moment for action had already passed. Helpless, she could only watch as the man was reduced to a smoldering pile of ash. The surrounding crowd, shocked by the Knight organization's audacity, instinctively backed away, trying to distance themselves and these wild members. This organization was mad, killing in Land, right before Smoothie, with no regard for the Big Mom pirates. And by the looks of it, they might even fight Big Mom's crew if provoked. As the standoff continued, a tall figure approached from a distance. Byakuya glanced up, recognizing this person instantly. Though it was their first meeting, he knew exactly who stood before him: Katakuri, the foremost of the Sweet Commanders, the pillar of the Big Mom pirates, the family's core figure. Famous for his unparalleled strength and undefeated record, he was regarded as the pinnacle of the Charlotte family's might. That said, fate had him fall to the fifth emperor, Luffy, albeit with some leniency. Still torn over her decision, Smoothie quickly approached Katakuri, saying, "Brother Katakuri, they." Katakuri raised his hand to stop her, then turned to Byakuya. "Mother has invited you to join her on Cake Island." "So Big Mom already knows we're here?" "The Knight organization is a distinguished guest. As soon as you arrived, Mama was informed and sent me to welcome you, preventing potential misunderstandings." Byakuya sneered. Misunderstandings? Though the Knight organization had rarely taken action on the seas, their first move was the thunderous annihilation of one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile. Due to their mysterious nature, many forces on the Grand Line remained highly cautious of them. Without Big Mom's permission, no one would dare provoke them. Moreover, just as conflict seemed imminent between the Knight organization and Smoothie, Katakuri conveniently appeared to diffuse the tension. How coincidental. But Big Mom's action stirred Byakuya's curiosity. He wanted to see what she planned to do at this tea party. Thus, he chose not to expose the situation. Noticing the subtle undertones in Byakuya's words, Katakuri's eyes flashed with understanding. He simply opened the doors and gestured for Byakuya to enter. Byakuya led his group forward, not looking back as the doors closed heavily behind them. Katakuri then sighed, directing those around him, "Remove the body. The rest of you resume orderly entrance into the city." With Katakuri present, the lines quickly returned to their previous order, though Smoothie couldn't help but ask, "Brother Katakuri, what's going on?" Katakuri replied, "Let it be for now. Mama has her arrangements." "Oh, understood." Smoothie nodded and silently stood guard, but Katakuri was lost in thought. His mind kept replaying the image of the Night Organization, especially their masked leader. Katakuri had honed his observation haki to an exceptional degree, even reaching a point where he could briefly see the future. Yet, when he tried to predict the Night Organization's leader, he failed for the first time since gaining this ability. An unusual sense of unease crept in. From their actions, it seemed they were unafraid of the Big Mom pirates. Even here in Tado Land, their resolve was unwavering. Would Mama's plan still succeed? Or might this end in a chaotic clash that disrupts Cake Island? Given the nearby Marine G5 base's recent strange movements and the news from Snack, Katakuri sensed that the Big Mom pirates were walking into a storm, surrounded by potential threats. Mishandling any part of this situation could spell disaster. After entering Tado Land, guides led Byakuya and his group to Cake Island. Everywhere they looked, there were edible sweets, and each island in the territory bore the name of a dessert. At the heart of Tado Land, Cake Island towered like a layered millefeuille, unmistakable even to a first-time visitor. Big Mom had invited many guests for the tea party, and with numerous matters to handle, the event wouldn't start for another 3 days. During this time, Byakuya's group was to stay at a hotel on Cake Island. A towering figure in a grand, cake-crafted castle nearby sat on a throne, watching a small screen before her. It showed footage of Byakuya's group, capturing their near conflict with Smoothie at the gate. Ha ha ha! That Night Organization, they're quite bold. If Katakuri hadn't arrived on time, they really would have taken action against Smoothie. Big Mom remarked, stuffing sweets into her mouth, looking thoroughly pleased. Rather than displeased with their behavior, she appeared delighted, as though their actions fit her plans perfectly. Beside her, her 35th daughter, Charlotte Pudding, looked puzzled at the screen. Mama, they almost attacked Sister Smoothie. That's exactly what I wanted to see, someone bold enough to take action. Big Mom smashed the screen with one hand, growling, their willingness to act proves their strength. They're worth recruiting. Pudding frowned. But, isn't the Germa 66 family also at odds with the Night Organization? They only agreed to be our vassal because they threatened him. The tea party is meant to announce that the Germa 66 will serve us. If we recruit the Night Organization too, won't that make Germa 66 reconsider? Big Mom looked at her approvingly, patting her on the head. Among all her daughters, Pudding was the brightest and easiest to manage. Big Mom chuckled, my dear, not just anyone can be our vassal. They must demonstrate their worth. But Germa 66 is the dominant force in the North Blue, and their clone soldiers seem formidable. Big Mom grinned, yet, consider that Germa 66 joined us to escape the Night Organization. That means we're taking on their risk. We must choose between Germa 66 and the Night Organization. And the right answer might just be coming into view. Chapter 157, Code of Conduct. With only a day left before the tea party, a massive fortress moved slowly across the sea toward Tado Land. This fortress could travel on the ocean due to its tank-like base, with large, barrel-like wheels compactly aligned to support its weight. Its grand entrance immediately revealed the visitor's identity to the crowd gathered at the gate. Pirates from the North Blue gasped, that's the North Blue Dominator, the Germa Kingdom. What's the Germa Kingdom doing here in the New World for Mama's tea party? Some more informed guests whispered. I heard the Night Organization arrived for Mama's tea party yesterday, and now the Germa Kingdom has shown up. Rumor has it that the Night Organization had a conflict with the Germa Kingdom back in the North Blue, and now, with both of these major powers gathered in Tado Land, this tea party might be full of surprises. The crowd sensed the intrigue. This gathering would likely be far from a typical tea party. On the War Fortress, as Cake Island came into view, Vinsmoke Judge grew increasingly uneasy. Had it not been for the clash with the Night Organization, he would never have made such a drastic decision. Judge recalled that he'd been shocked when Ichiji returned carrying the severely injured Niji. He hadn't expected anyone in the North Blue to dare lay a hand on a member of the Vinsmoke family, let alone lead his son in such a brutal state. Enraged, Judge had planned to retaliate, but after learning Ichiji's full story, his anger was quickly replaced by cold dread. It became clear just how powerful the mysterious Night Organization was and that they feared no one, not even the Vinsmoke family. If Trafalgar Law hadn't chosen to seek revenge personally, Judge doubted his family would have lasted 3 days before being erased by the Night Organization's retaliation. Though they hadn't yet acted, the looming presence of Trafalgar Law posed a constant, looming threat, a threat Judge couldn't retaliate against. This made him increasingly anxious. Then, he was invited to Big Mom's tea party at just the right time. Judge knew Mama valued Germa's influence in the North Blue and their lineage factor technology, having tried several times before to recruit them as vassals, a proposal Judge had always declined. Judge had always believed that continually refining their lineage factor technology would one day create powerful soldiers rivaling the 4 emperors and marine admirals, soldiers who would follow the Vinsmoke family's orders without question. By then, uniting the seas would be within their grasp. However, with the Night Organization's sudden rise, Judge could no longer afford the luxury of a lengthy research process. If he took too long, he feared the Night Organization would come for them first. Lacking the strength to resist them, Judge decided to seek an alliance with a force strong enough to counter the Night Organization so that once the danger was eliminated, he could continue developing lineage factor technology without interruption. Thus, the Big Mom Pirates became Judge's prime choice, and to strengthen the alliance, he proposed a marriage between the two factions. Of course, Judge didn't entirely relish becoming subordinate to a pirate crew. Becoming family, however, sounded much more agreeable. Big Mom, far from objecting to the proposal, readily approved. They decided to make an engagement ceremony official at the tea party. Judge, however, had his considerations when selecting which child to offer in marriage. Judge had 4 children: Reiju, his eldest daughter; Ichiji, his first son; Niji, his second son; and Sanji, his third son. While the first 3 were his pride and joy, genetically enhanced with superhuman abilities, the youngest, Sanji, was his only failure, exhibiting no special abilities. Years ago, Judge had exiled Sanji from the family. However, he'd recently learned Sanji had been living as a chef in the East Blue, and a thought struck him: why waste a successful child in this marriage when he could offer up the so-called failure instead? After all, Big Mom knew nothing about the details, and Sanji was, after all, still the 3rd prince of the Germa kingdom. So, Judge sent his men to the East Blue to capture Sanji and force him to attend the engagement. As Judge reflected on this, his eldest daughter, Reiju, approached him. "Father, we've arrived in Tado Land. Shall we go ashore? Has that Sanji brat agreed yet?" Judge asked without looking at her. Reiju answered, he remained strongly opposed to the engagement. "I'll keep working on convincing him to comply." "Humph. That worthless fool should listen to me and follow my plan," Judge snapped. Stubborn, just like his mother. Regardless of his feelings, this engagement will go forward as planned. Tell the men to leave some of our soldiers here to guard the fortress, and the rest will enter Tado Land with us. Before leaving, Reiju hesitated and asked, "Father, are you sure this marriage with the Big Mom Pirates is wise? What if they decide to trap us in Tado Land?" Judge had considered this possibility, but he had no other options regarding their current situation. If things did take such a turn, he wasn't entirely unprepared. "Don't worry, Reiju. The Vinsmoke family won't be so easily controlled." "Yes, Father." Reiju nodded, then left to organize their entry into Tado Land. Meanwhile, Byakuya was still on Cake Island, enjoying Tado Land's unique assortment of desserts. He had to admit Big Mom truly lived up to her reputation as a glutton. The island's sweets included nearly every famous treat from across the seas. They were made with top-quality ingredients and exceptional flavors that had Byakuya savoring each bite. He thought that if he ever clashed with Big Mom, he'd have to plunder all the desserts first. Destroying such delicacies in battle would be a real shame. After all, Byakuya held a simple creed: never waste good food. If he hadn't been eager to see the drama unfold at the tea party, he might have packed up every dessert and left. Just as he finished and was about to head back, he spotted a familiar face, the head of the World Economic Journal, Morgans. Upon seeing Byakuya, Morgans looked thrilled, his bird-like face alight with excitement. Since the Night Organization's recent takedown of Crocodile, with footage given exclusively to Morgans for broadcast, Morgans had come to appreciate the benefits of such sensational news. Watching the entire world in shock over his reports had given Morgans a profound sense of fulfillment, akin to how a pirate's ultimate goal is finding One Piece and becoming the Pirate King. But ever since that incident, the Night Organization had kept a low profile, leaving Morgans without any earth-shattering news, a drought that left him itching for more. Yet, unable to command the Night Organization, he'd simply had to bide his time, waiting for them to reach out again. And Big Mom's tea party provided the perfect chance for him to make that connection. Morgans had been looking around Tado Land for the Night Organization when he accidentally ran into Byakuya on the street. "Byakuya, my old friend, what a surprise to see you here." Morgans raised his wings, approaching for a hug. But before he could get close, Byakuya held him back with one hand. "Back off. We're not that close. You're acting like we're in cahoots, people might get the wrong idea." Error. Yet, being someone who had seen his share of high-stakes situations, Morgans wasn't fazed by Byakuya's blunt rejection. He naturally lowered his wings and continued chatting as if nothing had happened. "I just couldn't help myself. It's been ages since I've seen you, and I got too excited. My apologies." Byakuya sighed. "Do you want to see me, or are you just chasing after some big story?" Seeing that he'd been found out, Morgans laughed. "With you around, there's always bound to be a big scoop. So seeing you and seeing the news are the same." Byakuya's brow furrowed. "Oh? What's that supposed to mean?" Morgans eagerly leaned in. "You don't know yet?" This morning, the Vinsmoke family arrived in Tado Land. He then looked around cautiously, motioning for his crew to keep passers-by at a distance so no one could overhear. Byakuya watched Morgans' behavior with curiosity. "What are you trying to tell me?" Byakuya didn't particularly dislike Morgans, so he let him carry on. Morgans leaned closer, whispering, "Byakuya, I heard some friction between you and the Vinsmoke family?" "Of course. The Vinsmokes killed an ally of one of our members. Naturally, we're going to retaliate. If it weren't for that member wanting to settle the score himself, the Vinsmokes would have been wiped from the North Blue a month ago," Byakuya replied plainly. Hearing Byakuya's matter-of-fact tone, Morgans swallowed hard. The Night Organization certainly wasn't one to let things slide. They had a killer reputation. "Well, I heard that the Vinsmokes might have a rather close relationship with the Big Mom pirates. If you go after the Vinsmokes, you'll get on Big Mom's bad side. So, it might be worth thinking twice before you act." Byakuya's eyes narrowed. "Are they planning to use this tea party to arrange a marriage alliance?" "Marriage? What marriage? You mean the Big Mom pirates and the Vinsmokes?" Morgan's eyes widened as he pressed for details, his curiosity bordering on desperation. Initially, he'd wanted to warn Byakuya about the unusual relationship between the Vinsmokes and Big Mom just as a heads-up before the party. But hearing Byakuya mention a marriage alliance, a detail even Morgans hadn't known, was electrifying. On one side was the Big Mom pirates, one of the 4 emperors dominating the New World, and on the other was the Vinsmoke family, rulers of the North Blue. The news of their alliance would be enough to leave the world speechless. However, Morgans had to confirm the information before publishing it, as a journalist with a strict code of conduct, so he was keen to get details from Byakuya. Byakuya finally realized he'd accidentally revealed his suspicions and looked at Morgan's animated expression with regret. Chapter 158, Big Mom Party. "Byakuya, how did you know about their marriage alliance?" asked Morgans. Byakuya replied casually, "I was just guessing." Of course, Byakuya had based this guess on the storyline from his past life, making it about 90% certain. Still, he couldn't exactly tell Morgans that. Morgans shook his head and said, "Byakuya, I don't think that was just a wild guess. It sounds very plausible. But if that's the case, you realize that staying here might mean your night organization could face the combined might of both the Big Mom Pirates and the Vinsmoke family. Byakuya laughed it off. I was just speaking casually. After all, who says they're the only ones who could ally? For all we know, Big Mom could be planning a marriage alliance with our night organization instead. No need to overthink it. Deep in thought, Morgans responded, well, it's not entirely impossible. Byakuya chuckled inwardly. This Birdman was spiraling into wild imaginings. He had no intention of sticking around for that, so by the time Morgan snapped out of his musings, Byakuya was already gone. Far from disappointed, Morgans looked even more excited, muttering, wherever the night organization is, there's bound to be big news. This tea party is shaping up to be quite the show. The tea party began in earnest the following day, with attendees entering in the order Big Mom had arranged. First were the small-time factions from the New World, then the up-and-coming pirates making a name for themselves, hoping to curry favor with Big Mom. Next came the kings within Big Mom's territory, including the Vinsmoke family. Judge, Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, and even Sanji arrived, which made Byakuya's eyes light up. If Sanji was here, it would confirm a marriage alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Vinsmoke family, meaning a fight was likely on the horizon. Byakuya discreetly ordered Lucci and the others to stay ready for battle. However, he wasn't worried. Instead, he felt an odd excitement, knowing that because of the night organization's actions, the Vinsmoke family and Big Mom Pirates were forming this alliance 3 years ahead of the original timeline. To think, even Luffy hadn't set out to sea yet. If the alliance succeeded, the Straw Hat Pirates would lose Sanji as a crew member, thus altering the storyline. Wouldn't that grant him a massive influx of world source power? Sanji was one of the monster trio, after all. The more Byakuya thought about it, the more excited he got, his grin stretching ear to ear. He even missed his cue to enter the banquet, standing there with a foolishly wide smile. Fortunately, his mask covered his face, so no one noticed his unusual expression. Otherwise, his behavior might have led the guests to believe that the mysterious leader of the night organization was nothing more than a joke or a fool. Since Byakuya hadn't moved, neither did Lucci and the others. The other guests began to notice something was amiss. Everyone else had entered in turn, yet the 6 members of the night organization, intended as the grand finale, remained outside. Could they be planning to cause trouble? The atmosphere was becoming tense even before the party started. The judge eyed the night organization members at the banquet entrance in surprise, wondering if they had learned about our alliance with Big Mom and were too intimidated to step inside. Katakuri observed them with irritation. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't foresee Byakuya's actions even with his observation haki. He cursed inwardly. What are they planning to do? With Big Mom about to arrive, things could escalate fast if she saw them refusing to enter. So he hurried over, saying, Mr. Byakuya, is there something unsatisfactory about our arrangements? Huh? Not at all, Byakuya responded absent-mindedly, snapped back to reality by Katakuri's voice. Then why are you still not entering? Katakuri asked. Byakuya grinned. I was just caught up in a happy thought and didn't realize it was our turn to enter. The thought of soon gaining a massive amount of world source power naturally thrilled him. Katakuri paused, then replied, well, Mama will arrive soon, so it's best to get seated early. Byakuya led Lucci and the others inside, sitting close to the main table. Seated nearby to Byakuya's right was the Vinsmoke family, perhaps a deliberate choice by Big Mom. To his left was a section reserved for the underground leaders, including Morgans. When Morgan spotted Byakuya, he gave a friendly nod, but Byakuya barely noticed, his attention drawn to a young and charming woman seated nearby. If he wasn't mistaken, that woman was Stussy, Queen of the Pleasure District, another major figure in the pirate world's underworld. However, her true identity was that of a CP0 agent, and she was quite formidable. Ever since the Night Organization killed several CP0 operatives and wiped out CP8, the world government has harbored a deep grudge. However, the world government was completely dark about the Night Organization. As a CP0 agent, Stussy had a rare opportunity to get close to them, so naturally, she aimed to gather useful information to report back to the world government. It would be a major achievement if she could uncover the real identities of the Night Organization members. Stussy quickly noticed Byakuya looking her way and boldly met his gaze. Her eyes were filled with sultry charm that seemed capable of igniting hidden desires within anyone. Her delicate, inviting smile revealed two shallow dimples on her fair cheeks, making her seem like a pure, innocent 18-year-old, a delicate, flawless flower one couldn't help but admire. This blend of innocence and allure created a potent contrast that could be overwhelming for most men. But to Byakuya, Stussy's antics were nothing but revolting. It wasn't that Byakuya had reached some ascetic level of purity like Sanji, but rather that Stussy only looked young, 18 or 19 at most, when, in reality, she was pushing 80 years or more. Just imagine an 80-year-old woman winking seductively at you. No matter how beautiful a grandma might be, she could never match the vitality of a 20-year-old. This was not the kind of quadruple vitality that could be overlooked. So, with each flirtatious glance Stussy cast his way, Byakuya grew more determined to end her. But Stussy, entirely unaware, assumed she had the Night Organization's leader wrapped around her finger, so she winked at him even more frequently. From her experience, she could extract every last secret once she got someone in bed, leaving them entirely at her mercy. Then, she could report everything back to the world government. Knowing how seriously they regarded the Night Organization, her rewards would be substantial. If the banquet weren't about to begin, she would have happily seated herself in Byakuya's lap to discuss life goals more intimately. Meanwhile, Morgans observed the interaction between Byakuya and Stussy, mulling over whether he should subtly warn Byakuya. He knew Stussy wasn't just any woman, getting involved with her could be deadly. Morgans still hoped the Night Organization would provide him with more exclusive headlines so he couldn't let them fall into Stussy's trap. Casually, Morgans shifted his position, blocking Stussy's view of Byakuya, which annoyed her so much that she almost ripped off his wing right there. Just then, a massive figure descended from the sky on a cloud, and all around, the animated flowers, trees, and other living objects chorused in unison, "Welcome, Mama." Chapter 159, Break Agreement. This was the second emperor of the sea Byakuya had encountered in his years in the pirate world. Seeing Big Mom in person was overwhelming, far surpassing what he'd seen in the anime. Towering in height and massive in build, with heavy lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, she was, simply put, hideous. Byakuya could hardly connect this person in front of him to the young Big Mom shown in Oda's flashbacks. Time and excess weight truly were a person's greatest foes. Looking at Big Mom's form, even larger than Whitebeard's, Byakuya couldn't help but marvel at her husbands over the years. They were true warriors, anyone else would struggle even with the lights off. While Byakuya silently mocked her in his mind, Big Mom turned her gaze to the Vinsmoke family and the Night Organization. According to her plans, these two groups were the focal points of this tea party. One held scientific expertise she desired, and the other possessed strength worth recruiting under her banner. Both were promising candidates for alliance through marriage. Big Mom would have tried to bind them to her crew with marriage arrangements if not for their animosity. After all, she had plenty of daughters. But since a dual marriage wasn't an option, Big Mom had devised a different plan to win both the scientific support of the Vinsmokes and the allegiance of the Night Organization. As the banquet commenced, exquisitely crafted desserts were brought to the tables, each prepared with great care by Big Mom's pastry chefs. Among them was a special selection of sweets infused with souls through Big Mom's devil fruit powers, giving them partial consciousness and the ability to speak. She had painstakingly crafted these delicacies, using up years of her subordinates' lifespans. Big Mom considered these soul-infused sweets the most perfect in the world. Only on such grand occasions could guests experience food of this caliber. Byakuya and his team had specially modified masks prepared for their visit to Tado Land, allowing them to taste the banquet treats. Byakuya's mask, in particular, had a retractable mouthpiece for easier tasting, a detail only he would consider. When Byakuya picked up one of the enchanted sweets, it shrieked, "Please, sir, don't eat me. I don't taste good." Ignoring its pleas, Byakuya promptly popped it into his mouth. Crunch! Crunch! As he chewed, an indescribable burst of flavor filled his mouth, far surpassing any sweet he had tasted before, causing his eyes to light up. No wonder this is an emperor's crew. Even their sweets try to trick you, he said, savoring the taste. They're delicious, even if they say otherwise. Byakuya suddenly thought Big Mom was wasted as an emperor. With her talents, she should have become a world-renowned pastry chef rather than confining herself to piracy in the New World. Of course, not everyone could stomach these talking sweets. Many found it disturbing. The sweets had voices, could speak, and lacked only bodies to appear human. Biting into them while they screamed was unnerving, as though one were consuming a live being. When Byakuya finished serving, he glanced at Lucci and the others, surprised to see they hadn't touched theirs. These are delicious, you're not going to try them? Sonic replied thoughtfully, Lord Byakuya, these need to be heated first. They'd taste better roasted. The sweet on Sonic's plate began shouting, Heat me? Are you trying to burn us alive? We're fine as we are. A cake-shaped sweet added irritably, Are you crazy? Do you want to be eaten that badly? Then it turned to Sonic and Byakuya, saying, Ignore him. Eat that guy over there. If you eat us, you'll get an upset stomach. These sweets were clever, light years ahead of Weevil's IQ. Seeing his comrades not partaking, Byakuya casually gathered the uneaten sweets before him, savoring each one as it screamed in vain. After all, these weren't real people, so what was the harm? Letting them go to waste would be the real crime. As the feast continued, Big Mom watched her guests enjoying the banquet. Once most had eaten their fill, she finally broke the silence. Today's tea party has two honored guests, the Vinsmoke family from the North Blue and the Rising Knight organization. Hearing this, the Vinsmoke family, led by Judge, sat up with visible pride in their demeanor, casting hostile glares at Byakuya's group as they feasted. Niji, in particular, looked especially fierce. Having been seriously injured by Enel, he resented Byakuya's faction deeply. Were it not for the advanced medical technology of the Vinsmokes, he would have died under Enel's lightning. Even so, he had spent a month in recovery before he could walk again. For Niji, who had never suffered such a blow, his hatred for Enel ran deep. Niji was chewing his special dessert with intense force, as if imagining it was Enel himself, and smiled cruelly as the dessert let out whimpers of pain. Enjoy your meal because this will be your last, he sneered. Judge, on the other hand, sighed in relief, feeling reassured. In his mind, the alliance between the Vinsmoke family and the Big Mom pirates was as good as sealed. With this connection, the Knight organization would naturally become a shared enemy. After all, it wasn't the Knight organization's strength that was so feared, but rather its mystique. The entire organization would appear and disappear across the seas without a trace. No one knew their base's location or even their members' true identities, qualities that made them a particularly terrifying adversary. Yet here they were, attending the banquet, having cast aside the shroud of secrecy that had kept them safe. To Judge, this was as good as walking into a trap. He planned to wait until the end of the banquet, then ambush the Knight organization with Big Mom's forces, finally ridding himself of this lingering threat that had plagued the Vinsmokes for months. He believes allying through marriage with Big Mom's crew was a wise choice. Initially, he thought their marriage alliance would deter the Knight organization from attacking the Vinsmokes. Still, to his surprise, Big Mom was already moving against the Knight organization by inviting them to her tea party. The efficiency was astonishing. While she was a pirate, she certainly seemed to honor her in-laws. Internally, Judge couldn't help but give Big Mom a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Byakuya continued eating his dessert, entirely unfazed by the resentful looks from the Vinsmokes or Big Mom's speech. He'd already anticipated a battle before arriving and was now fully fed and prepared to fight. Win or lose, he'd gained considerable source power from Sanji not joining the Straw Hat crew, making this trip to Tado-land worthwhile. Big Mom noted everyone's reactions, lowering her internal evaluation of the Vinsmoke family by a few points. Now, aside from sharing these fine desserts with you all, there are two main reasons I've called this tea party," she announced. "The first is that I've heard some conflict between the Vinsmoke family and the Knight organization. I'm willing to act as a mediator to resolve your issues. What do you all think?" The faces of the Vinsmokes darkened immediately. This was far from what they had planned, and Niji, in particular, was enraged. If it weren't for Ichiji and Reiju holding him back, he might have confronted Big Mom immediately. Sanji sensed that something was off in the unusual tension filling the air. He'd heard bits and pieces of the conflict between his family and the Knight organization. He knew his arranged marriage with Big Mom's family was supposed to fortify them against the Knight organization. However, he hadn't expected Big Mom to propose reconciliation between the two sides before announcing their alliance. It was completely unexpected. Judge rose to his feet, face darkened with displeasure, and said, "Big Mom, this wasn't part of the plan. I changed my mind. Do you have a problem with that?" Big Mom replied with a wild laugh, leaning forward with an intense gaze that reflected Judge's figure in her eyes. Judge glanced around and noticed that their seats were surrounded by Big Mom's high-ranking officers, who were closing in subtly as she spoke. Clearly, the slightest disagreement would result in immediate action from her formidable subordinates. Judge's confidence wavered, his expression shifting. Proud as he was, he understood that the strength of the Vinsmoke family was far from that of Big Mom's forces. But he hadn't expected her to suddenly break their previous agreement right in the middle of the banquet. Chapter 160, Conflict. This caught Judge off guard, and he began to regret his decision to ally with the Big Mom pirates. He had mocked the Knight organization for daring to attend the tea party, believing they were falling into a trap he'd set with Big Mom. But it turned out that he had fallen into her trap. In the end, he was the real fool. Pressed by Big Mom's intimidation, Judge reluctantly replied, "We have no objections." "Father!" Niji couldn't hold back his frustration and stood up in protest. Judge, however, slapped him to the ground, saying, "Be quiet." With Big Mom's intervention, the Vinsmoke family had no room to object. They were in Tado land. If the Big Mom pirates chose to act against them, they would likely face a grim fate. Big Mom nodded, satisfied with the judge's compliance. Everything was progressing smoothly according to her plan. This time, Big Mom intended to take both the Vinsmoke family and the Knight organization under her control. She wanted it all. As she turned to address the Knight organization, Byakuya had just finished his special dessert. Setting his napkin aside, he replied calmly, "I disagree." Big Mom's friendly expression twisted into something terrifying as an intense aura of pressure radiated from her, causing the skies to darken. "What did you just say?" Like the Vinsmokes, Big Mom's high-ranking officers surrounded the Knight organization. She had intended to use force if necessary from the moment the tea party began. Yet, under this combined threat from Big Mom and her crew, Byakuya stood unmoved, showing no sign of fear. "Are you hard of hearing?" he said coldly. "I said, I disagree." It almost seemed like Byakuya, not Big Mom, held the upper hand. Everyone was shocked. Speaking to Big Mom like this in Tado land practically asked for death. Though the Knight organization had taken down one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, in the eyes of those present, they still weren't on par with an emperor's crew. Only someone reckless would choose to confront Big Mom here. However, given the Knight organization's reputation, questioning Byakuya's judgment would be as good as questioning the judgment of the world government and the Marines themselves. After all, they had spent months without uncovering a single piece of intelligence on the Knight organization, highlighting how enigmatic and powerful they were. This realization made everyone suspect the Knight organization's strength might be far greater than anticipated. Not far away, Morgans watched the intense standoff with growing excitement. While others kept their distance, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire, Morgans was eager to inch closer, pulling out a small visual transponder snail to record the coming battle. He was so excited that, if he dared, he would have shoved the snail right up in Byakuya and Big Mom's faces. He even had a few headline ideas: the untold story between Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, and the Night Organization's mysterious leader. Or perhaps, under the watchful eyes of thousands, a banquet brawl between a man and a woman, what's the real cause? Or maybe, Big Mom publicly pressures the Vinsmoke patriarch and Night Organization leader into submission. Is two husbands for one wife ethical? Of course, he knew better than to use that last title, which would certainly earn him the wrath of all three sides. He steadied the visual snail and excitedly rubbed his wings, muttering, "I knew it! Wherever the Night Organization appears, there's bound to be big news. Byakuya, you're truly my lucky star." Standing nearby, Stussy noticed his excitement. She suspected he had some connection with the Night Organization from his casual comments. Otherwise, he wouldn't call Byakuya his lucky star. Moreover, the recent leak of Crocodile's confession had originated from Morgan's, straining relations between the world government and its allied nations. Morgan's might be the right person to approach if she wanted to obtain information about the Night Organization. Her eyes sparkled as she quietly made up her mind. While Byakuya and Big Mom continued their standoff, Law, sitting behind Byakuya, was deeply moved. He knew the conflict between the Night Organization and the Vinsmokes was due to him. It had only been thanks to Lucci and Enel that he'd narrowly escaped the Vinsmokes with his life. In Law's eyes, he would eventually surpass the Vinsmoke family's strength. Though he might not be there yet, he was confident he'd become strong enough to crush them and avenge his Heart Pirates crew members. Grateful as he was to the Night Organization for intervening, he believed his worth was enough to justify their feud with the Vinsmokes. That was why Law felt at ease staying with the Night Organization. But now they were up against the terrifying power of Big Mom and her pirate crew, an entirely different threat from the Vinsmoke family. The thought of facing the Big Mom pirates made Law feel helpless, with a deep dread rising. Yet, here was Byakuya, standing against Big Mom's demands without hesitation, all for his sake. Law was deeply moved and resolute in his gratitude. Law suddenly stood up, bowing to Byakuya, and said, "Thank you for truly valuing me, but I can't sit here comfortably while you're risking everything against the Big Mom pirates because of me." Everyone's eyes turned to Law. It was obvious now that Byakuya's refusal was entirely on Law's behalf. This earned the Night Organization some admiration, as many were moved by their willingness to fight the Big Mom pirates for the sake of a comrade. Yet others felt that they were courting disaster, questioning the wisdom of angering the Big Mom pirates for a single member, risking the organization's survival. Law continued, "I must avenge my fallen comrades, and nothing will change that." Big Mom turned her predatory gaze on Law, her voice sharp. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Under the overwhelming pressure of Big Mom's conqueror's haki, Law went pale, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just the force of her aura alone was enough to injure him, evidence of the immense difference in their power. Convinced that he couldn't allow the Night Organization to fight the Big Mom pirates for his sake, Law tried to speak, but Byakuya stood up before him, his voice icy. "Did you just try to hurt one of my people? Are you looking to die?" At Byakuya's words, the sky instantly darkened as an endless wave of storm clouds gathered over Tado land, and a massive aura emanated from him. It swept through the land like a relentless tide, expanding outward at a terrifying speed until it engulfed Whole Cake Island. Under this oppressive force, the once lively homies shattered on the spot. Whole Cake Island's residents, overwhelmed by the aura, fell unconscious within moments. Even the relatively weak in the banquet hall found themselves pinned to the floor, unable to move. Even Big Mom's top officers, like Katakuri, were frozen in fear as they looked at Byakuya, paralyzed by a terror that far surpassed anything they'd ever felt from Big Mom. Staring at Big Mom, Byakuya said coldly, "Out of respect, I'll acknowledge you're an emperor. Without that respect, you're nothing but a fat hag. Do you have a death wish, attacking one of my people?" Perhaps intentionally or not, Byakuya's overwhelming aura seemed to leave Morgan's unaffected. Soaring through the air, Morgan's made it his mission to capture every detail of this scene. He thought with glee. "Byakuya is giving me such a gift, isolating me from his aura so I can capture this." Gazing down at the supernovas, the royals, the leaders of various underground organizations, and even Big Mom's high-ranking officers, all reduced to a pitiful state under Byakuya's pressure. Morgans knew this was monumental news. Morgans was thrilled, convinced that printing the images of these defeated figures would instantly sell out the papers. Any fear of retaliation from those present was pushed aside. His close connection with the Knight Organization would now be well known across the seas. With a powerhouse like the Knight Organization as his backing, why would Morgans fear these small fry? Big Mom's expression shifted, flickering with uncertainty. She'd thought she had everything under control, but she hadn't anticipated that the Knight Organization would be this defiant, or that they would have such terrifying power. The overwhelming pressure Byakuya exuded filled her with a rare sense of unease. But as one of the 4 emperors, she had her pride to consider. Byakuya had thoroughly trampled her dignity, and she could not tolerate it. "You're the one with a death wish," Big Mom shrieked, unleashing a burst of Conqueror's haki that was par with Byakuya's. Chapter 161, Big Mom vs. Knight Organization. Big Mom unleashed her full Conqueror's haki, clashing head-on with Byakuya's powerful aura, splitting Whole Cake Island in two. Above the island, dark storm clouds churned as flashes of purple lightning struck wildly. The seas around Whole Cake Island turned violent, with waves crashing ashore and destroying buildings along the coastline. It was as if a natural disaster had descended, leaving all creatures on the island trembling with dread. Meanwhile, the Vinsmoke family, the catalyst for this conflict, had been completely forgotten. All attention was focused solely on the confrontation between Big Mom and Byakuya. From the sheer intensity of their auras, they seemed evenly matched. But until a true battle broke out, neither would admit to being weaker. Despite her rage, Big Mom hadn't lost her senses entirely. She knew a full-blown fight with Byakuya here would devastate Whole Cake Island and at least half of the 34 islands in Tado Land, a price she couldn't accept. With that in mind, Big Mom said, "Your strength is impressive, but if you can withstand my full-force attack, we can settle our grudge today and move on." Byakuya scoffed, "You think you can just hurt my people and then call it even, Big Mom? Are you dreaming?" Byakuya's words nearly drove Big Mom to the edge, her fury flaring up even more. She hadn't expected Byakuya to keep pushing after she'd already offered a compromise. Since when had she been treated with such disrespect? At that moment, Big Mom was even willing to sacrifice the entire Whole Cake Island for a fight to the death with Byakuya. But just then, Law, whom Byakuya had shielded, grabbed his arm and said, "Byakuya, there's no need to fight Big Mom just because of me. You're the one I recruited into the Knight Organization. If someone hurts you, they'll answer to me." Looking at Byakuya's back, Law saw the same selfless determination that Corazon once showed in protecting him as a child. His eyes grew misty. "Don't start crying like a baby. You're not some damsel in distress," Byakuya grumbled. "And you guys standing around, do you think you're here just to watch? Get ready to fight. Show me what you've got after all this time." Far from being intimidated by the situation, Lucci and the others seemed thrilled, their blood boiling with anticipation. For them, this was the battle they'd been waiting for. Lucci grinned, "Byakuya, I guarantee our strength will meet your expectations." "I'll be watching," Byakuya replied coolly. Byakuya wasn't holding back against one of the 4 emperors. Hundreds of black spheres forged from seastone floated behind him like a wall. This time, he was determined to test the limits of his extreme psychokinesis. Realizing that a clash was inevitable, Big Mom commanded, "Katakuri, attack. Let's see if this small band can take down Tado Land." "Yes, Mama," Katakuri replied, sighing inwardly. He hadn't wanted a conflict with the mysterious Knight Organization, as Byakuya's unpredictable power was like a ticking bomb that could destroy him if triggered. But he had no choice but to obey his mother, gritting his teeth as he led his siblings into battle. Byakuya said calmly, "Since the Vinsmoke family is here, let's deal with them now so we don't have to make a trip to the North Blue later." Now aware that the fight was unavoidable, Law cast a vengeful gaze toward Ichiji and Niji. Law, not one to consider himself a saint, chose to eliminate only the main culprits rather than wipe out the entire Vinsmoke family. As he prepared to settle his score, the entire Knight Organization shifted their attention toward him. Judge anxiously shouted to Big Mom, "Didn't we agree to an alliance by marriage? You can't abandon us now." Had it not been for the Vinsmokes, Big Mom wouldn't have even considered fighting the Night Organization in Tata Land. She regretted now seeking Germa's lineage factor technology, realizing it had only caused trouble. "Judge," Big Mom snapped, "hand over the lineage factor technology, and the marriage alliance will continue. I guarantee your family's survival." Judge hesitated. Giving up the technology would mean a sharp decline in his family's value to Big Mom. But if he refused, the terrifying power of the Night Organization could easily wipe them out. While Judge wavered, Law and Enel had already closed in on Ichiji and Niji. With his enemies right before him, Law's eyes burned with rage as though they could melt the two before him. "Give me back my crew's lives." Room! A translucent dome immediately enveloped Ichiji and Law. Meanwhile, Enel appeared in front of Niji, smirking. "Surprised you survived my last lightning strike. This time, you might not be so lucky." Enel's lingering annoyance with Niji's gaze made him join Law in this attack. Electricity sparked around Enel, making him the focal point of the battlefield. Morgans, who had access to countless intelligence sources, instantly recognized Enel's Devil Fruit ability. "That's the Rumble fruit, a top-tier Logia fruit." The sheer power within the Night Organization was astounding. Niji, however, gritted his teeth, frustrated. "Don't think I'm the same as a few months ago. I've changed." Niji's customized combat suit crackled with lightning, though its glow was dimmer than Enel's. Judge had been working tirelessly on upgrades to enhance his children's abilities, giving their modifications an added edge. Enel eyed Niji with interest, excited to face someone who could also wield lightning. The battle between the four exploded instantly. Judge, watching his sons clash with members of the Night Organization, grew anxious and moved to help, but Lucci and Bluino suddenly appeared before him. Lucci raised a hand to stop him. "Since Law's targets are only those two, this has nothing to do with you. But if you choose to intervene, you'll be seen as an enemy of the Night Organization, an enemy that won't leave here alive." Faced with Lucci's threat, Judge hesitated, questioning whether he should risk saving his sons. Sanji and Reiju, observing their father's reluctance to protect his children, felt nothing but disappointment. A man unwilling to save his sons, what right did he have to call himself their father? Lucci wasn't surprised by the Judge's inaction. According to the intelligence files, Judge was known to be utterly self-centered, only caring about his interests. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done the things he did. Chapter 162, Vinsmoke Dismay. Lucci's gaze shifted to Reiju and Sanji, who seemed poised to step in. "I'd advise you two not to interfere. Byakuya has no intention of killing you, so you're being given this chance to walk away." Reiju asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" "As long as you both agree to leave now and never return to the East Blue, the Night Organization will spare your lives." Sanji was momentarily stunned. Never return to the East Blue? Was that condition specifically aimed at him? After all, Reiju had always lived in the North Blue, but Sanji had spent his life in the East Blue. This almost commanding tone irritated Sanji, and he asked defiantly, "And if we refuse?" "Then you die right here." Before they could react, Lucci had already appeared in front of Sanji, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. "I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Leave or die." Sanji felt his throat crushed like it was caught in a vice, unable to breathe. His face turned bright red, like a lobster in boiling water, as he struggled helplessly for air, lacking the strength to resist. At this point, Sanji's power hadn't reached the level seen when he first appeared in the anime. Reiju, seeing Sanji's distress, hesitated only for a moment before responding. "We'll agree to your terms. We'll leave now and promise never to return to the East Blue." With that, Lucci released his grip, tossing Sanji toward Reiju. "I hope you keep your word. If we find you in the East Blue, you'll face the relentless pursuit of the Night Organization. Anyone with contact with you there will suffer because of it." These were Byakuya's orders to Lucci. To be honest, Lucci didn't fully understand the reason behind them, but he knew he was simply following Byakuya's commands. Byakuya wanted to see if Sanji would still become Luffy's crewmate if he were kept away from East Blue. If not, Byakuya stood to gain significantly by making one of the main crew members disappear. Cough. Finally. I can breathe. Sanji gasped for air, his chest heaving. Reiju looked at him with concern, asking, "Did you do something outrageous in the East Blue that the Night Organization doesn't want you going back?" Sanji froze, laughing ruefully. "Sis, I was just a cook in the East Blue. What could I have done to make anyone that angry? Then why would the Night Organization treat you this way? Maybe they tasted my food and thought it was terrible?" Reiju rolled her eyes, sighing at the absurdity. If that were the case, the Night Organization would have much free time. At that moment, Blueno, wearing a bull-headed mask, approached them and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. I'll take you out of here." With that, Blueno opened an air door before them, gesturing for them to enter. Reiju supported Sanji, finally looking at Ichiji and Niji, who were still fighting, and then at her father, who stubbornly refused to relinquish the lineage factor technology. Sighing, Reiju helped Sanji through the door. As Blueno followed and the three disappeared through the air door, it closed behind them, leaving the crowd in awe. Such a mysterious ability, a devil fruit that could transport people long distances. Everyone could see the strategic value of this power. Alongside the powerful Logia user they'd just seen with the Rumble fruit, it was clear the Night Organization housed fearsome abilities. Looking at Blueno's display, Stussy had a flash of recognition in her eyes, a faint smile curling at her lips. She'd recognized the power, the Paramecia-type Dordor fruit. If she remembered correctly, that fruit had been consumed by a member of the former CP9 tasked with infiltration missions. After the Night Organization's last appearance, CP9's members had seemed to vanish without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Within the world government, some had long suspected that CP9 had defected to join the Night Organization, though conclusive evidence had remained elusive. However, it was clear that CP9 had indeed joined their ranks. With this insight, they could meticulously track CP9's movements to uncover the Night Organization's secrets. Invigorated by this revelation, Stussy began closely observing the other fighters, attempting to match them with the known profiles of CP9 members. However, facing all of Big Mom's high-ranking officers alone was almost impossible for Sonic. Without his vast combat experience and exceptional speed, he might have been overpowered by Katakuri and his forces by now. Seeing this, Lucci jumped in to support Sonic. Amid the fight, he yelled to Enel, "Stop messing around and get over here. We need backup." At this moment, Enel was toying with Niji like a cat playing with a mouse. Hearing Lucci's frustrated shout, Enel shrugged, feigning apology. "My apologies. I suppose it's time to stop playing around and finally put an end to you." Niji, now devoid of arrogance, surprisingly showed a look of relief at the thought of it being over. One could only imagine the torment he had suffered during this fight. With a crackling thunderbolt, Enel left Niji as nothing more than a charred husk. Meanwhile, Law's battle with Ichiji was not as playful, but he steadily gained the upper hand. Ichiji was already missing an arm and a leg, finishing him off was merely a matter of time. By this point, Byakuya had almost accomplished the goals he set for attending this gathering. Helping Law exact his revenge, altering the storyline by preventing Reiju and Sanji from returning to the East Blue, and leaving a lasting impression on Morgans of his abilities and Emperor's engine. The next step in Byakuya's plan involved spreading the word about his power, an essential component of his image rehabilitation strategy. To achieve this, Byakuya must face Big Mom in a dramatic showdown, showcasing the abilities he intended to reveal. Chapter 163, Solicitation. At this point, Sonic, Lucci, and Enel were struggling against the relentless assault of Big Mom's high-ranking officers. Although Sonic's strength was on the level of a Marine Admiral, his power was practically even with Katakuri, who had the advantage of future sight and had achieved Devil Fruit Awakening. As a result, Sonic found himself slightly on the defensive. Meanwhile, Lucci and Enel were also in a tight spot, Smoothie, Cracker, Snack, and Oven were formidable opponents. Enel entered his Thunder God form while Lucci fought with everything he had, yet they barely held on. Despite their rapid growth and potential, Lucci, Enel, and Law were still young compared to Big Mom's crew veterans, and they would need more time to reach that level. Byakuya observed the battle and realized he needed to swiftly conclude his fight with Big Mom, otherwise, Sonic and the others might not last. It was evident that the Knight organization, excluding himself and Big Mom as leaders, still fell short compared to a full-scale Yonko crew. Byakuya didn't feel disheartened, he had time on his side. In the worst case, he could invest more world source power to recruit more members. He glanced up at Morgans, hovering in the air, and then at Big Mom, whose face was twisted with fury. With everything in place, the show was about to begin. Previously, Byakuya's telekinetic speed had maxed out just below the speed of light. However, with his enhanced extreme psychokinesis, he could reach true light speed with his projectiles, a substantial power boost. Big Mom sneered, "Knight, your subordinates are skilled, but they're nothing compared to my children. Today, I'll wipe out your entire Knight organization and make sure the whole world knows what happens to those who dare cross me. Don't make promises you can't keep. If you fail, you'll be the laughingstock of the seas," Byakuya replied. "Prometheus!" Big Mom called out, and a leaping flame appeared before her, eagerly asking, "Mama, are we burning this one to a crisp?" Prometheus was one of Big Mom's highest-grade homies, created by infusing a part of her soul into fire. Beyond its capacity for speech and thought, it could unleash powerful flame attacks, with its full potential only unlocked in Big Mom's hands. With a single fist gripping Prometheus, Big Mom punched forward, unleashing a searing flame whip dozens of meters wide, lashing toward Byakuya. He hovered midair, his body enveloped in a faint blue glow, extreme psychokinesis. Raising his right hand, he swung it against the incoming flames with formidable force. An invisible power shattered the blazing fire, dispersing it into the air. As the flames faded, Big Mom's face showed shock. That invisible force hadn't yet dissipated, it slammed straight into her, eliciting a pained scream. Her massive form stumbled back a step, crushing several buildings beneath her, with a red mark appearing across her large face as if she'd been slapped. "Mama!" Big Mom's officers gasped as they saw her reddened face, inhaling sharply. Had she been slapped? Even Morgans, watching from the air, was stunned. "Wow, Knight is something else," he slapped Big Mom. He thought, realizing that if word got out, Big Mom's pride would be crushed. He began mentally narrating the fight, thinking he'd serialize it into dozens of chapters for his newspaper, one chapter daily, keeping readers hooked. Byakuya looked at Big Mom, who was now in a rage inside. "That skin is tough," he thought. He had channeled almost 80% of his extreme psychokinesis into that strike, yet it only forced her back half a step and left a red mark. As the only female among the Yonko, Big Mom's physical gifts were formidable. She had superhuman strength, with tales of her accidentally killing a bear with a punch at 5 years old and breaking a giant's ribs with a single slap meant to swat a mosquito. Her durability was so intense that even the best weapons of the giant race shattered against her at a young age. She was like an iron balloon. This natural talent was unmatched, even by Whitebeard or Kaido. Although Byakuya wanted to go all out, he planned to use only his psychokinetic abilities as his signature power, as a hallmark of his leadership in the Knight organization. Despite the minimal physical damage, he didn't realize that the slap had struck a deep blow to Big Mom's pride. Enraged beyond reason, she shrieked, "Knight, I'll kill you!" Her voice was so piercing it could rupture her eardrums. Katakuri, Sonic, and the others around them instantly felt their heads splitting with pain, and even their fighting stances faltered. Buildings around them began to crack, while some nearby structures crumbled into rubble. Morgans abandoned his filming in the sky, covering his ears with his wings to block the noise, though the pain in his head eased only slightly. He then noticed he was descending rapidly, and flapping his wings frantically did nothing to stop his fall. With a loud crash, he landed in a heap of rubble. Byakuya, who had used his telekinesis to block the sound from his ears, observed Morgans with interest, thinking, "What a dumb bird." In fairness, Big Mom's shriek didn't discriminate, hitting allies and foes alike, which indirectly helped Lucci and the others. But letting Big Mom keep yelling was dangerous, as Lucci, Law, and Enel struggled against their opponents. Byakuya gathered his energy, fully activating his extreme psychokinesis. Stones, chairs, and even the recently fallen Morgans lifted, hovering around him. Morgans struggled wildly, shedding feathers in vain. "Knight, we're allies." "Why are you hitting me too?" he squawked. "Shut up." "I'm not killing you," Byakuya shot back. This exchange piqued Stussie's curiosity. She hadn't expected Morgans to be a member of the Knight organization. After the battle, she resolved to investigate CP9 and Morgans closely for leads on the organization. Byakuya shouted, "Enough noise already, you annoying hag. Don't you realize people are trying to sleep around here?" With a powerful sweep of his right hand toward Big Mom, ripples tore through the air, and everything floating in the vicinity was propelled with great force in her direction. Morgans, facing Big Mom in a crazed state with bloodshot eyes, nearly wet himself in terror. "My days are numbered. Damn, Byakuya, if I survive this, I'll spread 1,000 rumors about you. I'll ensure everyone thinks you and Big Mom have a thing going on." But just as Morgans was about to collide with Big Mom, he suddenly froze midair, wide-eyed at what was happening. Trembling, he pulled out his den mushi, nearly paralyzed with fear, to capture the scene. Big Mom's shrill cries stopped abruptly, her face now sporting an even larger, deep purple bruise on her left cheek from the hit, and she crashed to the ground, flattening the entire cake castle into rubble. As her shriek faded, everyone's minds cleared. But he was utterly dumbfounded when Katakuri saw Big Mom lying flat on the ground. His ability to see a bit into the future had allowed him to imagine countless scenarios, yet nothing could have prepared him for this. Big Mom herself was equally stunned. The sheer force of the hit left her in a daze, her head ringing as she lay motionless on the ground. Byakuya called to Lucci and the others, "I'll hold them off for a bit. One of you go finish off that woman." Following Byakuya's gesture, Lucci spotted Stussie, Queen of Pleasure District and a significant underworld figure. Although the reason for targeting her was unclear, Lucci stepped forward and volunteered, "Allow me to take care of it. Be cautious. She's with CP0 and has likely lived 70 or 80 years, making her a formidable opponent," Byakuya warned. Lucci took his words to heart, noting the sharp gleam in his eye. It made sense now, Stussie must have recognized both him and Bluino. There was no way he could let her leave alive. Byakuya then turned to face Katakuri and the others. "Once Bluino gets back, we'll start our retreat. You've all fought hard, take a moment to rest. Leave the rest to me." Enel deactivated his Thunder God form, his body covered in wounds as he panted heavily. "Lord Byakuya, I can still fight." Law, who had just managed to defeat Ichiji, arrived to assist. Though individually no match for the high-ranking opponents, Law's unusual abilities provided valuable support. Though exhausted from the intense battle, Law gained much from the experience. Sonic stood quietly beside Byakuya, conserving every bit of his energy. His heaving chest indicated his immense exertion. "No need to overdo it. I'd rather not see you all perish here, there'll be plenty of battles for you in the future." Byakuya's gaze shifted to Katakuri and the other officers, and the mere sight made them collectively take a step back. After all, this was the person who had just sent their mother sprawling with a single slap. But Katakuri stood firm, protecting himself from his siblings and Byakuya. Byakuya cast him an appreciative look, then said, "Ever thought about switching sides? I'd pay you handsomely to work for me." The entire crew was stunned. None of them had imagined that someone from the Knight organization would attempt to recruit Katakuri right before them. Katakuri met Byakuya's gaze with a look of determination. "That's impossible. I'd never betray my mother." Byakuya chuckled. "You shouldn't speak in such absolutes. Who knows what the future might hold? But if you ever change your mind, the doors of the Night Organization are always open for you. Katakuri remained silent, uncertain of Byakuya's intentions. However, his siblings interpreted the silence as hesitation and shouted, "Don't even dream of it. Katakuri would never betray our mother." Byakuya's expression darkened, and the air grew frigid. Sensing the impending danger, Katakuri tensed. Suddenly, a loud heartbeat resounded. The one who had spoken out felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their heart, sending waves of searing pain through their brain. They spat out blood and collapsed, causing a stir among the others. Byakuya cast a cold glance toward the one who had spoken. "Didn't anyone tell you? When adults are talking, children should stay silent. This time, I'll let you off on Katakuri's behalf." A flicker of fear crossed Katakuri's face for the first time as he looked at Byakuya. What kind of strange ability was this? It seemed to single out someone in a crowd for an attack, a precision not even Conqueror's Haki could achieve. Chapter 164, Kamehameha. Byakuya had just used his unique King Engine, a skill originally inspired by King from One Punch Man. However, according to his system's description, the power and functions of Byakuya's King Engine would grow as his fusion rate increased. After reaching 50% fusion, Byakuya noticed that his version had some key differences from King's. While King's heartbeat with thunder, causing enemies to panic purely through intimidation, Byakuya's King Engine was capable of dealing direct damage, such as the recent attack that injured his heckler. This made Byakuya even more eager to see what the skill would become at 100% fusion. He also pondered what might happen if he could awaken Conqueror's Haki and combine it with this technique. For now, that was something he'd have to explore later. As Byakuya was deep in thought, Lucci had managed to kill Stussy, though he bore a few new wounds from the fight. She had indeed been a formidable opponent. Suddenly, an air door appeared in the sky, and a figure wearing a minotaur mask cautiously peered out. Upon seeing Byakuya and the others, Blueno leaped down and reported, "Lord Knight, the two have been safely transported." With Blueno's return, it was time for them to leave Tado Land. Byakuya looked over at the silent Katakuri and remarked, "Think about my offer carefully. Big Mom isn't someone worthy of your loyalty. Even though she's your mother, she's never treated you all as her children. If not for yourself, you should at least consider your siblings." Without waiting for Katakuri's response, Byakuya turned to Blueno and said, "Let's go. It's time to leave Tado Land." "Yes, sir." Blueno opened an air door, gesturing for Law and the others to enter. Morgans, seeing that Byakuya was about to depart, flapped over anxiously. With a flattering smile, he said, "Since we're all allies here, why not take me with you? I'd like to tag along. You're Big Mom's guest, aren't you? Why do you need to leave with us?" Byakuya asked. Morgans took out his Den Mushi and waved it. "If Big Mom finds out I recorded all this, she won't let me leave Tado Land alive, guest or not." Byakuya chuckled, saying nothing more. Morgans had only recorded what Byakuya wanted him to capture. By this point, most of Byakuya's objectives were achieved. He even managed to tempt Katakuri with a job offer, a light-hearted attempt that would be beneficial if successful but inconsequential if not. "Go on ahead, I'll cover you," Byakuya instructed the others. Trusting his strength, Lucci and the rest entered the air door without argument, followed closely by Morgans. However, just as Byakuya was about to step in, he sensed a powerful force, a shockwave strong enough to destabilize the air door itself. Ikaku! Big Mom, holding Napoleon infused with armament Haki, unleashed a colossal blade of energy straight toward the air door. "Knight, you're not leaving Tado Land alive today. I'll kill you." The rage in her voice was palpable, her anger driven by the two heavy slaps Byakuya had landed on her, one of which had disfigured her left cheek and left blood dripping from her mouth. Since becoming one of the four emperors, Big Mom had rarely suffered injuries, especially not those that wounded her pride more than her body. Though she hadn't entered her hunger pangs mode, her fury clouded her judgment. The air door was close to Katakuri and his siblings. If Byakuya dodged, Big Mom's devastating strike would hit them instead. Katakuri urgently shouted for his siblings, "Get as far away as possible." His hands turned sticky with mochi as he readied himself to shield his siblings, though he knew he'd likely be severely wounded. But just as Katakuri braced himself, Byakuya appeared in front of him, saying calmly, "You owe me one." At that moment, hundreds of black spheres formed a thick, dark barrier through Byakuya's telekinetic control. Boom! Big Mom's strike clashed with the wall. Unlike the precise cuts of a skilled swordsman, Big Mom's attack was pure, overwhelming power. The black spheres trembled violently under the assault but remained intact even after the strike dissipated. "Now, it's my turn," Byakuya muttered as he gathered energy. Kamehameha. Placing his palms together at his side, he thrust them forward, sending a torrent of black spheres surging toward Big Mom at light speed. The spheres were coated in a faint red layer of armament haki, a combination of extreme telekinesis and haki. The result didn't disappoint. A single haki-coated sphere struck Big Mom's abdomen, embedding itself deep but unable to pierce her iron-like skin. The sheer force, however, rattled her organs. Blood trickled from her mouth as she staggered back, eyes wide with shock. One sphere had such an effect, but the hundreds that followed blasted her skyward, ultimately sending her crashing into the ocean. Blood splattered through the air as she fell. Katakuri looked on, stunned. The sheer power of this man was terrifying. Not even their mother could withstand him. After dealing with Big Mom, Byakuya walked to the air door. As he stepped through, he left a parting comment. "I look forward to seeing you in the night organization." With that, the air door vanished, leaving Cake Island in silence, its wreckage the only testament to the battle. Katakuri initially didn't dwell on Byakuya's parting words. Instead, he urgently ordered, "Send out search teams to find Mama in the sea. Ensure she's rescued." Then, he turned to his crew, his voice cold. "No one who is on this island today is allowed to leave. Anyone caught attempting to leave will be executed. Seal off today's news. Gather our forces across Totoland's waters and initiate a full lockdown." Katakuri knew that if word got out about Big Mom's fall into the sea and her severe injuries, the weakened state of Totoland would make it a prime target. The other three pirate emperors and the newly arrived supernova pirates would surely view Totoland with greedy eyes. Katakuri's biggest worry, however, was the nearby Marine G5 branch. Rumors had already spread that the Marines were planning to act against the Big Mom pirates, especially with the G5 branch's base commander, Byakuya, constantly provoking them. If this news reached Marine headquarters, they'd launch an all-out attack on the Big Mom pirates without hesitation. With Big Mom absent, a single Marine admiral could easily sweep through the entire Big Mom crew. Their top priority now was to keep this quiet and find Big Mom. As for whether Byakuya and Morgans would leak the news upon leaving, that was something beyond Katakuri's control. He could only stall for as long as possible. Ironically, if Katakuri knew that Byakuya was the G5 base commander, he might laugh at his worries. After some training on Skypiea, Blueno could now teleport even greater distances. 5 doors later, he transported Byakuya and the others from Totoland's core, Whole Cake Island, to an outlying defense island. Byakuya turned to Morgans, who was holding a transponder snail tightly, as though it were a prized possession. "Hand it over." Feigning ignorance, Morgan stammered, hand what over?" Byakuya gestured toward the transponder snail. Morgan's face immediately fell, and he began to plead tearfully, "Knight, my brother. I risked my life for these shots, you can't take them from me." Byakuya replied calmly, "If not for me, do you think you'd have gotten these shots at all?" "Of course not. It's all thanks to you, Knight. I'll remember this favor. Anything you need in the future, I'll do my best to make it happen. I have a request now." "So soon?" Morgan shivered, then quickly added, "Of course. Just tell me. Today's news, I'll allow you to publish it, even information about the night organization. But you're only allowed to release it 3 days from now, and you need to edit out some scenes." "Editing out some scenes is fine. Morgan sighed in relief, thinking it was only natural that Byakuya would want some secrecy around the Knight organization. He'd be more suspicious if Byakuya allowed everything to be reported openly. Morgans hesitated, but won't 3 days delay the impact? Quite a few people know what happened today. Don't worry about that, Byakuya replied. Katakuri won't let anyone leave Tado Land anytime soon. At least until Big Mom has recovered, none of them are leaving. Morgans tensed up at this information. Since he'd entered the air door first, he hadn't seen what happened afterward. But from Byakuya's words, it seemed he'd fought Big Mom again and left her seriously wounded. Knight, if I may ask, what happened to Big Mom? Oh, nothing much, she just got knocked into the sea, Byakuya said casually. Morgans drew in a sharp breath. Nothing much? Seriously? Big Mom was a devil fruit user, everyone knew what falling into the sea meant for them. The Big Mom pirates must be in utter chaos right now, desperately searching the waters for her. If that news spread. So, the 3-day delay, was it really to protect the Big Mom pirates? Could it be that Byakuya had some past connection to Big Mom? Morgans shot Byakuya a few curious glances. If Byakuya knew what Morgans was imagining, he'd probably want to pluck his feathers and roast him for supper. The truth was far simpler. Byakuya just didn't want the Knight organization to constantly stir up trouble every time he trained. Once or twice could be overlooked, but if it kept happening, people would inevitably connect him with the organization. Sengoku, that crafty old fox, had already started to suspect Byakuya's true identity. Out of respect for Byakuya's strength and his connection to Zephyr, Sengoku hadn't reported it to the world government or forced an investigation. If Sengoku found out that Byakuya was present during the recent clash between the Knight organization and Big Mom in Tado Land, it wouldn't just be a polite inquiry this time. Thus, Byakuya instructed Morgans to hold off on the news release for 3 days. Now, he intended to return to the G5 base, acting as though nothing had happened. Once the news broke, the world would know that the Knight organization's leader wields not only armament hockey but also an ability similar to the Conqueror's engine, a skill unique on the high seas. This way, no one would link Byakuya, known for his swordsmanship, with the Knight organization's techniques. Even Sengoku, as cunning as he was, wouldn't guess that Byakuya possessed such powerful abilities beyond swordsmanship. And that was Byakuya's entire purpose for attending the tea party. Chapter 165, Before Operation. Byakuya changed out of his Knight organization attire and back into his Marine Vice Admiral uniform as he returned to the G5 Marine branch. As he walked through the base's front gate, the Marines who saw him cheered excitedly. During his absence, they had been nervously collecting tolls from passing pirates, worried they might accidentally provoke a powerful enemy who could take advantage of their commander's absence to attack. Now that Byakuya was back, their confidence returned, they could freely collect tolls again. A Marine asked, "Vice Admiral Byakuya, does this mean you've gotten even stronger after training?" Byakuya smiled and nodded, "You can collect those tolls without any worry. If trouble comes, I'll take responsibility." The Marines laughed, Byakuya truly understood them. Meanwhile, when the news of Byakuya's return reached Virgo, Fergus, Ein, and Tashigi, they all gathered in his office to await him. Virgo, upon seeing Byakuya, briefly showed a flicker of disappointment. Now that he was back, they had missed their best opportunity to act. Doflamingo would no longer need to search for Byakuya's whereabouts. Ein ran up, holding onto Byakuya's arm. "Senior Byakuya, you've been away training for so long, you must have gotten even stronger. Could you help train Tashigi and me sometime?" While collecting tolls, Ein and Tashigi had fought off several pirates who refused to pay, some of whom were supernovas with bounties in the hundreds of millions of berries. Their skills had improved, but they felt stuck at a threshold they couldn't quite cross. Since both focused on swordsmanship, they naturally looked to Byakuya, the master swordsman, for guidance. Byakuya ruffled Ein's hair affectionately, then turned to Tashigi. "I'll be free over the next few days, but don't go complaining if it gets tough." "Don't worry, Senior Byakuya. We'll work hard," Ein replied, flashing her little fangs in a grin. Tashigi nodded in agreement. Byakuya turned to Virgo and asked, "Did anything happen at the base while I was gone?" Virgo quickly responded, "Ever since you defeated Snack from Big Mom's Sweet Commanders, we haven't had any trouble from the Big Mom pirates. As for the weaker supernova pirates, we've handled any that dared to stir up trouble, so everything has been peaceful." "Good to hear." Byakuya's tone shifted. "But I heard a rumor while training that a certain force has been looking for me at sea, perhaps with ill intentions." Ferguson frowned. "If this is true, Commander, we'll need to be vigilant." "Yes, Lord Byakuya. We should investigate to find out who's targeting you," Tashigi said anxiously. Hearing Byakuya's seemingly casual remark, Virgo's heart skipped a beat. Byakuya had a habit of saying these ambiguous things as if hinting that he already knew Virgo's true identity. Each time, it left Virgo feeling unsettled, unsure if he'd been found out. Try as he might, Virgo couldn't understand how Byakuya might know his secret. For now, he could only assume Byakuya was baiting him. Attempting to appear innocent, Virgo quickly replied, "Vice Admiral, I'll order the soldiers to investigate right away." Byakuya laughed. "No need to go through that trouble. As I see it, there are only 3 major groups with the courage to seek me out: the Big Mom Pirates, the Beasts Pirates, and the Don Quixote family. None of these forces would dare openly attack a marine base, so they'd only try something while I'm away training. Now that I'm back, they've lost their chance. So, no need to worry." Virgo's heart dropped. He hadn't expected Byakuya to mention the Don Quixote family by name, implying he already knew Doflamingo wanted revenge. If Byakuya ever decided to investigate, Virgo's ties to the Don Quixote family could be exposed, leaving him with no escape. He'd need to accelerate his plans. After the others left, Ain was the last to linger, looking at Byakuya with concern. "Senior Byakuya, are you sure nothing will go wrong?" She worried about the potential threat posed by these groups. 2 were Emperor-level pirate crews, and the other a Shichibukai family. Even the weakest of the 3, the Don Quixote family, held considerable power in the New World. Ain feared that if they ever launched a desperate attack while he was off guard, it could cause major trouble. Byakuya reassured her, "Silly girl, when have you ever known me to make a mistake? Don't worry about it. I still have to train you in Tashigi tonight." I nodded and left, a smile breaking over Byakuya's face as he watched her go. It felt nice to have someone genuinely concerned for him. But he wasn't worried about these 3 groups at all. The Big Mom Pirates had their hands full managing their chaos. They wouldn't be bothering him anytime soon. His feud with the Beasts Pirates stemmed from disrupting their trade deal with the Don Quixote family and capturing Jack the Drought. Kaido's crew had already suffered losses in a marine counterattack after trying to rescue Jack, and it was unlikely Kaido would attack a marine base over such a small matter. As for the Don Quixote family, Byakuya would be more than happy if they made a move. He'd have a valid reason to eliminate them. Byakuya had brought up these potential threats mainly to shake Virgo's confidence, making him think his cover was blown and pressuring him to act. If Virgo's true allegiance were revealed, it would provide grounds to take down the Don Quixote family for infiltrating the Marines with a spy. For now, Byakuya just needed to wait for Virgo to slip up. With everything clear in his mind, Byakuya opened his system panel to check how much world source power he gained from his recent actions in Tado Land. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the plot. The Vinsmoke family's alliance with the Big Mom Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates' assault on Tado Land, earning 34,000 world source points. Combined with the points from defeating figures like Stussy, Niji, and Ichiji, he now had around 35,000 world source points. It seemed like a lot, but it still fell short of his expectations. If Sanji stuck to the plan and avoided returning to the East Blue, he might never have joined the Straw Hat Pirates. This would essentially rewrite all the plot lines for one of the main crew members. The world power generated by this would far exceed just 35,000 points. Or could it be that even without Sanji heading to the East Blue, he'd still manage to join the Straw Hat Pirates? Byakuya pondered this deeply for a while but ultimately set it aside for now, deciding to revisit the question later. World power, 95,000 points. Glancing at his current world power balance, Byakuya immediately invested in a 10-point fusion increase, raising his fusion rate to 60%. He obtained another ability, and, just like last time, it was a duplicate. Draw complete. Congratulations, host has obtained S-Class Hero Flashy Flash's Flashing Swordsmanship. Byakuya blinked, taken aback that he received a duplicate ability 2 times in a row. Last time, it was telekinesis, this time, swordsmanship. Both were duplicates of the main abilities showcased by his 2 identities. Ding! Due to the host's mastery in the special skill, swordsmanship at max level, flashing swordsmanship cannot automatically fuse. Encountered a low probability event. 2 processing options are available for the host. Low probability? I've been stuck with this twice now. Byakuya inwardly fumed. Without even glancing at the options, he chose the second one. There was no way he'd let a reward slip away. Fusion complete. Special skill, Extreme Swordsmanship, Max. After the fusion was completed, Byakuya carefully sensed how Extreme Swordsmanship had changed. If Atomic Samurai's swordsmanship philosophy was about cutting anything and everything across the 4 seas, then Flashy Flashes was summed up in one word: speed, speed taken to the extreme, to the point where sword strikes approach the speed of light. Of course, this was only achievable in theory, even Byakuya couldn't match light speed with his sword. Still, the enhancement to his swordsmanship considerably boosted his combat strength and his marine persona. However, when he checked the world power line, he was stunned. World power, 19,500 points. The swordsmanship breakthrough had cost him 20,000 world source points. Yet the previous breakthrough in telekinesis had only used 10,000. Did this damn system skim an extra 10,000 off the top? His forehead pulsed with frustration as he barked, "Hey, system, you'd better give me an explanation. Where did that 10,000 points go?" In stark contrast to Byakuya, the system calmly explained everything in detail. The explanation, though lengthy, was essentially that Byakuya's maxed-out swordsmanship level made flashing swordsmanship a breakthrough catalyst. However, Flashy Flash's swordsmanship level was far below Tornado's telekinesis. As a result, more world power was required to achieve a breakthrough, hence the twofold cost. Satisfied, Byakuya finally calmed down. But instead of questioning his role, he muttered, "Honestly, why so complicated? You should have just given me a 100% template right from the start, so I wouldn't have to quibble over every single point." Examining his remaining world power in light of his plans, Byakuya couldn't help but think how quickly it seemed to deplete. After a moment's consideration, he purchased 2 specific characters from the system shop for his upcoming strategy. Byakuya had expected their strength to be on par with senior admirals, but upon summoning, the figure's power was closer to that of a low-level admiral, much lower than Byakuya had projected. It seemed the system imposed some restrictions on summoned characters, so Byakuya reluctantly spent another 10,000 world sources points to elevate the character's power to a low admiral level. This extra expense put a severe dent in his balance. What was nearly a 6-figure amount had dwindled to just 8,390 points. With a sigh, Byakuya reflected that going forward, the Don Quixote family might be the most convenient target to amass more world power. Meanwhile, back in his quarters, Virgo dialed Doflamingo's personal Den Mushy. "Young master, Byakuya is back from his training. You can stop looking for him at sea." Doflamingo's voice snarled on the other end. "Damn it! Where on earth was he training? I nearly turned over every island near the G5 branch looking for him and still found nothing." "Young master, that isn't the issue now. The critical point is that after he returned, he mentioned that someone out at sea was tracking his whereabouts while he was training and explicitly brought up the Don Quixote family. The troubling part is that every word seemed directed right at me." Doflamingo instantly quieted, his tone suddenly sharp. "What are you saying? Has your cover been blown?" "I'm not certain. Ever since Byakuya arrived at the G5, I haven't done anything remotely suspicious, yet he always seems to imply he knows something about me when he speaks. So, he knows who you are but hasn't exposed you? It seems that way. I even suspect he wasn't training these past 2 weeks but instead observing my movements from hiding. Otherwise, there's no reason we couldn't locate him at sea. With Virgo's analysis, Doflamingo saw the logic. Young master, we need to take action against Byakuya quickly. Otherwise, my infiltration in the G5 serves no purpose. If he reveals my identity one day, both you and I will be in grave danger. Virgo's concerns were valid, and Doflamingo, after hearing all this, resolved to eliminate Byakuya as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Cruelty. Whole Cake Island, Tado Land. It had been a week since the conflict with the Night Organization. On the day Big Mom fell into the sea, Katakuri and his crew managed to retrieve her from the water. However, after suffering Byakuya's intense telekinetic blow, followed by hours in the seawater, Big Mom fell into a deep coma and still hadn't awakened. With each day she remained unconscious, the pressure on Katakuri and the others increased. Within just a few days, Katakuri felt mentally drained, nearly overwhelmed by the constant demands of the esteemed guests detained on Cake Island. When the world news covered Big Mom's clash with the Night Organization, reporting that she was heavily wounded and thrown into the sea by its leader, the story quickly spread across the Grand Line. This intensified the pressure on Katakuri, as word of Big Mom's injury stirred interest in Tado Land among rival forces. With Big Mom's current state, the Big Mom pirates looked like an alluring target to the other 3 emperors, akin to a defenseless prize. In a few short days, they had lost control over 5 islands, with other pirate groups continuously raiding islands under Big Mom's rule, further compounding their losses. Facing this turmoil, Katakuri had no choice but to pull back most of the crew's forces to Cake Island, waiting anxiously for Big Mom to awaken. Just then, Smoothie rushed over excitedly, exclaiming, "Katakuri! Mama's awake!" "Really?" Katakuri's spirits lifted. If Big Mom regained consciousness and the news spread, it would deter at least 90% of their enemies from making any further moves. For Katakuri, this was the best news he could hope for. "Let's go see how she's doing." Upon reaching Big Mom's quarters, they saw many siblings gathered outside, but despite the news of their mother's awakening, none looked relieved. Instead, a deeper worry loomed over their faces. Before Katakuri could ask, he heard Big Mom's furious voice and the distressed cries of her attendants, followed by sounds of shattering objects that suddenly stopped. Katakuri turned to the others. "I'll go in first and check on Mama. Don't follow me inside." "Katakuri, are you sure you'll be okay?" asked one of his sisters, clearly worried. Everyone knew Big Mom was extremely volatile when agitated and could even lash out at her children. This had happened several times before. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Katakuri reassured them, "I'll handle it." Stepping into the room, he found broken items scattered across the floor and several lifeless bodies lying there, looking withered and drained. It was clear Big Mom had used her power to completely absorb their lifespans. Katakuri's heart sank as he saw the sight. Keeping his voice low, he asked from behind the thick pink curtain, "Mama, are you all right?" The curtain pulled back to reveal Big Mom's furious expression. Her eyes were bloodshot, and a fresh red mark marred her left cheek. Even more shocking was her stomach, which had once protruded noticeably but was now deeply sunken. Judging by her condition, even with Big Mom's high recovery rate, it would likely take at least 2 months to fully heal. Byakuya's psychic blast must have been brutal. Big Mom leaned close to Katakuri, her crimson eyes wide with anger. "Where did the Night Organization disappear to?" "We don't know. Ever since that day, they seem to have vanished without a trace," he replied. "Don't know?" Big Mom's tone turned cold. "Weren't they interested in recruiting you into their group?" "Mama!" Katakuri's head shot up in shock. "I'm loyal to you. I would never join the Night Organization, not even if it cost me my life. Yet on that day, you and your siblings let them get away, didn't you? I didn't see you all fighting to stop them at all." Big Mom's fury was unrelenting. She saw her children more as subordinates who were expected to lay down their lives in the face of an enemy. To her, allowing the night organization to escape without a final stand was intolerable. Katakuri knew arguing was useless. Any attempt to reason with Big Mom in her current state was bound to fail, especially when she was enraged. She never acknowledged her own mistakes, she simply pinned the blame on others. Had she not tried to forcibly recruit the night organization and make them reconcile with the Vinsmokes, perhaps that fateful clash would never have happened. But in Big Mom's mind, it was all due to Katakuri's cowardice in failing to stop their enemy. Recalling the lingering pain in her abdomen, Big Mom's eyes burned with rage. Since you all let the night organization escape, you'll have to pay the price. Everyone will lose 5 years of their lifespan. As for you, Katakuri, it will be 10 years. Katakuri's face darkened, his hand clenched tightly at his side for a brief moment before he let go and replied, "Understood." He knew better than to argue with Big Mom, as any resistance would likely lead to a punishment far worse than just losing a few years of life. He might end up just like the lifeless attendants on the floor, his soul ripped out. The conversation between him and Big Mom wasn't loud, but the other siblings gathered outside could hear it. They had watched Katakuri, who hadn't slept in days, pour his heart and soul into protecting Tado Land during this crisis. They, too, had done their part, working tirelessly to maintain the strength of the Big Mom pirates. Yet, upon waking, their mother offered not a single word of praise or even a sign of kindness. Instead, she doubted Katakuri's loyalty and punished them severely. As they watched, Katakuri finally emerged, leaning on the doorway, his steps unsteady. In just a few short minutes, he looked as if he had aged a decade. Fine lines had begun to show around his eyes, marking the toll his sacrifices had taken. Seeing his brothers and sisters all looking at him with such concern, Katakuri felt a bittersweet comfort in his heart. However, the thought of them each soon having to sacrifice 5 years of their lifespan pained him deeply. He felt like a failure as an older brother, unable to protect them. For their sake, he forced a reassuring smile and said, "I'm fine. Mama's right. We failed to stop the night organization, and that's on us." In the crowd, the 43rd son, Charlotte Wiro, mumbled softly, "Mama couldn't even take on the night organization. How are we supposed to stop them?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the siblings around him looked at him in horror. Realizing he had spoken right in front of Mama's chamber, Wiro quickly covered his mouth and cautiously looked toward the door, praying she hadn't heard. For a moment, all was silent. Wiro sighed in relief, but Katakuri's observation Haki saw a terrifying vision of the immediate future. He shouted anxiously, "Mama," Wiro just spoke without thinking, he didn't mean anything by it. But before anyone could react, the chamber doors burst open with a powerful gust of wind. Big Mom loomed behind Wiro, casting a massive shadow over him. The back of his shirt was drenched in cold sweat as he stammered, "And Mama, I..." Before he could finish, Big Mom grabbed him in one swift motion and stuffed him into her mouth. Wiro's agonizing screams filled the air as her jaw ground him down like one of her sweets, tearing his body apart in unimaginable pain. His siblings watched, horrified, as Wiro, who had been beside them only moments before, became nothing more than a mass of shredded flesh before he disappeared, swallowed whole. Blood trickled from Big Mom's lips, making her fierce expression even more terrifying. Her children cowered, petrified that she might devour them all in a fit of madness. Katakuri stood protectively in front of his siblings and tried to speak calmly, "Mama?" Big Mom turned her bloodshot eyes on him and grabbed him by the collar. Everyone thought she was about to eat him as well, and they pleaded for her to stop. However, Katakuri did not attempt to resist, maintaining eye contact with her. Big Mom, however, did not devour him. Instead, she scolded him fiercely, "I don't need children who talk behind my back. I need subordinates who are loyal to me. If you, Katakuri, even think of betraying me, you'll end up just like Wiro, chewed to pieces and swallowed." With a powerful toss, she threw him to the ground, creating a crater in the stone floor beneath him. Big Mom stormed back into her chamber, her voice echoing as she declared, "As punishment for failing to stop the night organization, you will each enter the chamber in turn and sacrifice 5 years of your lifespan." The shattered door and the dark interior seemed like the gaping mouth of a monstrous beast, awaiting its next meal. Katakuri struggled to his feet, barely able to stand after already losing 10 years of his lifespan. His weakened body throbbed with pain from the brutal fall. As he watched his siblings brace themselves and enter the chamber one by one, prepared to face their punishment, the memory of Byakuya's parting words crept into his mind, casting a shadow of doubt over his once steadfast loyalty. For Katakuri, Big Mom's one redeeming trait was simply being his mother. But seeing her cruelty today, he could no longer ignore the emotional pain she inflicted on them. He wanted to believe that her extreme behavior was due to the severity of her injuries and that, given time, things might improve. What Katakuri did not realize was that Byakuya had unintentionally planted a seed in his heart, a seed of doubt that Big Mom's actions were causing to take root. 7 days after the Night Organization's attack on Tado Land and Big Mom's defeat by Byakuya, news spread, and the world government issued new bounties on the Night Organization members. They recognized former CP9 agents Lucci and Blueno by their devil fruit powers. Blueno received a bounty of 120 million berries, while Lucci's soared to 500 million. Trafalgar Law, recognized for his unique powers and prior bounty in the North Blue, had his bounty raised from 70 million to 200 million, propelling him from a rookie pirate to a supernova. The bounty for Sonic, known as the Ninja, was set at 900 million berries, showing only an image of him wearing a purple mask. Enel, dubbed the Thunder Emperor, received a bounty of 700 million berries, also without a real name or unmasked image. Finally, Byakuya himself, known simply as Knight in the bounty poster, appeared in a pitch-black mask, with a staggering bounty of 3.7 billion berries. Chapter 167, Plan. Byakuya set aside the bounty posters related to the Night Organization, noting that even the world government must have been alarmed by the organization's strength, hence the enormous bounty of 3.7 billion berries on his head alone. Altogether, the bounties on the entire Night Organization reached nearly 6 billion berries, rivaling those of the 4 Emperor's crews. In Byakuya's opinion, the total should have exceeded 6 billion. Lucci's bounty, in particular, was set too low, as his strength was surely worth more than 500 million berries. In reality, there was little difference in strength between Lucci and Enel. Enel's bounty was as high as 700 million berries, partly due to his top-tier Logia-type devil fruit, the Rumble fruit. However, his actual power should be valued around 500 or 600 million berries. Lucci, by contrast, was certainly worth at least 500 million. Although Blueno didn't display his power during the recent fight, his devil fruit's unique abilities alone made him highly valuable, yet he received only a 120 million berry bounty. Byakuya couldn't help but suspect that, because Lucci and Blueno were former members of CP9, the world government set their bounties significantly below their actual worth. Yet this latest conflict had solidified the Night Organization's infamy. Unlike the earlier feat of taking down a warlord like Crocodile, this time they directly engaged Big Mom and escaped unscathed, proving their strength rivaled that of Yonko's crew. Rumors even began circulating across the seas that the Night Organization might be the New World's 5th Emperor, with many agreeing that they deserved this title. When Byakuya heard these rumors, he could barely keep from laughing. He wasn't fit to be the 5th Emperor, only Pirate King Luffy would eventually claim that title. Byakuya calculated that Luffy's journey would begin in only a month or 2. He wondered how his actions might affect Luffy's journey compared to the original course of events. Unbeknownst to Byakuya, while he was mulling over Luffy's fate, 2 prominent figures were deep in thought about him. In Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat in his office, arms folded and staring intently at the open report on his desk, his gaze heavy with complex emotions. Beside the report lay the latest bounty notices, topped by the one for the Night Organization's leader, Knight. The photo showed a mysterious figure cloaked in a black crescent moon robe, wearing a pitch-black mask, and surrounded by hundreds of floating black spheres. Normally, Byakuya was known for his swordsmanship, whereas Knight's combat style involved these enigmatic black spheres, a method entirely different from Byakuya's, making it impossible to link the two. While the idea of Byakuya wielding two Admiral-level combat abilities momentarily crossed Sengoku's mind, he dismissed it almost immediately. The notion was almost absurd. After all, a 19-year-old with Admiral-level swordsmanship was already rare enough. It was unreasonable to expect him to reach the same level in two different areas. For example, Admiral Kizaru excelled in using the glint fruit, which placed him among the top admirals, but he also possessed decent swordsmanship. However, without his devil fruit powers, he would stand no chance against fellow admirals Akainu or Akiji in a sword-only fight. Similarly, if Byakuya were knight, it would imply he had mastered both swordsmanship and this mysterious energy to an admiral-level degree. Could a 19-year-old boy truly accomplish that? It seemed inconceivable to Sengoku. There were also rumors that Knight wielded a form of mental assault akin to Conqueror's Haki, causing a loud heartbeat sound when activated. Sengoku had never heard of Byakuya displaying such a technique. These two solid points were enough to dismiss the possibility that Byakuya was Knight. Yet the coincidences were hard to ignore. Last time, the Knight organization had eliminated crocodiles in the kingdom of Alabasta while Byakuya was reported to be in training. The entirety of CP-8 and agent Yanryu of CP-0 were found dead on an island not far from Water 7, just as Byakuya had recently left the city. After his previous conversation with Byakuya, Sengoku had almost dismissed his suspicions. However, news of the Knight organization's clash with the Big Mom pirates spread like wildfire, with reports of Knight injuring Big Mom herself. Even Sengoku was shocked by their overwhelming power. To his surprise, Sengoku felt the urge to confirm if Byakuya was stationed at Marine G5 during the incident. Upon reviewing the report, it was clear that when the news broke, Byakuya was indeed at Marine G5 headquarters. Yet, just as Sengoku sighed in relief, he noticed that Byakuya had left for a 2-week training session 3 days before the incident. This situation instantly sparked Sengoku's suspicions. How could it always be so coincidental? Every time the Knight organization took action, Byakuya would conveniently be training, with his whereabouts unknown. Even though Byakuya was stationed at G5 headquarters when this news broke, Sengoku still harbored deep doubts about him, since the timing of the information release could be controlled. This time, the initial report came from the World News Agency. If Sengoku remembered correctly, the same thing happened with the incident involving Crocodile, leading to suspicions of a possible connection between the Knight organization and the World News Agency. Moreover, many believed that Morgans, the agency's president, had close ties with the Knight organization. All these factors combined only added to the suspicions surrounding Byakuya. However, with Byakuya's current strength and Zephyr's high standing within the Marines, Sengoku couldn't investigate without risking upheaval. If Byakuya truly was a knight, his personality suggested he might very well leave the Marines, becoming a pirate or even genuinely joining the Knight organization. Therefore, Sengoku had to devise a strategy to investigate Byakuya without alerting him. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo, who had just finished a call with Virgo, was also contemplating Byakuya. But unlike Sengoku, Doflamingo was intent on eliminating Byakuya quickly. Delaying this any longer could risk exposing Virgo's true identity, which would ultimately endanger Doflamingo himself. He dialed Kaido, putting on a tone of feigned urgency once the call connected. "Lord Kaido, something terrible has happened." Kaido frowned in displeasure and replied, "What is it now?" "According to my contact at G5 headquarters, Byakuya has discovered Caesar's identity and plans to escort him to Impel Down in the coming days." Lowering his voice, Doflamingo added, "To prevent another prison break, the escort will be led by a Marine Admiral." He was referring to the incident when Kaido's forces rescued Jack. Kaido, now suspicious, asked, "You're saying Caesar will be escorted to Impel Down by a Marine Admiral in the next few days?" "That's right." Doflamingo lied with such conviction that even he nearly believed Caesar was truly headed for Impel Down. Kaido pondered his options. If this were true, his only choice would be to lead an assault on G5 headquarters, but a direct attack on a Marine base would be too conspicuous, risking a powerful counterattack. He still remembered the last Marine reprisal vividly, and the bodies of his 2 fallen top officers hadn't even cooled yet. Attacking a Marine base again would certainly drive them to extreme measures. Kaido wasn't a complete brute, he wasn't entirely reckless. Doflamingo sensed Kaido's hesitation and suggested, "Lord Kaido, I can arrange to lure Byakuya out of the Marine base. Then, you can lead your forces to kill Byakuya, while I'll take care of extracting Caesar from G5 headquarters." No sooner had he finished speaking than Kaido's angry voice roared through the receiver. "Doflamingo, do you take me for a fool?" The outburst startled Doflamingo. Had Kaido discovered he was being deceived? Cold sweat began to bead on Doflamingo's forehead, but Kaido continued. "You think I don't know your little scheme? You want me to deal with Byakuya while you take Caesar, threatening me with your artificial devil fruit technology to force our continued trade. I'm telling you now, that won't happen. My men will retrieve Caesar from G5. Doflamingo, realizing it was only this minor misunderstanding, wiped the sweat from his brow. He thought for a moment that Kaido had seen through his deception, but apparently, Kaido was still utterly fooled. Only a fool would declare that they weren't a fool. Smiling, he appeased, "You're overthinking it, Lord Kaido. I had no such intention. Whether you meant it or not, you're coming with me to kill Byakuya. If you don't, I promise the Don Quixote family will be erased from the New World." Since Byakuya was already being drawn out of the Marine base, Kaido saw no harm in avenging his fallen officers by killing a Marine Vice Admiral. "Understood, Lord Kaido. I'll start preparations immediately. Once we have a clear signal, we'll strike together." After hanging up, Doflamingo exhaled in relief, chuckling to himself. Kaido is an easy mark. Chapter 168, Beast Pirate. 3 days later, as Ein and Tashigi were heading out, they ran into Virgo entering from outside the base. "Vice Admiral Virgo." Ein and Tashigi saluted him. Virgo put on a casual smile, saying, "From now on, don't salute me when you see me. I'd hate for Base Commander Byakuya to find out and give me a hard time later." His comment made Ein and Tashigi blush slightly, as everyone at G5 knew they were close to Byakuya. Ein put her hands on her hips, pouting. "Vice Admiral Virgo, if you keep saying things like that, I might just tell my senior, Byakuya, and have him give you a hard time for real." Virgo put on a mock apologetic look, replying, "Oh no, you're too powerful. I won't dare to joke like that again." Observing their uniforms and their prepared appearance, Virgo's eyes brightened as he thought of Doflamingo's plan. He asked casually, "Are you two going out on a mission?" The two had no reason to be suspicious of Virgo's question. As a Marine Vice Admiral, he outranked them, so his inquiries seemed natural. Virgo had always behaved in an easygoing manner, giving no cause for doubt. Tashigi replied, "According to reports from the soldiers, there's a pirate group near Wolf Island refusing to pay the toll. They're pretty strong, so we're going to handle it." "Need a hand?" "I've got nothing on my schedule," Virgo offered. "No need. They're just some small-time pirates, the two of us are more than enough." Thanks to Byakuya's special training over the past few days, Ein and Tashigi hadn't improved in swordsmanship skill per se, but they'd found clarity in their swordsmanship path. Taking down pirates this time was also a way for them to break through their bottlenecks. Only real combat could help them grow faster. "All right then, stay safe," Virgo said with a smile, watching the graceful figures of Ein and Tashigi as they left. The friendly smile faded from his face, replaced by a darker expression. While he did want Byakuya dead, it was only Byakuya he wanted gone. Ein and Tashigi, on the other hand, were not only strong but also beautiful and talented, and in Virgo's plan, they'd become his spoils after Byakuya's death. But now, to keep his identity from being exposed, he'd have to deal with Byakuya quickly, even if it meant sacrificing these two promising women. What a shame. Back in his room, Virgo contacted Doflamingo. "Young master, those two Marine captains are heading to Wolf Island. You can start the operation. Are you certain those two can lure Byakuya out? I don't want to alert him too soon." If he catches wind of this, it'll be harder to get him out next time, Doflamingo replied with a frown on the other end of the line. I'm 90% sure they can lure Byakuya out, so it shouldn't be a problem, Virgo said, though his mind wandered momentarily to Ein and to Shiji's impressive appearances. With a hint of his ulterior motives, he continued, but to ensure everything goes smoothly, I suggest surrounding them first rather than attacking right away. You mean to surround them, forcing Byakuya to come to the rescue? Doflamingo asked, narrowing his eyes. Exactly. If we kill them directly, Byakuya might not appear at all, Virgo explained, which was a reasonable concern. Fine, I'll let Kaido know about this. By the way, did you handle the task I gave you? That pirate who looks almost identical to Caesar? I put sea stone handcuffs on him and had him placed in the prison. Virgo replied, referring to Doflamingo's backup plan for Kaido. The pirate, after being hypnotized, would insist he was Caesar, knowing nothing else. When Kaido's men break him out, they'd find him dazed, and any resulting blame would fall on the Marines, not Doflamingo. Good. When the beast pirates arrive at the base, just say that Caesar isn't here. He'll recognize you and not attack. Then, guide him to the prison where we set up the decoy, and your task will be complete. I understand. With that, the two ended the call, and the plan targeting Byakuya was set into motion. On his throne, Kaido gave the order, full speed ahead to Wolf Island. Although the beast pirates had only sent one ship for secrecy, this ship carried Kaido's top officers. Besides Kaido himself, all three lead performers and the Flying Six had joined him. Kaido believed that even for a small skirmish, one should give their all. Moreover, after hearing from Jack about how he was defeated by Byakuya, Kaido quickly realized that Byakuya's strength was likely on par with an admiral's. While Kaido wasn't afraid of Byakuya, he intended to end this operation as quickly as possible, aiming to kill Byakuya and rescue Caesar before the Marines had a chance to react. Hence, Kaido had brought along all of his top officers, confident that the power of an emperor's crew could finish Byakuya off in half a day. Queen, one of the three lead performers, turned to Jack and asked, "So, is this Byakuya guy really that strong? Was it necessary to bring the entire crew?" Jack, showing respect to Queen, answered seriously, "He's incredibly strong. I couldn't last even 3 minutes against him." Queen sneered and mocked directly, "That's because you're too weak, isn't it?" Jack said nothing. After all, it was embarrassing that he hadn't even lasted 3 minutes against Byakuya back when Byakuya was only a Marine Vice Admiral. King shot Queen a glance, frowning. "If you also lose to Byakuya later, I don't think you'll have any face left to stay in the Beast Pirates. TCH. With Boss here, there's no way Byakuya is going to turn the tables," Queen retorted confidently. From his throne, Kaido interrupted the pointless bickering. "Enough. Say what you will, Byakuya's strength shouldn't be underestimated. We must take him down quickly." One of the Flying Six stirred things up, calling out, "Boss Kaido, if any of us from the Flying Six manage to defeat Byakuya, can we replace Jack as one of the lead performers?" "Yeah. The position of lead performer should go to the strongest in the crew." "I think I'm strong enough to take on a lead performer role myself," another chimed in. Kaido, always appreciative of his powerful subordinates, responded good-naturedly. "No problem. If any of you manage to defeat Byakuya, I'll give you a chance to challenge Jack for the position." The Flying Six lit up with excitement, glancing smugly in Jack's direction as if claiming his position was a given. However, Jack remained silent. In his mind, Byakuya's strength, though not on Kaido's level, was far superior to Queen's and that of the Flying Six. He knew that once they faced Byakuya, they'd realize just how powerful he truly was and how absurd their ambitions were. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo had also gathered all the officers of the Don Quixote family in the palace hall. He raised his voice, declaring, "Today marks an important day for the Don Quixote family. Because today, we will finally take revenge on our greatest enemy, Byakuya. His death will avenge Treble and Diamante." Like Kaido, Doflamingo had assembled all his top officers, preparing to head to Wolf Island. He intended to demonstrate to his officers that, should any of them suffer the same fate as Treble, he would stop at nothing to avenge them. Moreover, he wanted to show Kaido his unwavering commitment to eliminating Byakuya. After all, bringing his entire crew left no room for Kaido to doubt his sincerity. Once the fake Caesar fell into Kaido's hands, Kaido would have no reason to target him. At least until Byakuya was dead, their goals were aligned. Just as Doflamingo prepared to lead his officers out, a sudden commotion broke out outside. A guard staggered in, breathless. "Young master. Something terrible has happened. The Knight Organization is attacking." "What?" Doflamingo's face froze in disbelief, feeling as if struck by a bolt from the blue. How had the Knight Organization found him? And why now? Thinking about the Knight Organization's massive 6 billion bounty and their leader, Knight, who was hailed as the fifth emperor, Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine. Outside, the noise quickly subsided, vanishing in less than 10 seconds. The palace grew eerily silent, the sound of each person's breathing and racing heartbeat becoming disturbingly clear. Then, 7 figures draped in crescent moon emblazoned black cloaks appeared at the palace entrance. Their masks made their identities unmistakable. Apart from a young girl with teal hair and a green mask who appeared to be around 14 or 15 and whose identity was unknown, the other 6 were all individuals from wanted posters. Among them was Knight, the one with a 3.7 billion bounty. Meanwhile, in the waters under the jurisdiction of the G5 base, a merchant ship sailed toward the base. The captain called out, "We're almost at Marine G5. From the cabin emerged a middle-aged man dressed in purple, with closed eyes and a cane sword in hand, looking like a blind man. Though his eyes were shut, he seemed to sense the direction of the G5 base. The blind man murmured, "I hope our ideals aren't too different. Otherwise, this trip of mine would be in vain." Chapter 169, Change of Plan. One has to admit that Byakuya and Doflamingo do have certain similarities. Simply put, they will go to any lengths to eliminate enemies who have wronged them. To deal with Byakuya, Doflamingo didn't hesitate to spin a massive lie to deceive Kaido. Of course, this was partly because he was unaware that Caesar had been taken by Byakuya. If he knew, he'd probably be spitting blood out of sheer frustration. On Byakuya's end, it would be incredibly difficult to bring down Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family solely under the title of Marine. After all, the Marines have no jurisdiction over the 7 warlords, who are recognized by the world government. But Byakuya has another identity, perfectly suited for dealing with Doflamingo and his crew. This mission wouldn't just be about taking them down, it would serve as a public redemption battle for Byakuya. Both men, similar in nature, had chosen the same day to strike against each other. Doflamingo prepared to meet with the Beast's pirates to deal with Byakuya, while Byakuya ordered the Knight Organization to head to Dressrosa. When the Knight Organization confronted him right at his doorstep, even Doflamingo couldn't suppress a feeling of unease. Scowling, he asked, "I don't recall ever offending your Knight Organization, do I?" Standing silent in his dark mask, Knight seemed unwilling to answer. Instead, Lucci stepped forward, saying, "Doflamingo, do you think we don't know what you've been up to in Dressrosa? Shall I remind you, paramecia type, hobby fruit, sugar." At Lucci's words, Doflamingo broke into a cold sweat. He never imagined the Knight Organization would know about sugar. "But what does that have to do with you?" Lucci let out a mocking laugh. "Because our Knight Organization's goal is world peace. And everything you've done is completely at odds with our ideals. So, we're here to bring you to justice. Just give up and admit your crimes." Doflamingo stood there, utterly stunned. The idea that the Knight Organization shook the entire sea, could have a goal like world peace was outrageous, almost as absurd as when he'd heard as a child that the Pirate King, Roger, had willingly surrendered to the Marines. It was beyond ridiculous. He thought it would make more sense if they said they just didn't like him. With a total bounty of nearly 6 billion berries across the organization, claiming world peace as their goal was outright laughable. Naturally, Doflamingo didn't believe Lucci's words, thinking instead that the Knight organization was toying with him. Since they weren't there in peace, Doflamingo had no intention of backing down. He shouted, "Everyone, attack!" With a sudden, full-force release of Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo hoped to catch the Knight organization off guard. For a moment, the skies over Dressrosa turned dark and turbulent. But Knight simply stood there, and a formation of hundreds of black orbs appeared behind him, each glowing faintly in teal, like giant fireflies drifting through the air. Yet Doflamingo knew that this beautiful display masked a terrifying power, one strong enough to defeat Big Mom. Knight finally spoke. "Since you're using Conqueror's Haki, why don't we compare?" A sound like thunder boomed in their ears, growing louder and faster. Every officer in the Don Quixote family felt their hearts clench as overwhelming fear flooded their minds. To them, the masked man before them was like a god, and they were nothing but ants before him. It felt as if he could wipe them all out with a mere breath. Doflamingo himself was gripped by a fear he had never experienced before, even against the four emperors or the admirals, whose power could topple nations and sink islands. Compared to the man before him, he wondered if even they measured up. The sheer power gap brought Doflamingo to the brink of surrender. Yet what he didn't realize was that this figure, whom he saw as a god, had no real power at all and was an ordinary person. But should Doflamingo dare to attack, Lucci and the others would be ready to strike. And that small, unassuming girl wearing a pale teal mask, seemingly fragile, was, in fact, the most powerful among them. This knight was none other than King, summoned by Byakuya through his system, the true owner of the King's engine. That petite girl, resembling a young girl, was the one with immense telekinetic powers, the S-class hero ranked second, Tornado of Terror, Tatsumaki. Upon her summoning, she had instantly gained power equivalent to a lower-ranking admiral. Though this was far below Byakuya's expectations, it made her a rare asset on the Grand Line. In truth, Byakuya hadn't summoned Tatsumaki for her power, but for her abilities, which could create a convincing guise for the powerless king. King's Emperor's engine, combined with Tatsumaki's telekinesis, allowed him to masquerade as Knight, the leader of the Knight organization with a 3.7 billion bounty. This was Byakuya's true plan for his public redemption. While he stayed in plain sight at the Marine G5 base, King posed as Knight, leading the Knight organization to Dressrosa to annihilate the Don Quixote family. This way, even the cunning Sengoku wouldn't suspect Byakuya's connection to the Knight organization, unless he believed Byakuya could be in two places at once. Not only did this clear his name, but it also changed the course of events, gaining Byakuya a tremendous amount of world source energy. It was truly a win-win situation. With Doflamingo and his officers frozen in fear, King commanded, "If they won't make a move, then it's our turn." The black orbs behind him shot forward like meteors, aiming straight at Doflamingo. Tatsumaki muttered in frustration under her mask, "Why don't we just use telekinesis directly? All these ugly black balls, such a hassle." As the orbs neared him, Doflamingo's battle instincts kicked in. Fine threads sprouted from his fingers, weaving into a half-circle shield in front of him. When the orbs collided with the threads, the sound of metal clashing echoed. The terrifying power of the black orbs made Doflamingo's shield tremble, sending a numbing sensation through his arms. But when the assault was over, he was unharmed, only slightly shaken. The result was nothing like the breath that he feared would obliterate him in an instant. The opponent didn't seem as powerful as he thought. Could this level of strength defeat Big Mom? Doubts began to stir in Doflamingo's mind, and this realization also emboldened him and his subordinates. After all, they were ruthless pirates by nature, with the enemy right at their throats. How could they simply back down? Especially when this foe didn't seem as formidable as expected. Hiding the slight tremor in his arms behind him, Doflamingo sneered. "So, this is the knight worth a bounty of 3.7 billion berries, the one who supposedly defeated Big Mom? Looks like you're not as strong as I thought." Of course, his main intention was to raise his men's morale, dismissing the enemy strategically. Meanwhile, on the other side, Emma whispered, "This level of attack? It's nothing like Lord Knight's strength at all. He couldn't even handle Doflamingo. If it were Lord Knight himself, Doflamingo would already be obliterated. Lucci nodded in agreement. Indeed, this doesn't come close to Lord Knight's power. Still, as long as it looks convincing and nobody suspects anything, we're good. Sonic muttered, women are so unreliable, looks like if we want to take down Doflamingo, it'll have to be us who step in. Their voices weren't loud, but Tatsumaki was standing nearby and heard them. Coupled with Doflamingo's contemptuous remarks, Tatsumaki's annoyance boiled over. Ugh! I'm done using these black orbs, all of you can just die already. Tatsumaki's true skill lay in direct telekinetic attacks. She wasn't accustomed to using telekinesis to manipulate external objects in a fight. Unrestrained now, her psychic energy surged forward in a furious wave, closing in on Doflamingo. Seeing the light blue glow intensifying around Knight, Doflamingo knew another attack was coming. He stretched out countless threads from his body, weaving them into a large shield to protect everyone. Doflamingo sneered, with your strength, it's impossible to defeat me that easily. You'd be better off just leaving, I can pretend none of this happened. Before Knight could respond, he heard a fierce retort, dream on. A massive invisible hand formed from psychic energy slammed down on Doflamingo. The web of threads he believed would protect them shredded like paper under the pressure, smashing Doflamingo and his officers into the cracked palace floor. With a thunderous crash, the hilltop of Dressrosa's royal palace quaked, boulders tumbling down the mountainside. Enel, Lucci, and Sonic gawked at Tatsumaki, surprised that this petite, youthful girl held such terrifying power. Reflecting on their earlier comments, they felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Watching it all unfold, Law felt as if he were dreaming. His lifelong nemesis, Doflamingo, was now effortlessly crushed by a mere girl. This triggered a sudden wave of self-doubt. Was he really that weak? But Byakuya had always said he had great potential. Or, had Byakuya only said that to encourage him? Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Tatsumaki was smug. Humph, she thought, let that be a lesson for underestimating me. If you weren't on my side, I'd show you what it's like to be flattened underground, too. Just as she was about to strike again, King reminded her, our orders were to stretch this out as long as possible, not end it so quickly. Tatsumaki's surge of psychic energy halted abruptly and dissipated, clearly frustrated. Fine, let's spare the flamingo for now and let him live a little longer. Before they had departed for Dressrosa, Byakuya had indeed given such instructions. To him, if the Marines got wind that one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo, was under attack by the Knight organization, they'd likely dispatch Byakuya himself, stationed nearby, to investigate. Nothing would be more convincing than having Byakuya face off against Knight right there in Dressrosa. At that moment, Byakuya was in his office, reclining in his chair, legs propped on his desk, casually watching the Den Mushi on his desk. According to plan, King and the others should now be engaging Doflamingo in Dressrosa. Once word reached the Marines, Sengoku would almost certainly call him in to check on Doflamingo. This way, his innocence would be solidly established. Right on cue, the Den Mushi began ringing as expected. But as the saying goes, plans can never keep up with unexpected changes. When Byakuya picked up the call, he froze in surprise because it wasn't Sengoku on the other end but Ferguson, who was patrolling nearby. Ferguson's voice was hurried. Vice Admiral Byakuya, I've just received a distress signal from Ein and Tashigi. It seems they're trapped by the Beast's pirates on War Island. I'm heading over now, but Vice Admiral, you should hurry as well. Got it. Stay hidden and don't let yourself get captured. I'm on my way now. Byakuya hung up, his expression unreadable. It was a surprise move. He hadn't expected the Beast's pirates to target him at this moment. To top it off, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, chose to go after Ein and Tashigi, 2 women close to him. Though nothing substantial had happened between him and them, Byakuya understood their feelings. If it weren't for regulations, he'd have already taken things further with them. But now Kaido dared to go after his women, a move that touched Byakuya's very last nerve. Leading the marine base, he ascended to the skies, moving at top speed, unknowingly augmenting his flight with psychic energy. As he raced through the air, he muttered, "Please, let them be safe." Chapter 170, Ein and Tashigi Survival. Wall Island, a small, desolate island covered in towering, lush trees, with an ideal but largely uninhabited environment, lay not far from the Red Line's entrance to the New World. Typically, this unassuming place saw few visitors. Yet now, it had become a landing spot for the Beast's pirates, one of the four Emperor's crews. Those two female marines and their crew landed on this island, right? Kaido asked, gazing at the modest-sized island. Yes, they abandoned their ship on the other side, so they're likely hiding in the forest, Queen volunteered eagerly. Boss, how about I go in there with some of the crew and drag those two out? Kaido shook his head. Our goal this time isn't to capture those two marines, but to lure Byakuya out of the G5 base. There's no need to waste energy on them. As Doflamingo suggested, keeping them alive gives us a better chance of drawing Byakuya out. But will just waiting here really work? King, standing nearby, chimed in. We gave them enough time to send out a distress signal during the pursuit. By now, Byakuya should be aware of their situation and may already be on his way here. It's dull, though, Queen muttered, sulking as he squatted on the beach and started drawing circles in the sand with his finger. Seeing this, Kaido sighed, "Fine, if you're so bored, take 2 people with you and bring those marines back here. But don't kill them yet, they might still be useful once Byakuya arrives." Got it! With Kaido's permission, Queen picked 2 close comrades from the Flying Six and led them into the forest. Meanwhile, Ein and Tashigi were hiding deeper in the forest with around 50 marines, their faces etched with grim expressions. They knew the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 Emperor's crews, waited just outside. If captured, they faced certain death. The group carefully advanced into the denser parts of the forest, avoiding any traces of their passage. But with the island's limited size, they soon reached the forest center, surrounded by towering trees on all sides. Tashigi reassured the group, "Let's rest here for now. Ein and I will keep watch nearby. If they come after us, we'll use the forest terrain to try and shake them off." Ein, however, sounded uneasy. "But this isn't a long-term solution. If we stay in the forest, they'll eventually find us." With a resigned sigh, Tashigi replied, "There's not much else we can do. I activated the distress signal when we abandoned the ship, so any nearby marine ships should receive it. Let's hope someone comes to help us. Do you think if Byakuya-senpai hears we're in trouble, he'll come to save us?" Ein asked. Tashigi answered with certainty, "Byakuya will come." Ein forced a faint smile. "Honestly, I'd rather he didn't." Tashigi fell silent. The truth was, both of them didn't want Byakuya to come. They understood that he would, yet they wished he wouldn't. During the pursuit, they realized that, besides Kaido himself, the entire Beast's Pirates top brass was there. This could mean only one thing: they weren't just after Ein and Tashigi. The real target was Byakuya himself. Combined with Byakuya's recent warnings about a group secretly investigating him, their suspicions solidified. This was a death trap, one laid by the Beast's Pirates with Byakuya as its true aim. It was precisely because they knew Byakuya would come for them that they hoped he'd stay away. Still, once he knows, there's no way Byakuya will just sit back, Tashigi admitted. Exactly. And that's why I like him so much, Ein confided, perhaps emboldened by the looming threat. Playfully, she teased, "And you, Tashigi, you like him too, don't you?" Blushing deeply, Tashigi mumbled, barely audible, "Yes." Ein laughed, "I knew it." Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, Ein's brows furrowed, and she muttered in frustration, "Too bad Byakuya-senpai is such a coward. He understands everything but still acts clueless. It's infuriating." She sliced through branches in front of her, as if venting her frustration on Byakuya himself. Tashigi teased back, "Well, what if Byakuya came sneaking into your room in the middle of the night, huh? Would you welcome him?" "Humph. He'd have to be bold enough to try." You can't expect me to make the first move, can you? Ain replied, rolling her eyes. But what if he did? Tashigi pressed. He did? Ain's mischievous blue eyes sparkled as she pulled Tashigi into a hug, laughing. Then I'd offer you up to Byakuya-senpai, so he'd let me go. You! Tashigi blushed furiously, too embarrassed to respond. Despite the levity, both felt a little lighter, though they knew that dying here would be the greatest regret of their lives. Soon, the sound of trees crashing reached their ears from the direction they'd come. Queen and his men were barreling through the forest, tearing down any trees that blocked their way, making a path as wide as a highway. Queen called out as he smashed down trees, "You two had better be hiding well. If I catch you, I'll make you experience true pain." Queen, always eager to hunt down Marines, thrived on the thrill of the chase. The thought of cornering his prey sent shivers of excitement through him. Plus, his hobby of experimenting with viruses required a steady supply of live subjects, and the 50 or so Marines here would keep him entertained for a while. Ain and Tashigi perched on a high branch, watching as Queen and his two allies moved steadily closer to their hiding place. At this pace, they'd be discovered in less than 20 minutes. Tashigi turned to Ain, "Take the soldiers and retreat in the opposite direction. I'll stay here to buy you time." "You're insane." "That's Queen of the Beasts Pirates 3 Calamities, Plague Queen. You can't take him on." Ain urgently pulled on Tashigi's arm. "I know," Tashigi replied, gently shaking off Ain's hand. "But if we let them search the area unhindered, none of us will make it out alive." She looked at Ain seriously. "Don't waste any more time, get them out of here." Tashigi hesitated for a moment, but then her gaze hardened. "If you make it out and see Byakuya, please tell him that I, Tashigi, have no regrets about liking him." I will." Ain's eyes welled up with tears as she glanced back at Tashigi's lone figure on the branch while she turned to lead the others away. Taking a deep breath, Tashigi leaped down from the tree, landing right in front of Queen and his companions. Well, look what we have here. One of our targets, delivering herself to us." Queen sneered, eyeing Tashigi with amusement. "What happened? Did your friends sacrifice you to save themselves?" Tashigi drew her sword, Shigure, her voice cold. "You think we Marines are as despicable as you pirates? All this talk won't save you," Queen smirked, signaling to Sasaki. "Sasaki, this Marine is yours. But remember what Kaido said, not to kill her." Sasaki, a towering figure with pointed teeth, a horned military cap, and wooden clogs, was one of the Tobarapo and wielded the ancient Zoan devil fruit, model Triceratops. He was ranked among the top fighters in the Beast's Pirates. As a swordsman himself, Sasaki immediately lunged at Tashigi with his longsword. Tashigi met his attack, but from the very start, Sasaki had her on the defensive. With his Triceratops form, Sasaki had a raw strength advantage that Tashigi struggled to counter. Each swing of his sword sent her reeling back several steps, forcing her to deflect his blows to avoid being overwhelmed. Were it not for Byakuya's recent training in swordsmanship, Tashigi would have likely fallen already. After driving her back with a powerful strike, Sasaki laughed mockingly. "Is this all the Marines can muster? Looks like Kaido was too cautious bringing us all out here. If the Marines are this weak, I could take down Byakuya myself." Tashigi's gaze was steely. "If Byakuya were here, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. He'd cut you down with a single strike." Sasaki sneered. "Once I capture you, I'll make sure you watch how I bring Byakuya to his knees." Horn thrust. Sasaki charged, his sword splitting into 3 prongs aimed directly at Tashigi's abdomen. Though she deflected 2 of the prongs, her arm was left trembling from the impact, struggling to hold her sword against the pain. She knew Sasaki was holding back to capture her alive, a tactic intended to lure Byakuya into a trap. But that was exactly what Tashigi wanted to avoid. Determined to prevent her capture from becoming a weapon against Byakuya, she prepared to end her own life. Just as Tashigi raised her sword to make the ultimate sacrifice, a familiar figure leaped in front of her, blocking Sasaki's final strike. "Quit spacing out," to Shiji. Let's fight him together. Ein shouted, snapping Shiji out of her shock. The two women joined forces, their coordinated attacks now forcing Sasaki on the defensive. Thanks to their training and teamwork, Sasaki's body was soon covered in shallow cuts, his pride wounded in front of Queen and Page 1. You've done it now. Sasaki roared, his muscles swelling as he began to transform fully into his Triceratops form. Noticing the shift, Ein and Shiji exchanged a glance and wordlessly prepared their next move. Taking advantage of Sasaki's moment of transformation, Shiji lunged with her sword aimed at his eyes. Before she could strike, Sasaki's clawed hand intercepted her, grabbing Shigeru with a crushing grip. That weak attack won't work on me, he sneered. But then, Ein appeared behind him, her porcelain hand resting lightly on his back. Her voice was cold as she muttered, "Return." Sasaki's transformation slowed, and, to his horror, he felt his body rapidly regressing. His animal form faded, and his body reverted to its human form. But more shockingly, his physical age began to rewind. Within seconds, Sasaki looked a decade younger. Panicking, he shouted, What's happening to me?" Ein, perspiring but resolute, continued, "Return." Sasaki's body continued to shrink, regressing to the appearance of a 10-year-old boy, his strength diminished to that of a child's. His high-pitched, panicked voice was a stark contrast to his earlier bravado, echoing his newfound helplessness. Queen and Page 1 watched in stunned silence, hardly able to believe their eyes. Chapter 171, Byakuya arrives. Shiji seized the opportunity. While Sasaki was still in shock, she flicked her blade upward, slashing through the hand holding Shigeru, forcing Sasaki to release his grip. At this moment, with Sasaki's strength almost entirely diminished, it was her best chance to strike. Rain Splitter! Shigeru, wrapped in pitch-black armament haki, unleashed a lightning-fast slash aimed at Sasaki. His face turned pale with panic as he cried out, "Page 1. Master Queen! Help me!" Queen and Page 1's expressions froze. They hadn't expected the situation to escalate this far. Initially, they thought Sasaki could easily handle the enemy, but in just seconds, the tides of battle had shifted dramatically. If Sasaki were to die at the hands of these marine women, Queen would have a hard time explaining himself to Kaido. As they prepared to intervene, Shigeru, still coated in haki, had already cut through Sasaki's neck. Shiji's strike was swift and decisive, a true killing blow. Sasaki's head flew skyward, his body reverting to its human form. On his face was an unmistakable mixture of unwillingness, hatred, and confusion. With a resounding thud, Sasaki's body collapsed to the ground. Queen and Page 1 froze in their tracks, stunned. Sasaki was dead. Killed by two marine women, right in front of their eyes. If word of this got out, it would tarnish their reputations in the Beast's pirates forever. Others might even assume they allowed Sasaki to die on purpose. Adding to the humiliation, Queen had personally volunteered for this mission, assuring Kaido that he could easily capture the Marines with their combined strength. Yet now, one of their flying six had been slain. The consequences for Queen standing in the crew, and Kaido's trust in him, were dire. Queen's fury erupted. He completely disregarded Kaido's instructions to take the Marines alive. "You don't understand the horrors I'm capable of," Queen growled, his killing intent radiating. His cruel smile twisted as he approached Ein and Shiji. "You'll soon learn that sometimes, death is a mercy." Queen's voice dripped with malice. He relished torturing his captives, their anguished screams music to his ears. The thought of tormenting these two young, strong-willed marine women brought him dark pleasure. Ein, having drained all her strength using her devil fruit ability earlier, was pale and weak. She could barely stand, relying on Shiji for support. Shiji herself wasn't in much better condition, having spent almost all her energy delivering the killing blow to Sasaki. They had no choice but to retreat, step by step, until their backs pressed against a tree. "Ha, nowhere left to run," Queen sneered, extending a hand to grab them. Despair flickered in the women's eyes. In their current state, death seemed the only escape. But just as Queen's hand reached for them, a shadow burst forth from behind the tree. A fist wrapped in armament hockey slammed into Queen's face. The blow sent him hurtling like a cannonball, smashing through dozens of trees and kicking up a cloud of debris. "I'm getting old, huh?" the figure muttered, dissatisfied with the result of his punch. Page 1 instinctively assumed a defensive stance, his voice trembling with shock. "Marine ex-admiral. Black-armed Zephyr." Ain's eyes widened, recognizing the figure instantly. "Zephyr-sensei." "Chief Instructor Zephyr?" Tashigi gasped. Zephyr turned, smiling warmly as he patted Ain on the head. "Ha ha ha. Surprised to see me?" "Surprise doesn't even begin to cover it." Ain's relief was palpable, her tense expression softening into a smile. With Zephyr here, they no longer had to fear falling into the pirates' hands or never seeing Byakuya again. Zephyr surveyed the battlefield, nodding approvingly. "Tashigi, well done. Taking down one of the Flying Six is no small feat. You've done your training justice." Tashigi, still catching her breath, replied humbly, "It was Ain's fruit ability that weakened him enough for me to land the blow." Ain, puffing out her chest proudly, added, "That's right. Praise me too." Zephyr chuckled, amused by her antics. All right, you both did great. By the way, Zephyr-sensei, why are you here?" Ain asked curiously. Zephyr sighed. "It's because of your phone call." "My call?" Ain tilted her head in confusion. "Yes. You mentioned that Byakuya was causing a stir in the New World and might attract trouble from other factions. I thought I'd come to check on you all and give that rascal a little advice. It's been a while since I've seen him anyway. On my way here, I picked up a marine distress signal and decided to investigate. I followed the trail from your abandoned ship and heard the commotion in the forest. That's how I ended up saving you just now." Ain felt a wave of gratitude for having made that call and for Tashigi activating the distress beacon when they abandoned ship. Without either action, they might have perished at the Queen's hands today. Zephyr's expression turned serious. "So, why was Queen chasing you too?" Ain and Tashigi immediately explained, "It wasn't just Queen, it's the entire Beast's pirates." "What do you mean?" "Kaido and all his top officers are here. They're using us as bait to lure Byakuya-senpai into a trap." Zephyr frowned deeply. "So the Beast's pirates are the ones targeting Byakuya?" Ain nodded. "They're likely on the other side of the island, which is why you haven't encountered them yet." Zephyr crossed his arms, thinking aloud. "Does Byakuya know about this?" "He probably does. He's likely already on his way here." Zephyr's expression darkened. "This is bad. Even Byakuya would struggle against Kaido alone, let alone with his entire elite crew present. We need to resolve this quickly and go assist him." He glanced at page 1 and the dazed Queen in the distance, determination flashing in his eyes. They needed to end this confrontation and get to Byakuya before it was too late. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Whale Island, Kaido and his officers watched as trees toppled and explosions echoed from the forest. To them, the commotion was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, they knew the Queen's penchant for chaos. The Beast's pirates assumed Queen was likely having his fun toying with the Marines. Meanwhile, in the sky, King, in his pteranodon form, circled above the island, scanning for any sign of Byakuya's arrival. With his superior vision, King quickly locked onto a small black figure speeding toward War Island. That must be Byakuya, he thought. Instead of engaging, King descended and landed in front of Kaido. "Boss, Byakuya is here." Kaido, who had been drinking while seated cross-legged on the ground, stood up immediately. "Everyone, get ready. The enemy is approaching," he commanded. Jack instinctively touched his still healing tusks and muttered, "Finally, we meet again." For reasons unknown, a sense of unease stirred in his heart, a sentiment completely uncharacteristic of him. The remaining 4 members of the Tobarapo were visibly excited. With Page 1 and Sasaki gone to capture the Marines, whoever among us takes down Byakuya will earn the chance to challenge the All-Stars. I'll be the one to seize that opportunity, one declared. Just wait. Byakuya will die by my hands, another boasted. The four glared at each other, each unwilling to back down. Kaido turned to King and gave him an order. Doflamingo failed to show up on time for this operation. I suspect he's up to something behind our backs. For this reason, you'll sit out this fight. Instead, head to Marine G5 and retrieve Caesar. His safety is critical to us. King nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll leave immediately. Wasting no time, King unfurled his wings and flew toward G5. When Byakuya arrived at War Island, his sharp eyes immediately took note of the beast's pirates gathered near the coast. His gaze darkened, and he surged toward Kaido's location without hesitation. Kaido, watching Byakuya approach directly, felt both surprise and amusement. Most Marines fled in terror at the mere sight of him, but there was one bold enough to charge straight in. Intrigued, Kaido lifted his massive, 100-kilogram sake bottle, weighing it in his hand, and hurled it at Byakuya with immense force. The bottle, propelled by Kaido's incredible strength, tore through the air with a deafening whoosh, leaving only a blurred afterimage in its wake. The remaining Tobarapo watched with a mix of anticipation and doubt. Do you think Byakuya might get crushed by that sake bottle? One mused. Unlikely. If he were that weak, how could he have defeated Lord Jack? Another retorted, though their tone carried a mocking edge rather than genuine respect. Ever since Jack's capture by Byakuya, their attitudes toward him have turned disdainful. As the massive bottle hurtled toward him, Byakuya drew his sword. With a single, brilliant slash, the bottle split cleanly in two. Byakuya hovered in the air before Kaido, his sword pointing directly at the Yonko. "Where are my people?" he demanded coldly. It was Kaido's first time encountering such a brazen marine, one who dared to point a blade at him. With a sinister grin, Kaido gestured toward the forest, where numerous trees had been toppled. Probably already dead at Queen's hands, he replied mockingly. Hearing this, Byakuya's aura changed dramatically. A wave of overwhelming killing intent surged from him, so intense it seemed to stain the very sky blood red. The sheer pressure pricked at everyone's skin like needles. Jack and the remaining Tobarapo felt a chill down their spines. How many people has this guy killed to emit such a terrifying aura? They wondered. Even Kaido was taken aback. Could this marine have killed more people than I have? Byakuya's eyes burned crimson, and the white justice cloak on his back seemed dyed red by his bloodlust, billowing ominously in the wind. If anything has happened to Ain or to Shiji, Byakuya growled, his voice icy, I will wipe out the beast's pirates. Every last one of you. Kaido's pupils shrank slightly. His previously casual demeanor turned serious. This marine might be more trouble than I thought. If I don't kill him here and now, he could very well make good on his threat. Just as Kaido contemplated his next move, one of the Tobarapo, Kumaku, lost his patience. Transforming into his hybrid crocodilian form, he lunged at Byakuya with incredible speed, his massive jaws snapping toward the marine. Rows of razor-sharp teeth glinted like daggers, ready to tear half a body apart in a single bite. Kumaku had joined the Tobarapo last and lacked seniority among them. He knew he had to prove himself to climb further in the ranks, and this was his chance. Killing Byakuya would solidify his position. But to Kaido, Kumaku's impulsive move was nothing short of idiotic. Byakuya barely moved. With a flick of his sword, Kazakiri, a devastating slash cleaved through Kumaku's midsection, splitting him cleanly in two. Blood poured onto the ground as Kumaku's upper and lower halves fell apart. The beast's pirates stood frozen, the realization dawning that Byakuya was no ordinary marine. Chapter 172, Crashing Beast Pirate. Kumaku. He couldn't even withstand a single strike. The remaining three members of the Tobarapo stared at Byakuya in utter shock, fear flickering in their eyes. Kumaku, while the weakest among them, was still a member of the elite Tobarapo. The gap in strength among them wasn't supposed to be this vast. For Byakuya to have slain Kumiko with a single slash meant that they, too, wouldn't stand a chance. At best, they might survive 2 strikes. The realization was sobering. A powerhouse like Byakuya was far beyond their league. Even the calamities wouldn't be a match for him. This was undoubtedly a fighter with admiral-level strength. Only Kaido himself could hope to take him down. Jack noticed the fear in his Tobarapo comrade's expressions and smirked disdainfully. "Now you're scared?" he thought. "Did you think Byakuya would be that easy to deal with? You fools believed you could kill him and earn the right to challenge me? If you had the strength to defeat Byakuya, you wouldn't just qualify to become a calamity, you could leave the Beast Pirates and establish your Emperor-level crew in the New World." Turning his thoughts inward, Jack recalled the scene of Kumiko being sliced in 2. He couldn't shake his disbelief at Byakuya's growth. How did this guy get so much stronger in just a few months? Kaido, too, was deeply unsettled. He hadn't expected Byakuya's strength to rival that of the Marines' admirals, perhaps even surpassing them. If not for Caesar Clown being in Byakuya's hands, Kaido would have preferred to avoid such a confrontation. And this battle hasn't even truly begun, Kaido thought grimly. We've already lost a high-ranking officer. What a terrible start. Still, he couldn't afford to show weakness in front of his subordinates. Kaido roared furiously, "You damned Marine! You'll pay for what you've done to my men." Kaido charged toward Byakuya, each massive step leaving craters in the ground and causing the entire island to tremble. Despite his enormous size, Kaido moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Byakuya, his fist, large as a house, hurtling down like a meteor. The sheer force of Kaido's punch created a powerful gust of wind, causing Byakuya's justice cape to flap wildly. But Byakuya was faster. He sidestepped with precision, reappearing behind Kaido, ready to strike. Just as Byakuya raised his blade, caught the faintest hint of a smirk on Kaido's lips. A foreboding sense of danger surged through his Kinbunchaku haki. "Raime hack!" Kaido roared, swinging his massive kanabo with lightning-fast speed. The weapon, cloaked in Haushiku haki, crackled with black and purple lightning, distorting the very air around it. The sheer force of the attack caused the ground to quake, and the space around it seemed ready to shatter. "Damn it!" Attacking from behind like a coward? Byakuya cursed inwardly, instantly coating his sword in Busashoku haki, turning its blade an ominous black. At the last moment, Byakuya spun around and raised his sword to block the incoming strike. Clang! The collision produced a deafening boom, followed by a shockwave that tore through the island. Trees were uprooted, and debris filled the air. Jack and the Tobarapo shielded their ears, barely managing to keep their footing against the sheer force of the blast. From a distance, they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Is Byakuya really on par with Kaido-sama? Kaido himself was equally shocked. Byakuya had not only blocked his full-force Raime hack, but he had done so without moving a single step. This meant Byakuya had withstood Kaido's might head-on and still had strength to spare. Kaido retrieved his kanabo and looked at Byakuya with newfound respect. I never imagined that a Marine Vice Admiral could possess such power. To be honest, I'd say you're even stronger than Akainu from the last time we fought. The Marines, truly unfathomable. Byakuya remained silent, standing tall with Kazakiri in hand. He knew that Kaido's surprise stemmed from the fact that he had just showcased far more strength than a Vice Admiral should possess. Though Byakuya had been holding back for the sake of maintaining his cover, Kaido's sneak attack had forced him to retaliate with his full strength. In truth, Byakuya deliberately kept his apparent strength at the level of a top-tier admiral. It was enough to handle most situations, even against an emperor. Anything more would draw suspicion from Sengoku or the world government. After all, his ultimate goal was to rise through the ranks, to become an admiral, or even fleet admiral, and take full control of the Marines to harvest immense world energy. Exposing his full strength now would jeopardize that ambition. Kaido, meanwhile, was growing uneasy. For all his bravado about finding death exciting, he had no real desire to die, especially not today. In the face of Byakuya's overwhelming strength, the retreat began to seem like the most prudent option. King should have reached G5 by now to retrieve Caesar, Kaido reasoned. With the mission complete, losing Kumiku isn't the worst outcome. Turning to Jack, Kaido barked, "Find Queen in the forest and prepare to retreat." Jack and the Tobarapo froze, stunned by the order. Kaido was planning to retreat? They didn't dare question him. Without hesitation, they turned and ran into the forest to carry out his command. Byakuya's sharp gaze followed their movements. "Running? You think I'll let you escape?" He swung Kazakiri, releasing a crescent-shaped slash that tore through the sky, heading straight for Jack and the others. The Tobarapo panicked, realizing they had no means to counter such a powerful attack. Just as the slash was about to reach them, a Kanabo reinforced with Busashoko Haki intercepted it. Another earth-shattering clash erupted as Kaido blocked Byakuya's attack. Despite the Haki reinforcement, his Kanabo sustained a deep gash, and the impact sent a tremor through his hands. The sheer force left Kaido's palm numb and his grip faltering. Kaido stared at Byakuya, the severity of the situation sinking in. This marine could kill me. Kaido realized that if he didn't use his full strength today, even if he managed to escape, his subordinates would all fall to Byakuya. "Byakuya, let me show you just how powerful the so-called strongest creature truly is." Kaido tossed aside his damaged iron Kanabo. The multi-ton weapon hit the ground with a massive thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Byakuya could tell that Kaido was preparing to unleash the full power of his devil fruit, the fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon, a mythical Zoan. This devil fruit was said to have been gifted to Kaido by Big Mom after the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates. For Big Mom to casually give away such a powerful fruit spoke volumes about their relationship, which was undoubtedly more complicated than it appeared. Kaido raised his head and let out a thunderous dragon roar. His massive body began to transform, elongating rapidly into a serpentine shape. Pale blue scales emerged, shimmering with a near-indestructible toughness. His spine was adorned with flowing black mane-like hair, and sharp claws sprouted beneath his soft underbelly. Flames wreathed his form as new dragon horns resembling antlers grew alongside the curved horns above his brows. The colossal dragon, hundreds of meters long, coiled in the sky, radiating an overwhelming sense of power and awe. The sight was leagues beyond the transformation seen in Momonosuke's awkward dragon form. Kaido's enormous dragon head loomed over Byakuya, his deep voice resonating. "You're one of the few people on this sea who has forced me to use my devil fruit abilities." Byakuya smirked, his gaze fixating on Kaido's four horns. "Nice horns," he remarked, his eyes alight with anticipation. Ever since he had cut off Jack's mammoth tusks, Byakuya had been wondering if Kaido's dragon horns could also be harvested. Perhaps they could even be forged into Kazakiri to enhance its power. He hadn't expected the opportunity to come so soon. Before either side could make a move, Jack and the three Tobarapo who had just fled into the forest came stumbling back out. Kaido's face darkened with rage. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to leave immediately?" Jack, visibly uneasy, pointed toward the depths of the forest, his expression grim. Kaido and Byakuya both turned to look, only to see three figures emerging, or rather, 5 if you included the 2 being carried by the man leading the group. Byakuya's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he recognized the newcomer. "Zephyr-sensei?" He then shifted his gaze to the 2 familiar figures trailing behind Zephyr. "Ein? Tashigi? Are you all right?" Ein and Tashigi smiled, their voices tinged with relief. "We're fine, Senior Byakuya." Hearing their reassurances, Byakuya finally relaxed. When he saw Zephyr, he had already guessed that the former instructor had saved Ein and Tashigi. Kaido, on the other hand, was seething with fury. His rage only grew when he realized who Zephyr was carrying, Queen and Page 1. As for Sasaki, who hadn't shown up, it was clear he had likely been killed by the Marines. Although Zephyr's strength had waned with age, he still retained the power of a lower-tier admiral. Against opponents like Page 1 and Queen, it was only a matter of time before they fell. Kaido hadn't expected this mission to result in such devastating losses. Not only had he lost 2 high-ranking officers, but 2 others, including one of his calamities, had been captured. Even with Caesar in hand, the cost was astronomical. The crushing defeat left Kaido simmering in fury, not just at Byakuya but also at Doflamingo. The warlord had grossly underestimated the risks involved, and Kaido was now paying the price. Chapter 173, Blind Man on G5. If it weren't for Doflamingo's mistake of allowing Caesar to fall into Byakuya's hands, Kaido wouldn't have needed to bring his subordinates to set a trap to eliminate him. Yet, not only had Byakuya survived, but Kaido's side also suffered heavy losses. Doflamingo had even promised over the Den Den Mushi to meet on Ward Island to deal with Byakuya, but when Byakuya arrived, Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family were nowhere to be seen. This deepened Kaido's resentment toward Doflamingo. Once this matter was settled, Kaido vowed to visit Dressrosa and ensure Doflamingo understood the cost of deceiving a strongman. Byakuya was also firmly on Kaido's revenge list. However, if Kaido knew that the very man occupying his thoughts, along with the entire Don Quixote family, was currently buried underground and in a far worse predicament than himself, perhaps he'd feel slightly better. After all, while Kaido had lost 2 high-ranking officers, the Don Quixote family was facing complete annihilation. Despite his fury, Kaido was not yet so blinded by rage that he'd lost all reason. The challenge of facing a powerhouse like Byakuya had already planted the thought of retreat in his mind. Now, with the former Marine Admiral Zephyr joining the fray, Kaido became even more convinced that a tactical retreat was the best option. But before leaving, Kaido resolved to attempt to rescue Queen and Page 1. His eyes burned with savage intent as he ascended rapidly into the sky, flames coiling around his dragon claws. A deafening roar escaped his maw, filling the air with an oppressive storm of thunderclouds. Hundreds of dark purple bolts of lightning rained down on Byakuya and the others. Standing together, Byakuya and Zephyr shielded Ein and Tashigi, dispersing the lightning strikes with ease. Though the attack looked terrifying, against Byakuya and Zephyr, it was little more than a warm-up act. Kaido, of course, had no illusions about relying solely on lightning to defeat his opponents. With a twist of his massive body, Kaido's dragon head aligned with Byakuya and Zephyr. Opening his mouth wide, he unleashed a fiery Bolo breath, its heat and destructive force palpable even from miles away. Byakuya stepped forward and swung his sword, splitting the blazing attack in 2 and sending the halves back toward Kaido. In response, Kaido widened the range of his breath, nullifying Byakuya's counterattack. As the flames surged toward the group once more, Kaido shifted his attack. His fiery breath transformed into a powerful wind blade, with countless razor-sharp slashes infused within the flames, all aimed at Zephyr. The combined force of fire and wind caused the attack's power to skyrocket. Byakuya couldn't help but quip, "Fusion techniques? What is this, some kind of ninja training Kaido got from Naruto?" The overwhelming storm of fiery wind and cutting blades bore down on Zephyr, who felt an immediate sense of danger. Even with his strength, such an attack could result in severe injury or even death if he didn't evade it. Without hesitation, Zephyr dropped the unconscious Queen and Page 1 and pulled the panicked Ein and Tashigi to safety. However, the speed of Kaido's combined attack was so great that escape seemed impossible. Seeing this, Byakuya sighed in exasperation. He abandoned his assault on Kaido, knowing the dragon had calculated this precisely, forcing Byakuya to protect the others instead of continuing his offensive. Byakuya positioned himself in front of Zephyr and the others, unleashing a surge of armament haki. The dark red aura formed a circular barrier, shielding them from the storm of wind blades and flames. While the shield was held, Byakuya could feel his haki depleting rapidly. Kaido's attack was undeniably powerful, capable of gravely injuring even weaker Admiral-level opponents. Byakuya's armament haki wasn't fully mastered, currently at level 8, a notch below the level of a Yonko's. Moreover, relying purely on defensive haki in this situation put Byakuya at a disadvantage. This wasn't surprising, as Byakuya's usual enemies were typically defeated in a single strike. To him, armament hockey was a useful tool but not essential to his combat style. However, Byakuya thought to himself that it might be time to improve both his armament hockey and observation hockey to avoid unnecessary exposure of his true strength in future battles. Though his hockey had limits, Byakuya's stamina was second to none. Combined with his passive infinite recovery ability, he could endure Kaido's assault for days if necessary. Still, Kaido had no intention of dragging this out. The massive dragon swirled in the sky, sweeping his tail down to scoop up Jack and the other injured crew members while grabbing the unconscious Queen and Page One in his claws. The storm of fire and wind abruptly ceased, and Kaido took off at full speed, not giving Byakuya any opportunity to pursue. Kaido's retreat was swift, and with Zephyr, Ein, and Tashigi present, Byakuya couldn't chase after him alone. He sighed, deciding to save the matter of cutting off Kaido's horns for another day. Although Ein and Tashigi had emerged unharmed from the Beast Pirate's attack, Byakuya still felt uneasy. Kaido had brought his entire crew, yet one of the Calamities, King, was conspicuously absent. Additionally, as Byakuya arrived at Ward Island, he saw a shadow heading toward G5. To prevent any potential danger, Byakuya quickly explained the situation to Zephyr before rushing back to the G5 Marine base at full speed. At the G5 base, a merchant ship had docked at the harbor. A blind, middle-aged man in a purple robe stepped off the ship. The boatman called out, "We've arrived at the G5 base. Do you want me to take you to the front gate?" "Thank you for your kindness," the man replied, "but I can manage on my own." "All right then, but be careful not to trip," the boatman advised. As they spoke, a patrolling marine soldier noticed them and approached. "What's your business at the G5 base?" The boatman quickly responded, "This gentleman is here to meet someone. I just brought him here." The marine glanced at the blind man, noting the scars across his closed eyelids. Though the G5 Marines were known for their unruly behavior, they weren't heartless. On the contrary, they treated civilians and weaker groups with surprising kindness. "Sir," the Marine asked respectfully, "who are you here to see?" The man smiled gently. "I'm here to meet your base commander, Byakuya." "Base Commander Byakuya?" The Marines froze for a moment, unsure of the relationship between their commander and this mysterious visitor. They didn't dare act rashly. "The base commander is currently out and hasn't returned yet. How about this? You can wait for him in the lounge, and once Byakuya returns, I'll ask for his instructions," one of the soldiers suggested. The middle-aged man seemed easygoing and nodded. "Sure, I'll wait for him in the lounge." After bidding farewell to the boatman, the three made their way toward the base. Along the way, the middle-aged man couldn't stop asking about Byakuya. "What kind of person do you think Vice Admiral Byakuya is?" Perhaps because they rarely had the chance to talk about their commander with outsiders, the two soldiers became quite chatty. "Vice Admiral Byakuya? I think he's quite an interesting person," one soldier said. "Oh? How so?" The man's curiosity was piqued. "Well, Vice Admiral Byakuya is incredibly strong, but his attitude is very easygoing," one soldier replied. "Yeah, and he respects us soldiers. He never forces us to do things we don't want to do," the other added. "Anything else?" The middle-aged man began forming a picture of Byakuya's character in his mind. "We all think Vice Admiral Byakuya is not only brave but also very resourceful," one soldier said with admiration. "For example, there was a time when our base went an entire month without supplies. The base had no money, and with over 3,000 mouths to feed, we were on the brink of disaster. But Vice Admiral Byakuya solved the problem in no time." "Oh? How did he manage that?" the middle-aged man asked, intrigued. The soldier, clearly proud, replied, "Vice Admiral Byakuya led all of us out to sea and started collecting tolls from passing ships. In no time, we gathered several billion berries. Now, we don't even need the monthly supplies sent by the Marines. Just from these tolls, we can live comfortably for years." The middle-aged man paused, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. "Tolls? Are Marines collecting tolls? Did the boatman drop me off at the wrong place? Is this not a Marine base but a pirate den? However, after hearing the soldier's explanation, the man finally understood. It turned out they collected tolls specifically from pirates, even managing to extract payments from the Big Mom pirates, one of the Yonko crews. Byakuya was truly bold and fearless. Chapter 174, King arrive on G5. The two soldiers escorted the middle-aged man into the lounge inside the base. Sir, please wait here for a while. Once Byakuya, our base commander, returns, I'll notify him, one of the soldiers said. The middle-aged man, though blind, seemed incredibly perceptive. He smiled kindly and replied, understood. Thank you, gentlemen. It's no trouble at all. Please rest for now, the soldier responded. We need to return to patrolling the perimeter. Just as they were about to leave the lounge, one soldier paused as if remembering something. He turned and asked, by the way, we didn't catch your name, sir. The man answered with a calm smile, I am Isho. Meanwhile, King, the all-star of the Beast's pirates, was flying at high speed toward G5 base. His mind was racing. Since Byakuya wasn't at the base, there wouldn't be anyone present capable of threatening him. Additionally, there were Marine officers within the base secretly working under Doflamingo, who were supposed to recognize him by using a specific code phrase upon his arrival. Given the timing, King assumed that Kaido must already be engaging Byakuya in battle, and it shouldn't take long for Byakuya to be eliminated. Yet, despite the apparent lack of obstacles on his mission, the prolonged absence of Doflamingo made King uneasy. As King approached G5 base, he folded his massive wings and dived downward, flames enveloping his body and leading a fiery trail in the sky. He resembled a meteor streaking through the air. In the lounge, Isho seemed to sense the unusual presence and instinctively furrowed his brow. Hey, what's that streak of fire in the sky? Could it be a meteor? It sure looks like one. However, when they saw the trajectory of the meteor, one soldier exclaimed, Whoa! That meteor seems to be heading straight for our base. Everyone spread out and keep your distance, another soldier shouted. Inform Vice Admiral Virgo immediately. The base quickly descended into chaos. Virgo himself arrived at the scene, watching the fiery object approach with a hint of concern. However, his concern wasn't about the potential destruction of the base. What worried him was that he had lost contact with Doflamingo about half an hour ago. No matter how many times he tried to reach him, there was no response. This raised the possibility that something unexpected had happened. If Byakuya managed to survive, all of Virgo and Doflamingo's efforts would have been in vain. As everyone waited, they noticed something unusual about the meteor. Upon closer inspection, it began to resemble a bird. The more seasoned soldiers, who were used to the chaos of the New World, soon realized the truth. That's no meteor, it's King, the wildfire, one shouted. The soldiers quickly recognized the figure, the holder of the Ryu no Mi model, Pteranodon, and one of the Beast's pirates' most powerful all-stars. Be on your guard. It's King! Faced with the sudden appearance of such a dangerous pirate, there was initial panic among the soldiers. But they soon rallied and began firing their weapons, sending a barrage of bullets toward King as he descended. Unfortunately, the bullets were useless against King's Pteranodon form. Even when some of the higher-ranking officers imbued their bullets with armament hockey, they only left faint white marks on King's body. The soldiers' faces grew grim. Without Vice Admiral Byakuya present, they had no hope of dealing with someone of King's caliber. As the highest-ranking officer in the base, Virgo stepped forward. Everyone, retreat outside the base. I'll hold King off and buy you time, he ordered. Vice Admiral Virgo. The soldiers were deeply moved by Virgo's selfless gesture. Tears welled up in their eyes, and Virgo's image as a leader rose dramatically in their hearts. Virgo, meanwhile, kept a composed expression, but inwardly, he was elated. While he wasn't capable of defeating King, his other identity ensured that King wouldn't attack him. Once the soldiers retreated, it would be easier for Virgo to contact King directly. This was the perfect opportunity to build his reputation among the troops. Once Byakuya was eliminated, Virgo believed his chances of becoming the next base commander of G5 would increase significantly. Amid the evacuation, the two soldiers who had escorted Isho suddenly remembered him. "Wait, that man named Isho is still in the lounge," one exclaimed. With King's immense strength, the base was unlikely to survive intact. The lounge was positioned in an area that could easily be destroyed. If Isho truly had any connection to Commander Byakuya, they couldn't let him be harmed. The two soldiers quickly ran back to the lounge. "Isho, sir, a pirate is attacking the base. Please come with us to a safer location," one said urgently. Isho looked puzzled and asked, "A pirate? You're Marines, aren't you? If there's a pirate attack, shouldn't you be capturing him?" Isho asked calmly. One of the soldiers forced a bitter smile and replied, "I'd love to, but the pirate who's coming is the top commander under the Beast's Pirates, one of their all-stars. With our strength, trying to capture him would just be suicide." The other soldier chimed in, "Exactly. Without Vice Admiral Byakuya here, we're completely outmatched." Isho paused for a moment, his expression turning serious. "If that's the case, perhaps this old man can help your base get through this crisis." The two soldiers were utterly baffled, their faces filled with question marks. "Isho, sir, this isn't the time for jokes," one said nervously. "If it weren't for Vice Admiral Virgo holding him off to buy us time, we wouldn't even have had a chance to warn you. Are you saying that your Vice Admiral is risking his life to hold off King so you can escape?" Isho asked, his tone thoughtful. "Yes, exactly. That's why we need to leave quickly." Isho sighed, a mix of admiration and resolve in his voice. "It seems the spirit of this Marine base is quite commendable. In that case, I have even more reason to lend my assistance." The training grounds were now empty, with all the soldiers evacuated. Only Virgo remained, standing firm as King descended from the sky. Before King even landed, Virgo called out, "Caesar isn't here." King, in his human form, quickly assessed the Marine standing before him. It didn't take him long to realize that this Vice Admiral must be Doflamingo's mole within the Marines. King raised an eyebrow and said with mild surprise, "I didn't expect Doflamingo's infiltrators in the Marines to reach the rank of Vice Admiral. It seems he has ambitions far greater than I thought." Virgo gave a strained smile. "Lord King, the young master has already given me instructions. I can take you to find Caesar right now." Maintaining a safe distance, King waved dismissively. "Not so fast. First, tell me where Doflamingo is. Shouldn't the young master be assisting Lord Kaido in dealing with Byakuya?" Virgo asked, confused by King's question. But when Byakuya arrived, Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family were nowhere to be seen. "Don't tell me there's an ambush set up here at G5 base," King replied suspiciously. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Doflamingo intended to exploit Caesar's artificial devil fruit technology to further his power, potentially using it as leverage against the Beast's pirates. King's stance shifted slightly, his body language signaling readiness to strike at any moment. Virgo, now visibly tense, hurriedly explained, "That's impossible. We wouldn't dare deceive the Beast's pirates. Lord King, you must believe me. Caesar is being held in the prison right now. If you don't trust me, I can personally take you there." Handing Caesar over should be enough to prove the Don Quixote family's sincerity. "Apologies, but I prefer taking the initiative," King said coldly as he lunged forward, grabbing Virgo's shoulder. From King's perspective, holding Virgo hostage would be a strategic move. Even if there was an ambush, the Marines and Don Quixote family would hesitate to act recklessly with Virgo in his grasp. After all, placing someone as clean and highly ranked as Virgo in the Marines must have cost significant time and resources. Virgo hadn't expected King to be this cautious, resorting to action at the slightest doubt. Reacting quickly, he flicked his wrist, a meter-long bamboo staff sliding from his sleeve. In an instant, the staff was coated in armament hockey, turning a deep purple-black. Clang! The staff managed to block King's strike, but King sneered, "Not bad. But you're still far too weak to stand against me." With a burst of strength, King's grip crushed the hockey-coated staff, snapping it in two. He surged forward, leaving 3 deep claw marks across Virgo's chest. Pieces of Virgo's uniform fell to the ground as King disdainfully flicked them away. "You'd better surrender," King said in a mocking tone. "I'd rather not accidentally kill you. As long as I leave this base with Caesar, I'll let you live." Virgo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "I'm the strongest person in this base right now, and even I couldn't last a single round against you. How could we possibly have planned an ambush against someone like you?" King, ever cautious, hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to waste more time. Furthermore, his earlier attack nearly killed Virgo, yet no one had intervened. This suggested that there might truly be no ambush. "Fine," King said finally. "I'll trust you this once. But if there's any foul play, I'll make sure your true identity is exposed. Both you and the Don Quixote family will be finished. Rest assured, Lord King." "I guarantee there won't be any problems," Virgo replied earnestly, masking the turmoil in his mind. Chapter 175, Isho Take Action. Virgo's actions eased most of King's suspicions. Noticing King didn't seem ready to attack anymore, Virgo quietly let out a sigh of relief. "I'll take you to the prison now to find Caesar, Lord King," Virgo said cautiously. King gave a slight nod in agreement. However, before they could take a step, 3 figures suddenly rushed into the area, 2 Marine soldiers and a middle-aged man in purple with blind eyes. Both King and Virgo were startled. Virgo's thoughts raced. If the soldiers discovered his connection to King, it would spell disaster for him. Meanwhile, King's naturally cautious nature made him immediately suspicious. Were these 3 here under Virgo's orders to ambush him? Noticing King's dangerous gaze, Virgo hurried to prove his loyalty. In a hushed tone, he suggested, "To prevent any leaks, why don't we kill all 3 of them together?" King nodded in agreement, but his vigilance toward Virgo didn't waver. The 2 soldiers, upon entering, were shocked by the scene before them, Virgo standing opposite King, his body injured. The sight of Virgo's wounds, so deep they were nearly fatal, sent a chill down their spines. Just a bit deeper, and Virgo would have been dead. Their fear of King grew as they turned to him with terror-filled eyes. "Mr. Isho," one soldier stammered, "are you sure you can handle King? I don't feel confident about this." "If not for Mr. Isho insisting on coming, we'd have already run for our lives," whispered the other soldier. Isho, however, simply smiled. "This old man cannot guarantee anything. I can only promise to do my best." Hearing this, the 2 soldiers were on the verge of tears. "You're not sure, and you still insisted on coming? Do you even value your life?" King whispered to Virgo, "You attack first." Without speaking, Virgo slightly stepped forward, his movement signaling his compliance. The soldiers, worried about Isho's blindness, quickly warned him. "Mr. Isho, the one on the right is the enemy. Please don't hit the wrong person." Isho frowned slightly, but in his mind, he felt differently. "The right side? Why do I sense that both sides are enemies? The killing intent from the left feels even stronger." He kept these thoughts to himself, however, and decided to trust the soldier's judgment for now. Isho unsheathed the blade concealed within his walking stick. Gravity blade, tiger pressure. With a swing of his blade, a swirling purple aura emanated from it, forming a massive spectral tiger in midair. The tiger roared ferociously, baring its fangs as it charged toward King. King quickly drew the sword at his waist, unleashing a fiery slash that collided with the spectral tiger. The fiery strike momentarily held the tiger back, but the aura soon dissipated into countless streams of purple energy, which enveloped King entirely. Realizing the danger, King tried to counter, but before he could act, Isho drove his blade into the ground and shouted, "Press!" In an instant, King felt an unimaginable weight crush down on him, as if he were bearing the weight of countless mountains. His bones groaned under the pressure, and his body was forced into the ground. Boom! The impact created a massive crater over 10 meters deep, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from the center. Everyone present was stunned by Isho's overwhelming power. King, the top commander of the Beast's pirates and one of their all-stars, had been subdued in a single move by this seemingly ordinary blind man. "Who is this man?" one of the soldiers stammered, his voice trembling. Isho, sir, this." Isho replied calmly, "It seems this old man did not waste the opportunity you two gave me by risking your lives to stay." Standing nearby, Virgo couldn't hide the flash of fear in his eyes as he looked at Isho. He couldn't help but think to himself how lucky he was not to have attacked earlier. Otherwise, he'd likely be the one crushed into the ground right now. Though Virgo had narrowly escaped with his life, the situation had spiraled far beyond his control. More importantly, the presence of this mysterious and powerful man raised a critical question: who exactly was he? Drawing upon years of experience as an undercover operative, Virgo quickly composed himself and put on a grateful expression. "I'm Virgo, Vice Admiral of the G5 base. Thank you, sir, for stepping in. Without your help, I would have surely fallen to that pirate." Approaching Isho, Virgo bowed respectfully. However, Isho remained cold and unresponsive. His silence stemmed from what he had sensed earlier. The killing intent of the so-called Marine Vice Admiral toward their group was even greater than King's. After all, Isho's blindness wasn't the result of injury or accident. Isho's blindness was not due to injury or accident but rather a deliberate choice. He believed, not seeing is a blessing in itself. There are far too many vile individuals in this world, unworthy of being looked upon. By choosing to close his eyes to such filth, Isho had honed his observation haki to extraordinary levels, granting him abilities beyond comprehension, such as distinguishing between goodwill and malice. Thus, Isho was certain that the man before him, Vice Admiral Virgo, was far from the heroic figure the soldiers had described. The claim that Virgo had risked his life to buy time for others to escape seemed more dubious with every passing moment. There were likely secrets the soldiers were unaware of. The soldiers accompanying Isho, however, were oblivious to these subtleties. Seeing Isho remain silent, one of them explained, "Vice Admiral Virgo, Mr. Isho just arrived at G5 base today, seeking Vice Admiral Byakuya. We didn't expect pirates to attack at the same time. What a coincidence." What a coincidence indeed, Virgo thought bitterly, almost grinding his teeth in anger. The sheer absurdity of Isho appearing at such a critical moment made it hard for him to maintain his composure. Now, hearing that this incredibly powerful man had come looking for Byakuya only added fuel to his rage. Virgo clenched his fists tightly, his frustration nearly driving him to the brink. Byakuya! Again with Byakuya! The only solace Virgo could take was the assumption that Byakuya was most likely already dead at the hands of the Beast's pirates. Unbeknownst to Virgo, Isho had been observing him intently with his observation haki the entire time. When Virgo heard Byakuya's name and exuded intense malice, Isho became even more convinced of his earlier judgment: this Vice Admiral was no ally of justice. Despite this realization, Isho refrained from acting against Virgo. After all, as far as the Marines were concerned, Isho was just a civilian. Attacking a Marine Vice Admiral without cause would make him a fugitive faster than he could explain himself. Isho decided to hold his judgment until meeting Byakuya in person. He would relay his findings to Byakuya and observe his response. If Byakuya blindly trusted Virgo, it would reveal a lack of discernment, and Isho's visit would end there, with no reason to continue further interaction. However, if Byakuya took Isho's warnings seriously and launched an investigation into Virgo, confirming his suspicions, Isho would see Byakuya as someone open to advice and reason. Such a trait would bode well for future collaboration between them. Chapter 176, Isho crushed King / King lay at the bottom of the deep crater, crushed under an unbearable force of gravity. Even standing up felt like an impossible luxury. Who is that blind man? Where did someone with such terrifying power come from? Despite King's years of roaming the seas, he had never encountered or even heard of a figure this formidable. His thoughts shifted to Virgo's earlier reassurances, promises that Virgo was the strongest Marine in the branch and wouldn't dare set him up. Yet here he was, subdued by someone whose strength rivaled that of an admiral. The more King thought about it, the clearer it became, this was a trap. A scheme masterminded by Doflamingo to prevent the Beast's pirates from obtaining Caesar. Perhaps, to avoid retaliation, Doflamingo had already conspired with the Marines to deal with the Beast's pirates together. If that were true, then it was likely Kaido's plans to deal with Byakuya weren't going smoothly either. I can't let myself be captured by the Marines like this, King resolved, tensing every muscle in his body. Planting his hands firmly on the ground, he pushed with all his might, trying to create enough room to move. Before long, King realized something: the force of gravity pressing on him was constant. That meant if he transformed into his Pteranodon form, with its vastly superior physical capabilities, he might be able to escape while his opponent was unprepared. With this realization, King began his transformation. As his body shifted, the pressure on him gradually lessened. Finally, at the critical moment, King let out a sharp cry and fully transformed. With a powerful downward beat of his wings, the recoil propelled him out of the crater and into the air. Isho, watching King's escape, was mildly surprised. As expected of the top officer among the Beast's pirates all-stars. His strength is indeed remarkable. But before Isho could make another move, King, as if he had seen a ghost, fled without hesitation. However, his voice echoed throughout the Marine base before he disappeared. Virgo, everything you and Doflamingo have done is etched in our memory. Once this is over, the Beast's pirates will destroy you and your entire family. King's voice was loud enough for many soldiers in the Marine base to hear, sparking a flurry of discussion. What does he mean? Is Vice Admiral Virgo connected to Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords? And did they double-cross the Beast's pirates? Virgo broke into a cold sweat. Does King think this powerful blind man was part of my setup? Damn it, I'm being framed here. In truth, Virgo and Doflamingo had meticulously planned everything. After the King took the fake Caesar, their plan was supposed to proceed seamlessly. Who could have predicted the sudden appearance of an outsider strong enough to derail their entire scheme? Even worse, King's final words had drawn a direct connection between Virgo and Doflamingo, something that could attract the suspicion of the wrong people. If someone decided to investigate, there was no telling what they might uncover. The only silver lining for Virgo was the assumption that Byakuya was now likely dead at the hands of the Beast's pirates. With Byakuya out of the picture, Virgo was effectively in full control of the G5 base. Virgo gathered the soldiers and addressed them in an attempt to quell any doubts. Don't listen to that pirate's nonsense. He aimed to spread fear and disrupt the harmony of G5. Seeing the soldiers' skeptical expressions, Virgo decided to deliver a devastating bombshell to divert their attention completely. Adopting a sorrowful expression, Virgo spoke in a trembling voice. During my battle with King, I learned something devastating. Commander Byakuya has fallen. He was killed at the hands of Kaido. The news hit like a thunderclap, leaving the soldiers stunned. What? Commander Byakuya is dead? But he left the base just an hour ago. How could this happen? I don't believe it. Commander Byakuya is so strong, if he couldn't win, wouldn't he at least escape? The soldiers' shock quickly turned to anger. Though Byakuya's tenure as commander of the G5 base had been short, he had proven to be the ideal leader. Since his arrival, the soldiers' quality of life had improved dramatically. Virgo, inwardly pleased by the uproar, knew the diversion had worked. No one seemed to be dwelling on King's earlier accusations anymore. Isho, however, was unfazed. He found the news of Byakuya's death surprising but wasn't entirely convinced. Virgo doesn't strike me as a trustworthy person. His words are probably far from the truth. The scene fell into a somber silence, the air thick with grief over Byakuya's supposed demise. At some point, a voice broke the silence. We have to avenge Commander Byakuya. This sparked a wave of agreement. Yes, we must avenge him. Revenge. The soldiers' cries for vengeance echoed through the base, their determination growing stronger. Meanwhile, Isho remained silently contemplative, still doubting Virgo's words but choosing to observe the unfolding events for now. The idea of soldiers seeking revenge against the beast's pirates was nothing short of a pipe dream given their limited strength. Yet, their resolute cries underscored Byakuya's place in their hearts. Even Isho, who had been a mere observer, was moved by their determination and softly remarked, "If the day ever comes when you seek revenge, feel free to call on me." This old man would gladly lend a hand. Though Isho hadn't met Byakuya during this trip, he shared many of the man's ideals and wouldn't hesitate to help if needed. Ahem, Virgo interjected, feigning sorrow. I, too, deeply mourn Vice Admiral Byakuya's passing. However, as Marines, we cannot act on impulse. Any talk of revenge must wait for instructions from Marine headquarters. Until the official orders arrive, I will temporarily take command of the G5 base. As Virgo spoke, he noticed a sudden and inexplicable change in the soldiers' expressions. Their anger had transformed into joy. What's going on? He thought, confused. Before he could figure it out, a voice behind him spoke with a teasing tone he couldn't mistake. Go on. I'm curious how you plan to avenge me. Virgo froze in terror and whipped around, only to see the all-too-familiar smirking face of Byakuya. Byakuya. Commander. Virgo's voice cracked, his panic evident. Byakuya clapped Virgo on the shoulder, his grin unwavering. You seem disappointed that I'm still alive. And not at all. It's wonderful to see you safe, Vice Admiral Byakuya. Virgo stammered. Good. Because now that I'm fine, some people won't be. Byakuya's voice carried a chill as he walked past Virgo, ignoring him completely. He was convinced that the plot to lure him out of the base using Ein and Tashigi had Virgo's fingerprints all over it. Such treachery wouldn't go unpunished. Once this crisis was over, both Virgo and Doflamingo would disappear together. After calming the soldiers and dismissing them, Byakuya turned his attention to Isho. Byakuya wasn't surprised by Isho's appearance. After all, he had made a public proposal to abolish the warlord system and leaked it to Morgans to stir up attention. It seemed to have worked better than expected, as Isho's timely arrival had not only driven off King but saved many soldiers' lives. Most importantly, Isho's strength was on par with the top-ranking admirals, making him one of the few truly exceptional fighters in the world. Now that he had Isho's attention, Byakuya couldn't let him leave. He would find a way to persuade Isho to join him. With a warm smile, Byakuya stepped forward, extending his hand. Isho, isn't it? I've heard about what happened earlier. If not for you, we would have suffered heavy losses. As the commander of this base, I thank you on behalf of my soldiers. Isho, sensing the sincerity in Byakuya's words, nodded slightly. It was nothing more than a small effort on my part. Byakuya's genuine gratitude left a positive impression on Isho, but the admiral was also studying Byakuya. To Isho's surprise, Byakuya was much younger than he had imagined. It was perhaps this youthful energy that had given Byakuya the boldness to propose the abolition of the warlord system. Sensing the need for privacy, Byakuya invited Isho to his office. I heard you came specifically to see me, Isho. Isho nodded. Indeed. Though I am just a blind old man, I pay close attention to the affairs of the world. I heard you proposed abolishing the warlord system at a high-level Marine meeting. Is that true? As expected, Byakuya had been prepared for this question. Yes, it's true. After learning of Crocodile's actions in Alabasta, I couldn't suppress my anger and brought the proposal forward during the meeting. Do you disagree with my stance, Isho? Byakuya asked, feigning curiosity. Not at all, Isho replied firmly. I strongly support it. Ah, if only the world government shared your views, Byakuya sighed. To be honest, my recent ambush by the beast's pirates was all due to one of the warlords, Doflamingo. It just shows how reckless and dangerous they've become. At the mention of Doflamingo, Isho recalled King's earlier accusations about Virgo. Hesitating briefly, he said, "There's something I'm unsure if I should bring up." "Please, feel free," Byakuya replied. Before King fled, he mentioned that Vice Admiral Virgo might be connected to Doflamingo. "I can't confirm whether it's true or not, so I leave it to your judgment." I've suspected Virgo of being Doflamingo's mole within the Marines for some time now, but I haven't had any solid proof," Byakuya admitted. At that moment, the transponder snail on Byakuya's desk began to ring. "Fleet Admiral?" Byakuya answered, recognizing the voice on the other end. "You're alive?" Sengoku's surprise was evident. "Why, Fleet Admiral, you sound almost disappointed," Byakuya quipped. "Of course not. I heard you were ambushed by the Beast's pirates, so I called to check on you," Sengoku explained sheepishly. Chapter 177, Betting for Dressrosa. Byakuya knew that this matter would eventually come to light, so he decided it was better to admit to part of the truth while concealing the most critical details. Claiming he had single-handedly driven off Kaido would only invite unnecessary trouble and suspicion. "Yes, that incident did happen," Byakuya explained. "But it was purely because Zephyr had come to visit me at the base. Once Kaido realized he couldn't target me, he retreated." Sengoku listened carefully, showing no signs of doubt. Given the combined strength of Byakuya and Zephyr, repelling Kaido wasn't impossible. Sengoku also recalled that Zephyr had recently taken leave to visit the New World, so the timing matched up perfectly. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. But aside from checking on you, I have another mission for you." Sengoku's tone turned serious. "Reliable intel indicates that the Don Quixote family in Dressrosa has been attacked by a mysterious group called Night. Communication with them has been completely cut off. Since you're stationed close to Dressrosa, I need you to investigate the situation and, most importantly, confirm Doflamingo's status, whether he's alive or dead." Sengoku paused before continuing with a grave tone. "Byakuya, I know about the animosity between you and Doflamingo. If he's been killed by Night, then that's the best-case scenario. But if he's still alive, I don't want to hear any reports of you taking matters into your own hands. His unique position makes him untouchable for now. Killing him would bring you nothing but trouble and could ruin your bright future. Don't throw that away over Doflamingo." Byakuya considered Sengoku's words carefully. The timing of the Beast's pirates' ambush on him and the Night Group's attack on the Don Quixote family seemed like an uncanny coincidence. Yet Sengoku hadn't linked the two incidents, and for good reason. The only way they could be connected was if Byakuya controlled both the Beast's pirates and Night, which was an absurd notion. This conclusion reassured Sengoku, dispelling any lingering suspicions about Byakuya's involvement with Night. Sengoku was pleased. Clearing Byakuya's name meant he could focus on nurturing him as a future leader. The current admirals, Akainu, too extreme, Kizaru, too lazy, and Akiji, too compassionate, were ill-suited for the role of fleet admiral. Byakuya, on the other hand, was young, powerful, responsible, and unrelenting toward pirates. Sengoku saw in him the ideal successor. Unbeknownst to Sengoku, Byakuya had already anticipated this mission and was prepared to head to Dressrosa. What caught him off guard was the unusually personal tone Sengoku used, as though he was grooming him to be the next fleet admiral. For once, Byakuya chose not to argue and readily accepted the mission. After hanging up, Sengoku couldn't help but feel proud. Byakuya's maturing, he thought to himself, unaware that Byakuya's quick agreement was simply because it aligned with his plans. Byakuya turned to Isho with a sly grin. "You heard everything, didn't you?" Isho nodded. "I didn't expect you to hold such a special place in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's heart." Feigning modesty, Byakuya replied, "Well, I am his nephew. It's only natural he takes care of me." Isho chuckled. If it were just about family ties, Sengoku wouldn't have become Fleet Admiral in the first place. Changing the subject, Byakuya suggested, "Since you overheard the call, why don't you join me on my trip to Dressrosa? Let's take a closer look at this kingdom governed by the warlord we both oppose." Isho raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, I've heard Dressrosa is known as the kingdom of love, passion, and toys under Doflamingo's rule. It's quite famous in the New World, and its citizens are said to adore him. This reputation wasn't entirely baseless. Following the Alabasta incident, the world government had heavily promoted Dressrosa as a model example of how warlords could coexist with affiliated nations and improve their prosperity, hoping to quell fears among other member nations. Byakuya had nearly laughed himself to tears when he first heard this. Of all the examples, they chose Doflamingo and Dressrosa. If the truth about their so-called model kingdom ever came to light, the world government's credibility would be utterly destroyed. With a knowing smile, Byakuya asked, "Isho, do you truly believe Dressrosa is as perfect as the world government claims?" Isho paused, his face showing genuine surprise. It's been presented as a model example. Why would it not be true? Isho underestimated the world government's shamelessness. Sensing an opportunity, Byakuya leaned closer. "If that's the case, how about we place a little wager?" "A wager?" Isho's interest was piqued. Being a gambling man, the idea immediately appealed to him. He found himself growing even fonder of Byakuya. This young man not only shares my ideals but even knows how to appeal to my hobbies. Truly a rare gem on the seas. Amused by the thought, Isho briefly considered introducing one of his distant nieces to Byakuya, thinking, perhaps I should play matchmaker and bring these two together. Who knows? We might just end up as in-laws. At this point, Isho decided to dismiss the thought from his mind. What's the wager? Byakuya smiled. We'll head to Dressrosa together. If the kingdom truly matches the world government's claims, then I lose. If it doesn't, then you lose. Isho raised an eyebrow. And the stakes? If I lose, I'll agree to do anything you ask, so long as it's within my ability. But if you lose, you must join the Marines and work with me to abolish the warlord system. Such high stakes. Yet Isho wasn't displeased. His entire reason for seeking out Byakuya was to ally with someone who shared his goal of dismantling the warlord system. Whether they wagered or not, the outcome would align with his original intent. However, as a lifelong gambler, Isho felt a tinge of reluctance at entering a wager with no meaningful stakes for himself. A true gamble was about the thrill of risk, after all. Then, he recalled the earlier conversation between Sengoku and Byakuya. If he lost this bet, he would become Byakuya's subordinate and work to abolish the warlord system alongside him. Should Byakuya eventually rise to the position of Fleet Admiral, Isho would likely secure the rank of Marine Admiral, a role he found neither demeaning nor undesirable. And truthfully, Isho wasn't concerned with rank or status. What mattered most was fairness and justice. Convinced, Isho smiled and agreed, "Very well. I accept your wager. Let us head to Dressrosa together." Seeing Isho agree, Byakuya's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. This was the first step in his plan to draw Isho to his side. Exploiting Isho's love of gambling, he'd successfully lured him in. Once they arrived in Dressrosa, Byakuya had a second act planned. His goal was to expose Doflamingo's heinous crimes and then unleash an Oscar-worthy performance to sway Isho completely. By playing the part of a passionate advocate for justice, Byakuya intended to win Isho's admiration and loyalty, ensuring that he would willingly follow him. Meanwhile, Morgans, who had received intel from Knight, was already in Dressrosa, eagerly preparing to cover the unfolding drama. With Byakuya's compelling performance and the media's amplification, it would be nearly impossible for him not to become a sensation across the seas. This plan promised a double victory, gaining Isho's admiral-level combat strength and elevating Byakuya's reputation to new heights. Both objectives were achieved in one stroke. How perfect! However, if Byakuya were to discover that Isho, thinking the wager was unfair, had secretly added stakes of his own, Byakuya might laugh himself silly. Fairness? I don't even need to set foot in Dressrosa to know exactly what's going on there. After all, I'm the one who sent Knight to stage the chaos, and they're waiting for me to arrive. This is a guaranteed win for me. Fairness? You've got the wrong guy. Chapter 178, Arrived Dressrosa. In the palace of Dressrosa. When will this be over? Staying here is so boring. Tatsumaki hovered around the room using her psychokinesis, circling endlessly, much to the dismay of Lucci and the others, who were already feeling dizzy from watching her. They desperately wanted her to settle down, but her immense power left them with no choice but to humor her. Even Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family were still trapped underground, completely subdued by her abilities. Confronting her directly was not an option. Lucci tried to calm her down. It shouldn't be much longer. I just received word from Lord Knight, they're already on their way here. Thanks to Tatsumaki's psychic barrier, their conversation remained unheard by Doflamingo and his crew. Ugh, the opponents here are so weak. There's no challenge at all, Tatsumaki complained idly, unaware that her offhand remark had deeply stung those around her. At that moment, Law couldn't help but think, Lady Tatsumaki, Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea, someone I've spent my entire life trying to kill. And yet, to you, he's not even worth mentioning? Even Enel, usually so arrogant, felt humbled. He had always considered his strength to be formidable on the Grand Line. After all, his bounty stood at an impressive 700 million berries. Within Night, only Sonic and Lord Knight surpassed him. But now, these two mysterious powerhouses brought in by Lord Knight completely overshadowed him. The petite, childlike girl had single-handedly crushed the entire Don Quixote family, a feat that spoke volumes about her terrifying power. And then there was the man called King. His sheer presence rivaled, and at times even seemed to surpass, that of Lord Knight himself. Although King hadn't lifted a finger during this mission, his overwhelming aura convinced everyone that his strength was at least on par with Lord Knight's, if not slightly inferior, then certainly not by much. Of course, if they knew that King's imposing aura was nothing more than a facade and that he was, in truth, an ordinary man, they might just drop their jaws in shock. The journey from the G5 Marine base to Dressrosa would normally take about a day. However, aboard the ship, traveling at full speed, Byakuya and Isho managed to cut that time significantly. By the next morning, they had arrived at Dressrosa. Standing on the deck and gazing at the kingdom bathed in the light of dawn, Byakuya couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. From today onward, Dressrosa will truly see a new beginning. It's time to reveal the darkness lurking behind this facade of prosperity. Not that Byakuya saw himself as a savior of the kingdom, everything he was doing had its purpose. Isho, let's go. Indeed. Let's see how this kingdom, praised by the world government, truly differs from the rest. The two disembarked from the ship, followed by over 200 soldiers marching in formation behind them. Back in the palace, Sonic appeared suddenly before the group. Lord Knight has arrived. We can start preparing to withdraw. Finally! I'm free at last. Tatsumaki cheered, visibly elated. Lucci glanced at Sonic. Have you confirmed Sugar's location? Yes, I've already informed Lord Knight. Good. Once Lord Knight arrives and we meet one last time, we can begin our return to Sky Island. At that moment, Law spoke up. What about the 3 Revolutionary Army members we captured at the weapons factory? Do we leave them here for the Marines, or take them with us? Law and Sonic had been searching for Sugar based on Law's knowledge of the more secretive areas of the island from his time in the Don Quixote family. While investigating a hidden weapons depot, they stumbled upon an illegal arms deal between the Don Quixote family and the Revolutionary Army. A dispute over pricing had broken out, escalating into a fight. Among the revolutionaries was a young man whose strength caught Law and Sonic's attention. In the confusion of battle and poor visibility, the revolutionaries mistook Law and Sonic for reinforcements from the Don Quixote family and launched an attack. Initially, Sonic intended to kill all 3 revolutionaries, but Law stopped him just in time. Law knew the Revolutionary Army's goal of overthrowing the world government aligned somewhat with the ideals of Knight. Their methods differed, but their ultimate aim, world peace, was not so different. Believing it unnecessary to provoke conflict with the revolutionaries prematurely, Law persuaded Sonic to capture and subdue them instead. Now, with Lord Knight's arrival and the group preparing to leave, the fate of these 3 captives posed a dilemma. Leading them to the Marines would mean certain death, something Law couldn't bear. However, taking them to Sky Island without authorization felt equally problematic. After some thought, Lucci spoke up. Blindfold them and take them to Sky Island. Once we've returned, report their capture to Lord Knight and let him decide their fate. The group had no objections to Lucci's decision. Among the members of Knight, aside from Byakuya himself, Lucci wasn't even guaranteed a spot in the top 3 in terms of strength. This highlighted how crucial it was to have a sharp mind on the seas. Byakuya and his group made their way up the mountain path leading to the palace. However, they were stopped halfway by a group of people. At the forefront stood a burly, muscular man, radiating an air of toughness. He was accompanied by over 30 subordinates armed with rifles, blocking Byakuya's path. The muscular man bellowed, "This is the territory of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Marines are not permitted to set foot here without prior approval." Because Tatsumaki and the others had launched a surprise attack, quickly taking the palace, subduing its guards, and effortlessly defeating Doflamingo and his top officers, the speed and efficiency of their actions had kept the larger public unaware. The lower-ranking members patrolling below the palace had no idea their leader had been captured and assumed he was out on business with the senior officers. Byakuya couldn't help but laugh at the situation. They don't even know their leader has been subdued, yet they still dare to use Doflamingo's name to intimidate me? They must not know what death looks like. Turning to Isho, Byakuya remarked, "Look at this. The so-called Might of the 7 Warlords. Dressrosa is a member nation of the world government, and yet Marines don't even have the right to set foot here. And this restriction exists only because of pirates. How ironic." Though Isho couldn't see, he could sense the arrogance dripping from the muscular man's tone. The man grew enraged when the Marines didn't respond to his threats. "I tried to reason with you, but you won't listen. Don't blame us for taking action." With that, the 30 or so subordinates raised their rifles, ready to pull the trigger. But before they could, they were all shot down, each with a bullet through their heads. The muscular man met an even grislier end, his body riddled with bullets until he was left unrecognizable. The sight caused toys and citizens on the street to scatter in terror. To them, the Don Quixote family was akin to gods, and now that their gods had been struck down, something major was bound to happen. Pathetic. Do they dare point their guns at our leader? They must have a death wish. Exactly. Who do these so-called 7 warlords think they are? Threatening Byakuya-sama? We ought to tear this place apart. If we don't loot this family's entire fortune, it'll feel like we came here for nothing. The soldiers under Byakuya grumbled among themselves, their words making them sound more like pirates than Marines. Dressed in Marine uniforms, their pirate-like attitudes created a jarring contradiction. Byakuya, however, was already used to their personalities. Isho simply smirked but said nothing. With such a brutal example made, the remaining members of the Don Quixote family dared not stand in the Marines' way. They could only watch helplessly as Byakuya's group ascended the path to the palace. Some attempted to contact their young master or senior officers, but no matter how many times they called, there was no response. Panic began to spread. Could something truly have happened to their leader? When Byakuya and his men arrived at the palace, they were greeted by 7 members of Knight standing at the entrance as if they had been expecting the Marines. Lucci and the others already knew that Vice Admiral Byakuya was, in fact, Knight's leader. Now was the time to test everyone's acting skills. Byakuya stepped forward and demanded, "Where is Doflamingo? What did you do to him?" As Knight's unofficial strategist, Lucci took it upon himself to answer. "He's alive, barely. Honestly, your Marine organization is pathetic. How do you pick people for the 7 warlords?" Byakuya stepped closer, resting his hand on his sword and glaring coldly. "How the Marines operate is none of your concern. Looks to me like you're itching for a retirement stay at Impel Down." The sight of Byakuya seemingly about to draw his blade made Lucci's eyes widen in shock, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Wait, what? Is Lord Knight planning to kill us to maintain his cover? This wasn't part of the plan. Lucci had witnessed Byakuya's strength firsthand. If Byakuya truly wanted to make a move, none of the 7 of them would be able to escape. The rest of the group had similar thoughts, all instinctively stepping back half a pace. If the situation hadn't been so tense, they might have taken off their masks and yelled, "Boss, it's us. Don't do this. We're on your side." Even Isho was stunned. Was Byakuya really this bold? The people before him had a combined bounty exceeding 6 billion berries. They were known across the seas as the 5th Emperor. Even if the 2 of them fought together, it would still be a daunting battle to face all 7 of them. And yet, not only did Byakuya show no fear, but the Knight members themselves had retreated. Isho couldn't help but wonder, does the Knight organization truly believe that Byakuya alone could handle all 7 of them? Chapter 179, Meeting Doflamingo. What Isho didn't realize was that Byakuya was inwardly cursing the 7 timid members of Knight before him. Really? With both sides meeting face to face, fighting should have been inevitable, especially with my personality. Not making a move would be downright suspicious. Even if I did fight, I wouldn't have gone all out, it'd just be a couple of casual exchanges before they retreated, and I wouldn't bother chasing them. But you all took a step back the moment I was about to act? There are so many people watching. You've completely tarnished the reputation of the Knight organization. Thankfully, at that moment, the fearless king realized how inappropriate their reaction was. To be fair, if anyone could maintain a calm facade and project confidence in front of a powerful enemy, it was King. This guy had never lost when it came to pretending to be unshaken. Though his back was drenched in sweat, King's voice was as composed and authoritative as ever. The Marines are truly arrogant. If it weren't for our organization's goal of achieving world peace, do you honestly think any of you would leave Dressrosa alive today? Byakuya let out an internal sigh of relief. Finally, King stepped up at the critical moment. Well then, let me see just how strong you are to make such bold claims. As he spoke, Byakuya's sword was already in his hand, and he appeared right in front of King. The blade surged forward, emitting an overwhelming pressure. If it weren't for King's years of experience in maintaining composure under duress, the sheer force of the attack might have caused him to collapse on the spot. Hidden behind the group, Tatsumaki quickly intervened, using her telekinesis to form a shield from a swarm of black spheres, blocking the strike. Clang! The sharp clash echoed across the area, and the aftermath of the attack left deep gashes in the ground and even sliced through several pillars of the palace's outer structure. The entire palace teetered precariously. In reality, Byakuya's attack was more for show than substance. Although it seemed like his full strength had been aimed at the shield, nearly 80% of the force was deliberately redirected to damage the surrounding environment. To the onlookers, however, it appeared as though the shield bore the brunt of the attack, with the collateral damage being merely residual. Even this residual destruction was terrifying enough to inspire awe. If the shield could easily withstand such an attack, then the Knight organization's strength was truly unimaginable. Feigning reluctance, Byakuya withdrew and said with a tone of respect, as expected of the 5th Emperor of the Seas who defeated Big Mom. Your strength more than justifies your bounty. King exhaled in relief but knew he had to keep up the act. After all, no one could only take hits without responding. He replied coldly, while our goal isn't to deal with the Marines, no one is allowed to trample on the dignity of the Knight organization. With a loud, resounding heartbeat, the entire sky seemed to turn a shade of deep purple-black. A tremendous aura of dominance erupted from King, filling the air with an almost suffocating pressure. The overwhelming presence left everyone breathless, staring at him in fear. Was this a man, or was it a god? How could someone this powerful exist on the seas? Even Isho, who had faced countless strong foes, felt his back grow cold and his palms sweat. His advanced observation of Haki allowed him to sense King's aura more deeply than others. At that moment, Isho felt like a helpless child in front of an overwhelmingly powerful warrior. It was as if King could end his life with a mere gesture. Byakuya forced himself to cough up blood, letting it drip down the corner of his mouth as if he had suffered severe internal injuries from King's aura attack. Seeing this, King paused his use of the Emperor's engine and sneered, "This is just a small punishment for your earlier disrespect. If there's a next time, even the Marines won't be spared." At the back, Bruno opened an air door to prepare for their retreat. Law led the unconscious revolutionaries through first, followed by the others, until only the King remained outside. Both King and Byakuya were tense. If Isho decided to strike at this moment, King's lack of actual strength would be exposed. Luckily, Isho appeared too shaken by King's display to make a move. Before stepping through the air door, King tossed a document to Byakuya. This contains a record of all the crimes Doflamingo committed in Dressrosa. Take a good look. This is the model of cooperation between the world government and the Seven Warlord. Truly laughable. With one final flourish, King disappeared through the air door, which vanished into thin air. Byakuya's first performance was officially over. Feigning composure, Byakuya opened the file, his expression growing darker as he scanned its contents. It was so grim that even Isho snapped out of his earlier shock, sensing something amiss. "Vice Admiral Byakuya, is something the matter?" Byakuya let out a heavy sigh. "Isho, let me read this to you. If the contents are true, then I've truly failed as a Marine." As Byakuya read the document aloud, Isho's expression grew increasingly grim. If the information was accurate, Dressrosa had suffered unimaginably under Doflamingo's rule, living through nothing short of hell. The methods Doflamingo used were beyond despicable. I never imagined the model proclaimed by the world government could be so utterly corrupt. "I always knew what kind of person Doflamingo was," Byakuya admitted. "I never believed he was the great king the government made him out to be. But I couldn't have imagined he committed so many vile acts." Tucking the file away, Byakuya stepped into the palace. Inside, the first thing he noticed was a massive handprint embedded into the floor, surrounded by the unconscious members of the Don Quixote family. Judging by the scene, it was the work of Tatsumaki. "That little brat sure doesn't hold back." Byakuya approached the unconscious Doflamingo and struck him across the face with the hilt of his sword, sending him flying dozens of meters until he crashed into the palace wall. The force of the blow jolted Doflamingo awake. When he opened his eyes, he wasn't greeted by the sight of the night organization but instead by the face of the one Marine he dreamed of killing, Byakuya. Doflamingo almost believed his intense hatred for Byakuya had triggered some kind of hallucination. Byakuya was supposed to have been ambushed by the Beast's pirates yesterday and killed by Kaido. So how could he be standing in Dressrosa today? Watching Doflamingo's confused expression, Byakuya couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is this guy's sunglasses truly indestructible? They seemed just as unbreakable as the wooden sandals Luffy wore, which miraculously remained intact no matter the battles, be it against ordinary foes or even the emperors of the sea. The so-called ultimate artifact of the pirate world. Could Doflamingo's sunglasses possess a similar attribute? Determined to find out, Byakuya strode toward him with the hilt of his sword in hand. He intended to strike those glasses again, hard enough to break them this time. Surely, with his strength, he could shatter a mere pair of sunglasses. Doflamingo, seeing Byakuya walking closer step by step, could only watch in horror. Before he could react, Byakuya raised his arm and struck him with the sword hilt like he was swatting a tennis ball. Bang! Once again, Doflamingo slammed into the wall before falling to the ground. The searing pain in his head and the burning marks left by the sword hilt on his face made it painfully clear this was no dream. Could it be that the one hitting me is Byakuya? But when Byakuya saw the sunglasses still intact, he froze. No way! Are they still not broken? Although the lenses were now riddled with cracks and looked like they could fall apart any second, they stubbornly remained perched on Doflamingo's face. Damn it! Now I'm truly pissed. Byakuya decided to coat his sword hilt with armament hockey for extra force. He was determined to try 3 more times to destroy those sunglasses. With the hilt now enveloped in a pitch-black sheen, he approached Doflamingo once more. From a distance, Isho, who had been observing the whole scene, let out a long sigh. Vice Admiral Byakuya truly is a man of principle. Seeing the atrocities committed by Doflamingo, his righteous anger has boiled over, and he's taking it out on him blow by blow. This may seem extreme, but it shows the compassion and goodness in Byakuya's heart. Remembering their bet, Isho admitted to himself that he had already lost. At that moment, he made a decision. Once this matter was resolved, he would join the G5 Marine branch and work with Byakuya to push for the abolition of the warlord system. Meanwhile, Doflamingo could only watch helplessly as Byakuya approached him again. The familiar raising of the hand. The familiar swing of the sword hilt. And the familiar sensation of being sent flying into the wall, embedded so deeply he couldn't pull himself out. This time, Doflamingo had no choice but to accept reality. This wasn't a dream. The bastard who had hit him 3 times with a sword hilt was indeed Byakuya. Doflamingo was overwhelmed with frustration. Not only had Byakuya survived the beast's pirate's ambush, but he was now standing before him, flaunting his triumph while repeatedly striking him with a sword hilt. How is anyone supposed to live like this? At that exact moment, as if in sync with Doflamingo's inner turmoil, his indestructible sunglasses finally shattered. Chapter 180, Use Cruel Method for Cruel People. Doflamingo watched in horror as Byakuya approached him once again, panic and fury etched on his face. "Don't come any closer," he shouted. If the wall behind him weren't so sturdy, Doflamingo might have tried to dig a hole and escape through it. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, it was that he couldn't. After suffering the full-force psychic tornado attack earlier, he was severely injured, with less than 30% of his strength remaining. Then came Byakuya's relentless strikes with the hilt of his sword, 3 consecutive blows that didn't just land on his face but struck directly at his pride. Doflamingo replayed the sequence of events in his mind. His elaborate plan to have the beast's pirates ambush Byakuya had seemingly gone perfectly. The ambush was executed as planned, and he was certain Byakuya had been trapped in an inescapable death scenario. He had even started celebrating, convinced that the grudge of Treble and the others had finally been avenged. But the reality was far from what he imagined. Not only had Byakuya survived, but Doflamingo's Don Quixote family had been devastated by an attack from the mysterious Knight organization. Most of his family members were either dead or gravely injured. Even if they hadn't been wounded, they wouldn't stand a chance against someone who walked away unscathed from a beast's pirate's ambush. Their power levels were simply on different planes. Byakuya reached out, yanking Doflamingo from the wall by his collar and dragging him forward. He locked eyes with the man and grinned mockingly. "Surprised to see me alive, aren't you?" Realizing that Byakuya was well aware of his scheming, Doflamingo abandoned all pretense. With a bitter laugh, he replied, "Surprised? Of course, I am. I didn't think Kaido could be so useless. Even with every advantage, he still failed to kill you." It seemed Doflamingo had accepted his grim fate. Knowing there was little hope for escape, his words became far more casual, even daring to insult Kaido. Byakuya smirked. "Well, Kaido isn't entirely useless. Truth be told, I was in serious trouble during the ambush." Doflamingo tilted his head, confused as to why Byakuya would even bother explaining this to him. Byakuya continued, "You see, maybe it's because I've spent my life helping those less fortunate, those poor women shivering in the cold with only thin clothes to wear. I've always given a little money to them, doing my part for charity. I guess my kindness earned me a reward from the heavens." Before Doflamingo could process the sarcasm, Byakuya added, "At my most desperate moment, Zephyr-sensei happened to be traveling through the New World and stumbled across the beast's pirates' ambush on Wolf Island. Seeing the situation, he stepped in, and together we drove off the beast's pirates. That's how I survived and can now enjoy watching you in this pitiful state." Byakuya feigned a wistful sigh. "This whole ordeal has strengthened my resolve to keep doing good deeds. See? Good people do get their rewards." Hearing this, Doflamingo's face turned ashen. He finally realized the purpose behind Byakuya's story, to mock him. You're telling me my plan could have succeeded, but pure coincidence ruined it? And then you go out of your way to rub it in my face? Killing me isn't enough, you have to crush my spirit too? This bastard is too cruel. As for Byakuya's claims about charity, Doflamingo didn't believe a single word. This man was rotten to the core. He dared to steal from Big Mom, there was no way he'd spare a dime for charity. Those women he's talking about, are they even legit? Or is he just robbing them too? Byakuya then pulled out a stack of documents that King had given him and held them up in front of Doflamingo. Do you know what will happen if these get out? Doflamingo's pupils contracted as cold sweat drenched his back. He knew very well what the consequences would be. Even as a celestial dragon, the world government would never protect him if such information became public. To quell the outrage of allied nations, they would likely imprison him and impel down for life, if not execute him outright. If not for his injuries, Doflamingo might have made a desperate attempt to destroy the documents, even if it cost him his life. Without those documents, he would still retain his status as a warlord, and the Marines would have no authority to touch him. But with them, his fate would be sealed. Even if Byakuya killed him on the spot, the repercussions for Byakuya would be minimal. Sensing a sliver of negotiation in Byakuya's tone, Doflamingo seized the opportunity. Name your price. What do I need to do for you to keep those documents private? Byakuya's smile deepened, filled with cryptic intent. I want to know the national treasure of the celestial dragons. Tell me about it, and I'll consider not exposing this information. Doflamingo froze, his eyes widening in shock. The mention of the celestial dragon's national treasure was almost taboo, a secret known only to the highest echelons of power. If not for the Don Quixote family's history as one of the original 20 royal families, Doflamingo wouldn't have known about it either, even with his current status as a celestial dragon. But how does Byakuya know about it? Could he be a lost royal lineage of the celestial dragons himself? Byakuya noticed the flicker of realization in Doflamingo's eyes and smirked as if reading his thoughts. Don't overthink it. My situation is nothing like yours. I'm just an ordinary person, and I came across this information purely by accident. Hearing this, Doflamingo's tense expression relaxed slightly. However, his tone remained firm as he replied, I don't know how you got this information, but one thing is clear, if I reveal this secret to you, it will cost me my life. Byakuya chuckled softly. He was indeed curious about the celestial dragon's national treasure, but it wasn't something he needed to know. If he learned more, great. If not, it wouldn't matter. After all, with his power, Byakuya was confident that if he ever wanted it, the so-called national treasure could be renamed Byakuya's treasure with time. Well, if you don't want to cooperate, that's fine. But I think we might still be able to strike a deal, Byakuya suggested. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A deal? What kind of deal? Byakuya smiled and leaned closer. I know that Rear Admiral Virgo, one of my subordinates, is a spy you planted within the Marines. You and he are cautious, so I'm sure you've destroyed any evidence of his involvement. I don't intend to waste time searching for proof. However, I also don't want a ticking time bomb hidden in my ranks. So, here's the deal, if you officially expose Virgo as your agent, I'll spare your life, and the lives of your remaining subordinates. What do you think? Give it some thought. Byakuya certainly had the means to eliminate Virgo himself. He could use his influence as a member of the Knight organization or simply forcefully eliminate Virgo, declaring him a traitor without solid evidence. He was confident that Fleet Admiral Sengoku would side with him over Virgo in such a situation. But Byakuya preferred not to take such drastic measures. From Sengoku's words and actions, it was clear that Byakuya was being groomed as the next Fleet Admiral. At such a critical time, he wanted to avoid any blemish on his record. Hence, he sought concrete evidence of Virgo's betrayal through this deal with Doflamingo. Doflamingo, however, remained silent for a moment before firmly declaring, impossible. Virgo and I have no connection whatsoever. Even if Virgo wasn't strong enough to pose a direct threat to Byakuya, Doflamingo figured Virgo could still cause him trouble. That alone was reason enough to deny the deal. Unfazed by the refusal, Byakuya waved over a marine soldier and whispered a command. Moments later, Doflamingo watched in horror as the marine soldiers positioned themselves near his injured senior officers, pressing their rifles to the officers' heads. Byakuya's voice was calm and detached. "There are 10 of them. You have 10 seconds to think it over. No need to rush your decision." 10. Bang! A shot rang out, and the bullet pierced through Dellinger's skull, ending his life instantly. Doflamingo's eyes turned bloodshot, and he glared at Byakuya with seething rage. To Doflamingo, the senior officers of his family were like his own kin, people he cherished deeply after over a decade together. Now, Byakuya was executing them one by one before his very eyes, forcing him into a decision. 9. Bang! Another shot. Gladius fell lifeless to the ground. 8. Bang! Jorah's lifeless body crumpled next. "I'll kill you, Byakuya!" Doflamingo roared, his fury boiling over. Mustering all his remaining strength, he activated the awakening of his string fruit. The ground beneath him transformed into countless white, flexible threads, and the entire palace began to warp under their influence. Before Doflamingo could launch his attack, Byakuya swiftly delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was unmistakable. Doflamingo spat a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs as his body collapsed to the ground like a lifeless heap. The threads that had once filled the room ceased their movement entirely. Had Byakuya not held back his strength, that single kick would have split Doflamingo in half. Only in a world like theirs, where monstrous strength was commonplace, could someone of Doflamingo's caliber survive such a devastating injury. "You just cost the lives of 3 of your officers with that outburst," Byakuya remarked coldly. Bang! 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 3 more gunshots echoed through the hall, leaving only 4 officers alive. "You have 5 seconds left to decide," Byakuya added, his expression devoid of sympathy. Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Byakuya, his eyes burning with a mix of hatred and profound realization. For the first time, he truly understood the kind of man Byakuya was, a marine whose actions were even more ruthless than some pirates. Not far away, Admiral Fujitora observed the scene in silence. While not a man easily swayed, even he found himself shaken by Byakuya's merciless behavior. Fujitora pondered quietly, "I'm no saint, and the atrocities committed by the Don Quixote family in Dressrosa were unforgivable. Killing them 10 times over wouldn't atone for their crimes. But this cold, brutal side of Byakuya, it's hard to reconcile with the refined and composed image he usually presents." Byakuya, however, was not acting without reason. Every move he made was calculated to serve his ultimate goal. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 7. Peace.